Okay. That was so good. Good morning, Sean. How are you? Good morning, everybody. Rod with that fucking resub. How has it been that long? Dude. Rod and I's friendship extends the length of COVID, which is very odd to think about. Good fucking morning, everybody. Time zone to you, sales. How are you? I hope you're doing wonderful. I hope you all had a wonderful Monday. Whatever yesterday's day was. It's Monday, right? Yeah. I don't know anymore. Time means nothing. Time means nothing. Good morning, Black Bloom. How are you, love? Good morning, LZT. Dude, Sean, so have you not seen Bo Burnham's new special on Netflix? Because it's phenomenal. I listen to it nonstop, and my title today is literally a lyric from Bo Burnham's stand-up. I can't say I came up with that one. The whole lyric is, you say the ocean's rising like I give a shit. You say the whole world's ending. Honey, it already did. It's fabulous. Bo Burnham, he sings to a generation. It's amazing. Time Zone Sammy, how are you, love? I don't have the app. If you want to get him, Rod, if you can get him for this weekend, just good seats, not by strangers. I don't like weird, strange people to be near my flesh in the dark. Ugh. Time factor. You are probably one of the very few times in the world that I actually give a fuck about. Most of them, they just get in the way. I was actually learning. So in the morning when I do my makeup, I listen to like history podcasts because they're calm. They're like really chill. There's nothing that's gonna like throw me into some anxiety attack in the morning or something. And I learned all about like the start of the railways in the UK, and it was fucking fascinating. But the weirdest part was that the whole reason we have a standardized Greenwich time now is because of trains, because they were building all these railways, but no one had a standardized time at all. And so they couldn't like have a railway schedule if no one had standardized time. So they standardized time because of trains, which is crazy. I gotta scoot in but not roll over my dog. Good morning, Ice Falcon. How are you, Honey Bean? Faux Zoe, my love, how are you? Oh my god. Well, Sean, so before you renew Netflix, if you go on YouTube, Bo released another hour of content. I think it's about an hour, and it's all the stuff he didn't put into the special, and it's pretty fucking funny. So, I mean, if you don't have Netflix, like watch that first, and if you like that, watch the documentary. I mean, watch the special. The special is like, I mean, it's so fucking good, but the extras make me just cry laughing all the time. I watch and listen to them constantly. They're so fucking funny. Good morning, Lizzie. How are you, love? Kinger, good morning. Good time zone to you. The history chicks? Ooh, I'm gonna write it down. I listen to a lot of just like mostly it's not about trains. I'm not like Sheldon Cooper with trains or anything like that. Trains are cool, don't get me wrong, but they're okay. I mostly listen to like Victorian murder cases and shit. Like all of these just crazy wives murdering husbands forever, or husbands murdering wives forever, or whatever. I listen to a lot of those, mostly. And then sometimes they'll run over into, oh, by the way, we have standardized time because of trains. It's a weird time. The documentary of the Seabees in the Vietnam War. The Seabees, what's a Seabee? Yes. Hold on. I might be able to just yell at him. What day? I'm chewing on my cough drop to make it go away. It's Rod, honey. I'm not going to ask more questions than he needs. Friday. No. 8 o'clock or later, he says. Safi with that resub. Sorry, I was relaying messages. Safi with that fucking resub. I get to see Safi in less than a month, and I'm really excited. Safi, thank you for resubbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus swings. You are a bow wizard of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure, sober, consensual everything. Period. Thank you. I love you, Safi. How are you, love? Hold on, I gotta write this down. The history chicks. Okay, I got it. Why is it at 10 o'clock? I might go to sleep. I'm just being honest with you. Why is it either 7 or 10? What the fuck is wrong with this theater? I hate this theater already. The zoo that me and my housemate went to the other day is by an old railway station. It's famous for its old steam train. Ooh, that's kind of what I was learning about. I was learning about this dude in the UK who created a railway that was the tracks were wider than, standard tracks to make a more comfortable ride, but no one wanted to do that because of money. So there's like one train in the UK with some wide tracks that's apparently very comfortable, and it's the one. There's one, and the rest are all standard. Hello, Mandel. How are you, love? Good morning, merman. So, Safi, I reserved a place, but I don't know if my sister's here or not. I wanted to do something special for her, and whatever. It might ruin the surprise if she's here. I want to get like a place in the country for most of the time, and then just go and stay in London for the night of the concert, because the concert's the day before we leave. And neither of us are big city people. Like, we want to see a couple things, but I don't like people, places, or things. So I'd rather be in the country where all of those are not. So I reserved a place, but the cool thing about Airbnb is you usually don't have to pay right away. So you can, reserve a place. I have a place, but I might be changing it just so, because my sister's never been, and this is her first. There's paint in my hair. Can you tell I was painting my walls? This is her first time ever going to London, but it's her first time ever taking a trip where she has money, like, ever. If you guys don't know, if you're new to my channel, just swinging by, whatever. What's up? My name's Katie. My little sister's a lawyer. I know. Crazy. Smart genes or something that skipped me. But she went to school forever. Literally, she was in school forever. She just graduated right before COVID. Actually, it was right after COVID, I think. Right after COVID, right after the shutdown, she graduated. So this is her first big trip having, like, money, like, not depending on my mom, not depending on someone else. And so she bought us the plane tickets. She bought us both the plane tickets and the concert tickets. So I wanted to treat her to like a cool, like a cottage out in the country or something. Something fun that we can, have as a home base. Have somewhere quiet to go. It's selfish. I need somewhere quiet to go. But I know my sister likes the same stuff. July 2nd through the 9th. The CBs are part of the Navy. They built shit, so means they're good at taking shit apart. Well, in the Korean War, Uncle Sam sent the CBs into Korea to get a train. So they went in, fixed the train, stole their beer, and drove it back to the Marines. The fuck? But midway through, the rails were blown up. Oh, Jesus. So instead of bailing the train, they just fixed the rails and kept going to deliver the Korean train full of beer to the Marines. That's amazing. I'm really shocked I never heard that story from my grandpa. He was a Marine, he was in Pearl Harbor World War II. But he was, my family's Marine. We've talked about this, Falcon. When your family does like one, is anyone else's family like that? It's very strange. All the men in my family, pretty much, almost exclusively, have all been in the military, and they all go into the Marines just because, as far back as we can remember, we've all been in. I don't know. I don't know why families just tend to stick to one sect. Like if you're a Navy family, you stick to the Navy. I don't know. I'll DM you later about country things. Yes, dude, Lizzie's been DMing me too, telling me cute places. Because, like, one of the things is my sister's never seen Wales, which is kind of crazy to me. I loved Wales. Wales is probably my favorite place I've seen in the UK so far, just because it looks like a moving Ghibli painting. And so I thought about staying somewhere close down there, just so she can experience it, because it is very beautiful down there. And then, like, Lizzie's never done anything but London. Like, it's kind of crazy how many of my friends who live in the UK, like, you take it for granted, when you live there your whole life, you don't look at your own country and go, where should I go? You look outside of your country. So it's kind of cool that I get to visit, and like Lizzie's going to see shit for the first time with the Americans, the dumb Americans. Rail track widths caused a huge issue in French-Spanish trade. That was what I was learning about. Yeah. There's an entire ghost station in small town in the Pyrenees. No shit. That's basically, I bet it stemmed from this one in the UK. Because apparently they're more comfortable. You know, wider tracks means a smoother ride, all this stuff. Actually liking stuff and not using it to pass the time. Whoa. I try never to just pass time. The only like moments in my existence where I want time to go faster is when I have an appointment during the day because I'm just paralyzed by it. Like if my appointment is at 4 p.m., I can do nothing productive until it's done. So my entire day is ruined. I'm just shot. I just pace, clean. I can't hyper focus on anything because I'm scared I won't get to my appointment or something. Like it's just this eternal fear in the back of my head. And those are the days where I just sit here and I'm like, please be 4. Please be 4. Please just be 4 now. I need it to be over with. Please be 4. And it's not even nervous for the appointment or anything. It's just like the anxiety of possibly missing it, which is nuts. Video doesn't have audio, but hopefully you can see this. One Gramps was Navy World War II, other Air Force, Dad was Army. No shit. Okay, then it's just my family. It must be just some loyalty thing, like you'll be the fucking Marines because your grandfather was a Marines. There's a Russian train route that they stop and change out the trucks under the cars to change rail sections. No shit, Crimson. That is so extra. That's crazy. That's so extra. Yeah, LZT. I mean, I can't go to EU because I can't afford it. But the only reason I'm gonna be in London is my sister bought us concert tickets for a festival in London for my birthday. Random, I know, but it's Pearl Jam is like headlining, and that's one of our favorite bands ever. Children of the '90s and Seattle. What do you do? It's in our blood. We are grunge rednecks. Sometimes I leave my little town besides work. I mean, I love to get, like, the weird thing about where I live is it's so populated with people, you don't really know where towns end and begin. They just kind of all flow into each other. It's just like houses and people forever. I want it to be after work every day. I hate after work, but that's because you guys are my favorite part of my day. Like, the moment I turn my stream off, it's just so weird. I just sit here for like 15 minutes in silence, like, well, now I'm alone. It's very bizarre. Thank you. Please smoke many bowls in my memory. I wish I could go. It's just, I'm sure I can't be the only streamer. Like, I think every streamer got fucked in taxes just because we have no travel to claim or anything. And so I had to give away 50% of what I made last year. So I'm just like recklessly poor. Otherwise, I would have loved to. I was actually invited to be on a panel for TwitchCon NA, and I don't think I can afford to go to that one either. So I don't know, man. This year sucks. I love London and Pearl Jam as well. London's okay. I mean, it's just a big city. It's cool. It's very historical. There's a lot of old buildings and stuff. I have a really hard time enjoying myself around large amounts of strange people. It doesn't matter how cool the thing is. I just want to run away. Like, it's the worst. I hate that part of myself. I don't like it. It's a strange defense mechanism. But, I mean, if London existed without people, it'd be a fucking party. That's psychotic, Katie. Why would you buy concert tickets for London when you live in America? And I said, it's Pearl Jam. And he said, oh, okay, never mind. Exactly. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Come on. I mean, like, if Sarah had bought concert tickets for almost anything else besides, like, Pearl Jam, you know, Nine Inch Nails, Foo Fighters, like any of our core bands, I would have been like, why London? I mean, I love London, but why did you do that? Now we have to fly there. And the flight is expensive. Southern Oregon's just a bunch of awkwardly empty towns where you're like, how are there 100,000 people inhabiting this city? That's exactly how Eastern Washington is, literally. I mean, I could not have explained it better. I'm going to read that again for those just listening, what Sean said. Southern Oregon is just a bunch of awkwardly empty towns where you're like, how are there 100,000 people inhabiting this city? Eastern Washington. It's crazy. I mean, if you drove through my hometown of Kettle Falls, you'd be like, there's no way there's 1,500 people here. Only, like, where are they? Where are the homes? Where are they underground? Are they in the one church or the bar? Where are they? Are they in this stoplight? We have one. Where are they? It's east. I mean, it's just so spread out. It's crazy. Dude, I could never get into Crystal Castles. I tried. It wasn't my jam, man. I don't have like a genre of music. I'm like, that's got to be my genre. It's just I like music. I love all music. I can find something in almost every genre that I'll, enjoy or at least not despise. But I tried Crystal Castles, man. A lot of people like them. There's a couple bands that my friends dig, and I'm like, I don't know. I can't do it. Like, speaking of 90s bands, what's that? Counting Crows. I hate them. And every band that sounds like them. And I know I'm alone. I completely get it. And I in no way intend on changing the world's mind on Counting Crows. However, shit is bland. The old of London is really special. We talked about how there isn't much old stuff in the US. Oh, 100%. That was, I don't know if I ever, stop. Why? Stop. Shut up. Sorry. I have to just, have a moment. um, when I went to London for the very first time, I went to, Millie's house, or I went to stay with Millie. And Millie wanted to take me to see her father, who unfortunately passed away last year. Rest in peace. He was the most British creature I've ever encountered in my life. But when we went to his house, he has a beautiful house. Like, he actually has some property. He has like a couple acres, which is very rare in the UK. Apparently her mom was pretty loaded, like family money. And her mom's dead. But her dad, when we knocked on the door, he answered the door and he said, "Good morning, lass. Would you care for a fag? I believe my house is older than your country." And all of the above was true. And I shared a fag with an old British man in his garden with coffee. I mean, it was incredible. It was just so, I felt like I was in a movie. I was like, did you just say fag at me? His house was older than my country. It really is. I can't remember what the year that house was built, but it is. It doesn't look it. You'd never know. Totally was. I mean, come on. Come on. It's cool. That shit's cool. But for someone like me, like I was born in Seattle, when I go to the East Coast, I get excited. Like the culture and the history on the East Coast to me is like, because on the West Coast, I mean, I'm not even kidding you. In Seattle, houses will have a little plaque on them that says "House built in 1914." Like they will pay for a plaque, like a historical plaque, to put on their house that it was built in 1914, which is precious. So I get real up and I get excited. Hi, Octoberville. How are you, love? I can't stand Imagine Dragons. I can't even think of a song by them. I don't think I like them either. There's like, I love pop. There's a section of pop that's really good, but there's some pop that I feel like all of them they kind of just sound like pudding. They all sound exactly the same. And every like era of music has that. Like when I in the early 2000s when I was in high school, it was bands like All American Rejects. Name all the other ones, I can't think of them, but there was just like a slew of artists who all sounded exactly the same. Like they'd come on the art radio and you'd be like, I don't know which one that is. And that's how I kind of, yeah. 400 plus years old. That's amazing and really cool. Cause nothing. I mean, my, like the land here is old. That's about it. Hi, Gorg. How are you, love? It's like Dave Matthews. It's great music if you're hoping to sleep with 19 to 24-year-olds in the OOs. Exactly. And it's like, it's something about the chords in the music, something about it in Counting Crows and otherwise. Everything is how do you, there's no minor chords at all in his music. It's literally strictly major chords, which is Barney, Sesame Street, every children's show you've ever seen. Their opening songs are strictly, you know, major chords because they make you feel happy and safe. And I mean, it just sounds so generic to me. I just can't stand it. Every time it comes on, I want to rip my ears out. I don't think you pay to have one put on your house. If it's a registered building and it's protected, you're not allowed to demolish it. Oh, really? I wonder if that's what it is. I wonder why they protect them. I mean, they're not that old. They're not that even cool looking. I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like a historical, Victorian house or something that someone lived in, but it's just houses. I mean, I don't see anything unique about them, but maybe that's because I lived there and they just don't seem that old to me. Did you know Imagine Dragons is Mormon? No. Viata, good morning, love. Oh my god, I have to pack a bowl. Did I bring? Oh my god, I left the bowl in the kitchen. Did I leave my bowl in my kitchen? I cleaned the fuck out of my bong and I left the bowl in the kitchen. Shit. Look at that bitch though. Why? I'm going to murder all my dogs. Zach sent me something in Discord I have to open, apparently. Hold on. The dog, like, you know what I've realized? So you know how, like, they do major 4-chord progressions. That's exactly what it is, and it makes my brain melt. Like, there's nothing in it to get my attention at all. Oh, Robo, I would totally hug the fuck out of you. No shit. Okay, Mishy, that's really cool. Mishy said there's a preserved and plaqued original Levitt home near my grand's that was built post World War II. See, that to me deserves a plaque. Like, that makes sense. But just a row of houses built in the early 1900s, like, good for you. You're an old house. Come on, Discord. Don't be a dick. That's not real. Pharrell. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god. Oh, I need to be more high for this conversation. I get really upset about music. I love music more than most things in the entire world. But when Daft Punk chose of anyone in the world to do a collaborative album with, Pharrell. Explain to me like I'm 5, because that didn't come together for me. There's a municipality in the north of Sweden that's the size of half of the Netherlands. Jesus Christ. It takes 3 to 4 hours to drive through, and the only thing you see is a sign saying, welcome. And one that says, welcome back soon. 23,000 people. And at the same time, crickets. Cheep, cheep. That's fucking... Isn't that weird? But that's where I would live if I had, I didn't have to... If I had money. Like, just to buy a house, that's where I would go. I'd be like, where are there people, but I can't see them? That's where I want to live. Because I want to know there's people, just in case something happens. But, like, 99.9% of the time, nothing's happening, and I don't want to see them. A cornerstone dating to 1915 in Massachusetts. See, that's pretty cool. The stuff on the East Coast makes more sense. West Coast stuff, I mean, it's... Is there anything less established than the West Coast of America? Like, it's the most baby, I think. In Canada. I mean, like, America, the country, not just being ignorant and saying the U.S. is America. In this economy? I mean, isn't that what the New Zealand dude said? Like, just buy a house, guys. Stop bitching, buy a house. The oldest things you'll find on the West Coast are Spanish missions. Yep, Spanish missions, and there's some pretty cool old Victorians, but they're not that old. Like, they're older than me, but that doesn't mean much. Like, they're just cool-looking houses. But you go on the East Coast or, Europe, holy shit. You're touching stuff that, like, so many... I touched the craziest, like, torture mechanism in a torture museum in Prague. It was a steel pyramid on a stick, and they would just sit a naked woman on it and slowly lower her onto it until it tore her in half. I touched it. I poked it when no one was looking. How many women's vaginas did that tear in half in history? I don't know, but I touched it. I touched the Mandalorian without asking once, too. I have a problem with touching things. I'm very tactile. Don't tell me not to touch it, because I'll touch it. I licked the salt caves in Salzburg, because they said don't. So I did it. I mean, you just stop challenging my dumb brain. I'm an idiot. I will do these things. I know, dude. Oh my god, last time I filled up my tank, it wasn't even a full tank, and it was almost $100. It was crazy. I think I have a picture of myself with this torture thing, so I'm gonna try to find it real quick. I need to go get my fucking bowl, though. I can't believe I left it in the kitchen. It's because I cleaned my bong. God forbid. She cleaned her bong. Help. That made me clench. Oh, I mean, it doesn't look menacing when you first see it until you read the plaque behind it of what the purpose of this steel was. But I have it. Hold up. Oh, I found the skull museum actually. Why does this suck? Why do you suck? This is a skull museum. I was talking about this the other day. I just found it. I tried to find it the other day and failed miserably. But that's the skull thing that I talked about, that I was telling you guys about, that you can just like go into. That's my mom. It's her birthday today, by the way. She's 69. But yeah, that's in Prague. That's the cool skull, not skull museum, excuse me. Skull church. Skull, God, what do they call it? Bone church? I don't remember what it's called. That's the bone church. But I took pictures as well in the torture museum when you're not supposed to. I'm an ass. Really. I mean, if there's a sign that says, please don't do this, I'm probably going to do it. And I hate it. I can't stop it. It's something inside me that says, do that thing they said not to do. Prove them wrong. Crispy, my love, how are you? Happy whatever day. And thank you for the biddies, lover. Wish that worked on my wife. No touchy tonight. Oh my God, that wouldn't? Hi, Slurm. Oh, I'm a very tactile. I touch everything. Everything. So this is a picture of me with the torture thing. And then behind me is a photo of how the torture thing was used. So this is in Prague. This is a torture museum in Prague, in the Czech Republic. If you ever get to go, it's very cool, very cheap. You just get to walk through. But that is the steel spike that they would just like sit you on. So I poked it. I didn't want to lick it. I mean, salt caves, like, allegedly have not split any ancient pussies in half. That has. I don't want to lick it, but I touched it. For a shizzle. The best torture implement was the spike that they shoved up your rusty sheriff's badge. Oh my God. All the way through your body while taking care to miss your vital organs, and it came out your shoulder, and you stayed oh, religion's the best. Nope. No. No shit. I think Santa Fe is the oldest stolen city that belongs to the USA now. Originally founded in 1610. No shit. I thought Hawaii would be the most recent, like, stolen. But does Hawaii count? I mean, if that was so recent, I feel like we're still actively stealing it. I went to the British Museum in London to see all the stolen antiques, and I spent, no joke, 10 minutes touching the cast of the Rosetta Stone. The original's in the glass, but there was old statues and Egyptian things that were out. Oh, 100%. I do it without even thinking about it. That's how I interpret my world around me. It's very weird because I can't separate all the sounds and all the noise. And so I've noticed that in life, I put my hands on walls, statues, pews, like I touch everything. And it's like a way of grounding myself, I think. Subconsciously, 100% touch all the things. Especially if you have a sign that says, don't touch that thing. Yes, Cocky. Cocky told me, and I sent her all the love. And I mean, there's no words, but hi, Changeling, how are you, love? There's no words, but he has one hell of a lapdog in Valhalla. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh my God, Odious, no. Oh, I 100%. I mean, I thought about getting on it. Like, I was with my friend Laurel, and she was like, Katie, can you, like, suspend yourself over it? And I was like, maybe. But what if I fell? Like, I'm limber, but what if I slipped? It'd be the worst day. Oh, God. But we have been known to do some dumb things out and about together when traveling. Oh, dude. You have his dog tags? Spence, that's really, really cool. That's really fucking cool. St. Augustine is considered the oldest city in the U.S., being founded in 1565. Wow. And that was founded by the Spanish, though, right? I'm literally clarifying because I don't know. No, Crispy, it's totally cool. Totally cool. Her and I talk, we talk back and forth on Instagram. And so I've been checking in and stuff. I mean, it's just... sucks. Separating sounds and noises. Noise canceling headphones help, but they make my ears sweaty. I love these. They aren't noise canceling. They're not sold as noise canceling, but these are IEMs by oh god, what's the brand? I just totally blacked out on the name of them. Oh. What are my earbuds? They're not sure. Campfire Audio. It's Campfire Audio. Jesus, wow. It's not even a hard term to remember. Campfire Audio. Jesus God. That was, yeah, Campfire. Thank you. They're campfires. They're the Campfire Vega. If anybody cares, there's models, whatever. And they're not theoretically noise canceling. They're not sold as noise canceling. However, the earbud part, they give you like a million sets of these to figure out what size are your best. But this part that you put over the engine, what is this called? The earbud, I guess. It's just the earbud. They're memory foam. And so you like squeeze them. When I first got them, you squeeze them down like a earplug or something and then put them in your ear and then they expand out to the size of your ear. But in the most comfortable way. Like, I don't feel them at all. I literally forget my headphones are in and I stand up a lot and rip them out all the time. It's a terrible habit. But they muffle. I mean, it's like sometimes when I'm even on like a day off when I'm not streaming, if I'm just feeling kind of anxious, like every fan in the house is going and I can hear Zach screaming from his office and it's just too much, I'll put these in and just have some like white noise, like nothing playing or music or something. And it just muffles enough to like take that edge off the world because the world is loud, man. I get that. And it's like, it's really, really hard. I get mad about it sometimes because I'm like, I don't have a right to my own thoughts if everything's loud. But I don't have a right, nor should I, to tell everything to shut up. Like, that's ridiculous. I don't have control of my environment. But sometimes, you just like, it feels like things are screaming. Everything is screaming. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be like the wind outside. It just feels like it. I totally get that. And these have helped me a lot. No headphones ever worked like that. I gotta go get my bowl out of the kitchen, my dudes. I cleaned my bong. Look at that pristine bitch. I feel like a QVC. Oh my god. And then you just gotta keep fondling it. And I don't have enough rings for this to clink against it. I cleaned it and I left the bowl in the fucking kitchen like an idiot. So I gotta go get it. We can take a quick break though and I'll just go grab my bowl. Get an ad out of the way. Stand up and get some coffee. Pack a bowl. Odious, it's priceless. I mean, I've never had something like this that was comfortable, that gave me some sort of peace, because headphones have just been a nightmare for my whole life. Like, I've just gotten migraines forever. And earbuds, up until recently, they were all hard. Like, it was basically iPod earbuds were it. And my inner ear is really small. I have like the dumbest, smallest little baby inner ear, and my ears are like all hard cartilage. And so anything that even puts the slightest amount of pressure, even if when I first put them in, it's not bothering me, within 30 minutes, it's like a bone is cracking through my skull all of a sudden. It's just like, and I'm like, oh, why? And it's just that pressure on all those little bones in your ears. So these, when I found out you could get these like memory foam buds for them, I was just like, oh my fucking god, someone gets it. Someone has tiny ears too. Not tiny ears, just the inside part. I think I have normal ears. Pyro just gifted 5 subs in the channel. Guys, if you didn't know, we run ads here on Twitch. Weird. What website doesn't? It's how the world survives at this point. No one's buying anything off ads, but for some reason we're still, doing it. And unfortunately, I have to as well. Fortunately, Twitch has given me, I almost said Lowe's. Twitch has given me the ability to run my own ads when I please, as opposed to just like flopping them on top of our conversation. So those of you who can't afford to sub or don't wish to sub just miss out on conversation, which I don't think is fair. I think that's stupid. I think entertainment should be free. We exist as streamers off the generosity of amazing people. And I don't want anyone to ever feel obligated to sub to my stream or anything. So if you're not subbed, I'm going to run some ads. Get up and stretch. Walk away. Don't watch them. Or watch them, because sometimes it's like Vagisil or something, and it's fucking hilarious. I'll be back. I'm going to go grab my marijuana, my bong peep pep thingy-thang, so we can smoke some drugs. Yes. I am quite pleased. Back. I got my bowl. Look at this. I even packed such a beautiful bowl and smoked one hit out of it last night. Uh, Welcome back. I hope you had a delightful short ass break so I could go grab my bowl. I apologize for being a forgetful piece. I mean, Changeling 100%. I mean, there's nothing. What Changeling said, for those just listening, slavery just changed from plantations to prison here, so it checks out 100%. I mean, we talk about that all the time, Changeling. Like, that's the number one reason a lot of states won't legalize pot, is because they'd have to let go of so many prisoners that are in jail for nonviolent marijuana crimes. They would lose all their income from the jails. It's disgusting. I mean, it's literally foul. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that poppy ass music. It's scary trying to find DMCA free music, my dudes. Let me tell you. And I can't. It's like it's not just finding it. It's not getting sick of it. I have a lot of friends who make DMCA free music, but if I listen to it constantly, I will get sick of their music. I have to like switch it up, and it's a struggle. It's a fucking struggle. Let me tell you. I love the Rainbow Puke Shark. Yes, I did try pretzel, and it was the same. I mean, it was the issue is the categories, like the all the genres. There is no 8 hour log of music unless you're listening to the most generic, like lo-fi shit that's everywhere. So it would start repeating. Like I couldn't. After 3 hours, I was hearing the exact same songs over again, and I couldn't stand it. I was getting sick of it. Like it's just there's not enough out there for as long as I stream. I know that's asking a lot. It's crazy annoying. We should cheers and shit. Let's cheers and shit. I have a lot. Obviously, I have a few things I wanted to show you guys today. If you actually took off when I said go for the break, you probably missed this, which is totally fine because I kept it up. However, Zach sent me something on Discord that is disturbing to say the least. I like what Zoe said. That's not how this works. However, before we delve into the sad, I'd like to smoke some pot and read a Reddit post to you that I saved specifically just to read to you because it made me throw my phone across the room last night. Like, I actually clapped it shut and threw it and said no more today. It's so good. I mean, it's not the coconut story, but it's pretty foul. And I would like you all to enjoy it with me. Not just the income from keeping them in jail, it's the slave labor they also contract them out for that's the real moneymaker. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, which is like, not that I want to reason with these people that are okay with slave labor for money. However, if they looked at how much money, like for instance, New Jersey made on the first day of legal weed sales, they would quadruple their profits. The state will quadruple, but that private prison owner will not. And most prisons in the U.S. are private, unfortunately. And so that's the thing. Like the state would profit, but that private prison owner won't. Pretzel expanded their catalog, sure, but they paywalled it. They paywalled Pretzel. No shit. I didn't know they were going to paywall it. I thought that was like against everything they were doing. Lo-Fi Girl changes their Spotify YouTube playlist every day as long as you have their link. Oh, Lo-Fi Girl. I'm going to look it up. I like lo-fi, but I feel like a lot of the I don't feel like I listen to a lot of lo-fi on YouTube, and I'm sure you guys notice the same. It all sounds exactly the same. Like they all sound on the exact same beat, and it's just this repetitive like nothing. It kind of drives like I'd rather be in silence than listen to that. Lo-Fi Girl. Good morning, David. How are you, love? I'm about to read a beautiful story that was posted on Reddit that I read last night in bed and literally did this. I went and gave up on the internet for the day. I literally threw my phone because it was so gross but funny. So I need to share it with you all. But first, pot. You're great? Good, I'm glad. How's work going? They have a free tier and a paid tier now. You can barely listen to anything on the free tier now. Oh, I don't want to do that at all. That breaks my soul. Oh, really? It's a huge reason why legalization is stalling in Ohio. All the money was going to go to like 3 or 4 corporation owners, not the state. God, that's disgusting. It's sad. I'm sorry you live there. Isn't Ohio the state that's trying to make it so that if a little girl wants to play a sport and does well, that she has to show her genitals to her coach? Is that Ohio doing that? I'm so sorry if it is. I'm not throwing shade on you. Like, it's sick. I just feel horrible for you being in that area. I like Polyphia. Is that how you say it? Polyphia or Polyphia? I liked it a lot. There's 40,000 songs on the free tier, but it's still barely nothing. I know it sounds great. Like the way that they commercialize it sounds great, but when you're actually streaming for 8 hours, it's not 8 hours of music. Like it repeats itself. And for me, it's not like the music it's just background humming to keep my brain awake. Really, that's it. This is how I am all the time. I always have some kind of like something, even with my headphones on, like I'll put some sort of music on really low, and it's just this like white noise that keeps my brain awake, because otherwise sitting makes me, you know? I think my department's ahead, so I'm chill. Ooh, you haven't had to yell at anybody yet? I mean, that's no fun. Are you looking forward to the day? I use the lo-fi one and it's plenty for me personally, really. I used to listen to the metal one a lot. The metal one was my favorite. I mean, it just had the best, like, I think it had a good variety, but it would start repeating itself. And it's just me personally. I go a little nuts. I start to get a little like, ugh, didn't I hear this song 2 hours ago? Why is it happening again? What's going on? I start to panic. Hold up. You bought a hairdryer? Is your hair long enough to need a hairdryer now, David? That's nuts. My hairdryer almost set on fire the other day. So on the back of hairdryers, there's like a little screen, and if you screw it off, it collects lint and stuff from where it's sucking in air from the atmosphere. But I didn't realize mine had like an extra lint catch behind that lint catch that you had to like remove another screen to get to, and it was so fucking packed with lint that when I was blow drying my hair the other day, it smelled like fire. I almost threw my hairdryer away. I was like, "Are you setting on?" No, it was just too much lint. Yeah, when you get to yell at somebody. I mean, like maybe it's like a kink. I don't know. Secret lint catches, like, number one way to cause a fucking house fire is a secret lint catch. Like, let's not do that. Right? I've had this blow dryer for like 5 years, and I've never cleaned that one because you literally have to get a screwdriver and pop out another little lid to get to it. That shouldn't be in there. That's how we set ourselves on fire. Aw. David, that's awesome, honestly. I'm the type of person that I shut down really quick when people start yelling. Like, not in general. Like, if you're screaming at a video game or, at a concert or something, I'm not going to shut down. But when people, when you're having a conversation with someone and they feel the need to raise their voice, my whole demeanor just shuts down into a little rubber ball, and I go, and I just wait to roll away. It seems like the mindset here in Ohio is to look at Texas for inspiration and try to do what they are, but do it worse. I mean, you're not alone. It's Tennessee's doing the same. Tennessee is trying to, no, Tennessee did pass something. I don't know what it is, a law or something. They abolished the legal age of consent for marriage, which, I mean, why else would you want to do that other than marrying a child, which is gross. Florida, I mean, we have Florida, and then poor Texas. I mean, it's just, I feel so bad for all the people in those states because, I mean, Lauren Boebert is of Colorado where I live. Like, I feel you. The crazy is so strong. I don't understand it. Let's cheers. I don't know what I ground up. Oh, yes, I do. The strain I'm smoking is called Apple Fritter. And it is by Veritas, if anybody cares. Cheers, lovers. Not saying yes. True. The, like, dangerous, not fun crazy. Right, yeah, that's a really good clarification. Because I personally enjoy a crazy person. I like someone a little off their kilter. But off your kilter in that you want to fuck kids and or look at their genitals. I mean, if I was a parent, I'd be in prison for murder. I would black out, and suddenly the person that wanted to see my child's genitals would be dead, and I wouldn't even know what would have happened. And I don't even have kids. And I know that I would do that. Like, what? And it's only girls. That's the part I didn't know. It's not manual genital checks for every child that wants to play sports. It's manual genital internal and external examinations for girls wanting to play sports. Which is, I mean, obviously going to be used as a tool to attack girls who are good at a sport. She cheated. She has a penis. Check her genitals. Like, they're going to use sexual assault as a weapon in sports. That's what's going to happen. It's disgusting. It is fuck. Let's read this Reddit story before we go into sad shit. I don't want to talk about the world. Yeah, the world's depressing. It is standardized pedophilia. It's disgusting. I'm not the one to raise my voice ever at work. I can be very direct, but I'm always calm. For fuck's sake, I make cartoons. Do one should be angry while making cartoons? I mean, you'd be surprised at the temper tantrums I saw at video game companies. And arguably, they're making a cartoon that's interactable. I mean, and there was some fury. Yeah, it's outside, literally. I mean, the verbiage, that's exact verbiage. Internal and external examinations for little girls that want to play sports. I didn't want to play sports as a kid to begin with. A certain type of person is going to play. Well, that's Iron Chestnut. I said this literally the other day. When did it get? And it was like a month ago when they announced they were trying to do this or whatever. I don't even know. And I said the same thing. I'm like, who the fuck's applying for that job? Is this a way to just like corral all the pedophiles in one area? Like, who's going to be like, yep, I'm going to look at little girl genitals. Oh, Zoe.
I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, I saw your tweet this morning and was curious, so now I have an 8-inch dildo taped to my ass to act as a stinger dong, and I'm hitting up a cutie on Grindr later to try it out. I'll let you know how it goes anyways. Chat PLS, let me check her genitals, you woo.
Please let me know what position ended up working the best, because it is haunting my mind. I couldn't even tell you where that thought came from. It was just last night. But out of nowhere, I was laying in bed and I was just like, what if your penis was behind your butthole like a bee stinger? And Zach was like, I'm sorry, what? And then I tweeted it, and that's all she wrote. These are the thoughts that haunt me when I'm sober. I think we should degender sports. 100% agree. I think sports should be purely degendered. 100% agree. 100%. Most of the sports I played as a kid were degendered, or what would you call it? They had a different word for it. It's not unisex, but it was because our town was so small, there wasn't enough people. So like, I played soccer with boys my whole life. Mostly boys. There was one other girl on my team. It was all boys I played soccer with my whole life. And I never thought anything of it in my life. Integrated. Maybe it's integrated. I hear a lot of crazy shit that happens in America, but way to create a ridiculous barrier to entry into sports. I mean, and it's just girls, ghetto. That's the creepy part. It's only girls. They're not even trying to hide the pedo, nor are they trying to hide the fact that they only care about an assigned male at birth baby, you know, having the wrong body, choosing to be a female, and potentially being better at sports than the assigned female at birth people. That's it. They think that a penis makes you good. It's shit, which is what they get for thinking, right? There's no logic to it. Lift control with that fucking 18 months.
Hail Satan! But more importantly, yourself. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings. Or its top penis. Whichever you prefer.
Thank you, love. I know it's crazy. I understand if you'd be like, hey, I need you to do your job, please. If you're like trying to save a person's life. But for people who make entertainment, we should really chill out. I agree. I mean, it was like, in no way I would never compare, working in a hospital to any other job. It's obviously a very different atmosphere. But when you come home from work and you've unplugged, 3 young people at night and you're just kind of bummed about it and it was a shitty day, and all you listen to is a whole bunch of game developers like bitch about how QA is working slowly, and they're like truly angry about it, like saying very foul, mean things about it. I mean, the scope of life in some, I mean, it's kind of like get a little perspective. You make video games. I fucking love video games and cartoons and art and paint and all the things that are entertainment based. But let's chill the fuck out for a second and realize what we do for a living, right? Don't know if I said it, but 350 doesn't feel good on the finger. Oh fuck, what did you do to your finger? Ew, ew. Oh. The MLB Rays that removed the Pride match from their uniforms. Wait, what was the reasoning? Do I even want to know? Co-ed. Co-ed was the word, Pyro. Thank you. Co-ed was the word. Thank you. A penis makes me good at peeing while standing up. I can pee standing up. And I don't have a penis. As a soccer referee, I was extremely cautious not to touch or speak to any of the kids in any way without at least two parents because you don't want anyone getting it in your brain that you're looking to get friendly with the kids. I had male coaches my whole life and never were they inappropriate. Never did I feel uncomfortable. Like, I was never touched by a coach ever. Like, my coaches were awesome. And I had young coaches, old coaches always. Like, I was always very comfortable. My coaches were dope. I can't imagine, like, a predator getting into that atmosphere and, ugh. Yeah, that makes me sick to my stomach. Micro penis above the butthole. Oh my god. Is that basically like a clit? A clitanus? A clitanus. A clanus. Yep, I can't think about that too hard. I'm gonna read this Reddit story too because I'm just getting, wow, now I can't stop thinking about that. I'd rather QA take forever and catch more bugs. Amen, changeling. I've said it so many goddamn times. And like, now that I dated someone in the gaming industry and I worked with Amazon on New World and stuff, I've kind of gotten to see the other side of the video games. It's almost never, ever, ever development or QA or nobody. It's marketing. Marketing is what gets us broken games. It's marketing. And they get the final say because they make the money. But marketing, like there's a team of marketing in every gaming building and they decide a release date. And they don't care if the game's broken. They're going to make money regardless. And it's no one knows who the fuck this marketing team is, so they don't get a bad name. But, all the developers and all the people making the game get death threats and messages online saying kill yourself because something's broken. But it's all fucking marketing. They are the bad guy in every company. It's terrible. On the other side, and call it a perineum pal. Oh my god. That's so good. A cleanus, a clitanus. I like cleanus. Clitanus sounds like we're trying too hard. Those strongly held religious beliefs, most baseball players don't seem very smart. I mean, sports players, they aren't paid to be intelligent, so it's like, I'm not going to judge them on that, but also, I don't think little girls deserve to have their vaginas probed just because they want to play a sport. Or their genitals, period. Your genitals don't need to be looked at as a child by anyone but a doctor because they burn. Period. Right? Clitanus would be a good drag name, though. You're right. You're right. Anybody's welcome to take that one. Take it. You're bleeding cash until you push a product out. Like, I get it. No, I get it too, but I like, there has to be a better way. You know what I mean? Especially, like, for games like an MMO. Like, it's not like we had a one-and-done game. We have an MMO that we're all addicted to. You can take an extra month to make the product decent. You know? Or even DLC for a brand new release game. Like, take a minute. I'd like a decent product I'm going to pay for. Oh, I love soldering, though. Soldering is fun. I dated an engineer when I was in college, and he would let me solder his boards together. He taught me how to do it, and then he let me do it because it was fun. And there was so much soldering. Like, it wasn't something he needed to do. It wasn't like they were testing his soldering, so I just sat there and soldered every little hole while we'd watch movies. It was very, I don't know the word, like, kind of like a meditative thing. I'm soldering my own IRL backpack. Wait, you're wearing a metal backpack? Wait. Soldering a backpack? Explain. Help. For religious reasons, if your religion condemns a human for being themselves, your religion is garbage. Find a new god, dude. I mean, I'm not religious because I have yet to find a religion that doesn't have hate in it. I'd love to blindly have faith in some afterlife. That would give me a lot of comfort about death and about all the people I've unplugged. But they all kind of have a core of hate, and I don't need any more of that in me. I got a lot of hate in me. I'm seething. Mm-hmm. Exactly, Odious. And only with a parent present who has consented. Yeah. My strongly held belief is that religion shouldn't control governments, but clearly the political class doesn't respect that belief. It's almost like you are of a higher caliber of human if you believe in a white man from Arabia who lives in the clouds, which is weird. Like, I mean, just replace it with anything. The Easter Bunny. We've had one president in the United States of America that wasn't like Christian. One. And the rest of them is like, hail God and shit. And it's like, dude, why do we respect this guy that believes in the white Arabian man in the sky? Like, that's kind of like a red flag. Especially someone who's highly educated. Because usually, like, it's not that education is going to make you not religious, but the more educated you get, the more questions you ask, so on and so forth. And I'm just like, okay, why is that the one place you don't ask any questions, though? I don't know. My brain, I'm recovering Catholic, so like I'm broken. We all know this, but it does not make sense to me. On that note, please enjoy this story with me from Reddit because it's gross. If you're eating, I suggest not anymore, or maybe muting me for a minute. 100% merch, like, and the way that they portray it, I wouldn't want. I don't want to go to some pure heavenly cloud place full of virgins. Fuck that. Give me a fucking slut house. I want to be taken care of. I want people who know what the fuck they're doing. I don't know. None of it. But I agree with you. Like, that's why I have a hard time calling myself an atheist because I have seen, I really don't know how many people I've seen die. A lot. I have no clue. I mean, that's pretty bad. It's got to be a high number. I don't know. Lots. And there is something very clearly different between an alive body and a dead body. Something's missing. And my science background tells me, there is no creating or losing energy. That's a law. That's like a scientific law that we haven't disproved yet. And we are just a battery. You guys know I've talked about your heart and how your heart has its own brain. Like your heart can keep pumping without your brain. That's why you can be brain dead and still alive. All sorts of stuff. But there is something very clearly different. And I don't know where the energy goes. I don't like the energy, like the actual like battery power. It doesn't disappear. It can't. That is a law. Scientists haven't disproved it yet, but I don't know. And I'm not going to live my life like betting on it, I'm not going to live miserable betting on something I don't know. Full of cats and crafting supplies, word. Unlimited paint. And all the puppies and kittens. Oh, Iron Chestnut. My favorite story is about the pre-Christian king who asked to convert on his deathbed and said he'd rather go to hell with his friends than heaven with his enemies. Amen. I am too, Karumba. I'm okay with it being over. It just, my curiosity, like where did it go? I've seen it thousands of times. I have no idea how many thousands of times I've seen someone die, but I've seen thousands of people die. And every single time, I mean, you go from, it could be a brain dead body, but there's still something that makes it alive that you can like just look at it from across the room and be like, that's alive. And then there's something gone and you can look at the same body from across the room and go, that's not alive. I don't know what it is. I'm not going to claim to know. I don't think it's a spirit or anything because I've worked in a lot of hospitals and I've never seen a ghost or experienced anything supernatural in my life. I really wish. I would love to. But hospitals would be literally overrun, my dudes. You have no idea the chaotic deaths that happen in that place. It's not all peaceful, loving, like people holding hands deaths. Hospitals would be a war ground of ghosts. It would be nauseating. Like I don't know if that's real, but the energy's got to go somewhere. I just don't know where. The actual like battery power, I don't know. My brain is boggled by it. Cheers. And then I'm going to read you this gross story. I gave you a few minutes to stop eating or to choke down whatever food you were eating because the story's kind of gross, but it's funny. I laughed.
Welcome to the class hall.
Cheers, bitches. And poop deck. Cheers. And thank you for resubbing the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving it in its swings. I appreciate you, love. Ooh, oh my god, I remembered my water today. Who is she? Lift, have you never seen this? Oh my god. It's my favorite for many, many reasons. But it's like a non-licensed, you know. It's not the official Mario, but it's obviously a Yoshi egg with like the Mario mushroom in the bottom, the little bubbler guy. You can get them on Hemper. If you use code ClassWell, you can get like 5 to 10 to 15% off. It's a whatever. I got an affiliate code because I wanted you guys to save money, but it's lasted over a year. And I've never had a bong last that long. That's amazing. Thank you, sales. Thank you. Desai, welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fucktabulous to meet you. Would you like to enjoy a disgusting Reddit story I found last night that caused me to throw my phone across the room? Of course you would! The pledge is fucking creepy. Making children chant anything first thing in the morning I think is creepy. I never went to a school that was big about the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, I think I had one teacher at one point that every Monday made us say it. Like, Monday mornings you had to say it, and then it was done. Because it was just a waste of time. There. Lift. I just want to say, multiple people from the channel have bought this bong, and they all fucking love it. I just wanted to say I'm not the only one. Like, it has been approved across the board. Crispy and Cocky just got theirs. Someone else just got theirs the other day, too. Oh, I can't remember who was it. They told me in chat. But they all, I mean, it's across the board. They fucking love it. So it's not just me, which is nice. Even if you remove Undergod, yeah, no, it is. The Kingdom? Ooh, what's that? I'm gonna write it down. Let's make a date. I lost me pen. Like, how have I not seen this yet? I love like, my favorite subgenre of the horror genre of movies, I guess, would be like haunting or ghost horror movies. It's my absolute favorite. Like, and there's not enough. 100% not enough. It's just called The Kingdom. Ooh, I've got the Reddit story right here. Just want to write this down before I forgot. I was giving people like 5 minutes to swallow because I know a couple people were like eating breakfast. I wanted them to choke their food down real quick because it's kind of gross. The Kingdom. All right. All right. Are we ready for this disgusting story? I gave you like 5 to 7 minutes. Nobody eats that slow. It's a series? No. How are these bongs so cheap? Because they make them in the U.S. They make them, they produce them. They're not like, and they're mass produced, you know. They're not little batches of really intricate bongs and stuff. It's amazing. And they're pretty good quality. So, what's behind me? Hold on. My ass is going to hang out of my shorts. You can't see this. I'll get in trouble by Twitch. Give me 1 second. Look at this instead. Sorry, I have super short shorts on today, and I really don't want my channel to get deleted because of my butt cheeks. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. That Pride Whopper is pretty fucking fucked up, huh? Did you notice why they're calling it a Pride? Oh, it's in Danish? No shit? Oh, well, I mean, honestly, David, I do watch a fair amount of foreign films and stuff. Foreign horror is really good, but usually it's like Korean, you know? Like, they're the ones that really get their name. Like, Korean horror is fantastic. There's so much Korean horror out there. We don't believe you? I mean, I'd prove it if I didn't run the risk of losing my channel. I don't know what butt cheeks do on a channel. It's just really hot, and I don't have AC. So, short shorts for the win. Twitch is getting very puritanical, yeah. They've been It's like, you know, I mean, Changeling knows. Anybody that streams knows. Like, this is my income. I don't want to risk it. Scares me. They're cute shorts though. They're black craft. Oh my god. They literally say unholy. I just realized. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try to show you the ass without showing my butt cheeks. I just realized how matchy I am. Hold up. See how short they are? I'm telling you. They're like vagina length. But it says unholy. On accident. Wow. They kind of, that's exactly how they're designed. Is they literally have like the cut up the side, like 80s basketball shorts, but I have a fat ass. I have like a big ass, but I'm not big anywhere else. So like shorts that fit my hips, my ass hangs out. You know what I'm saying? I'm just tall. I just wanted to grab these because this is a really good example. This is dirty, please excuse. Of the bongs from Hemper. They always have, usually, I shouldn't say always, but most of the time, they'll always have an XL version available and a mini version available. And this is the exact same bong into XL versus the mini. That looks so gross. I haven't smoked out of this. I don't know what happened here. I can't stand the color of that water. That is so gross. Anyways, it's just a really good example of the XL versus the tiny bubblers. These are fantastic. These just cool your weed down a lot better. So if you're like me and you nurse a bowl all day, this one. If you just fucking pile drive a bowl in one hit and then just stay high for hours, this one. That would be my personal suggestion. No, so Iron Chestnut, let me quell you. We're never gonna get to this fucking Reddit story. I swear to fuck, it's up on my phone. This bong is the most hardcore bong. This is also Hemper, has a little H there. I think it's called the Crystal Ball. It's like when it's clean, it's purple. But it's so stupid thick compared to any other bong I've ever gotten from them. I don't know if you can tell how fucking like you can hear how thick this is. I've dropped it on the wood floor and it didn't break. I'm not saying do that. Do not do that. But not only is it really hardcore, it's insanely bottom heavy. Like it's got a good centimeter of just solid glass on the bottom. So it's impossible to tip over. So if you have tall dogs or children or, you know, things like a Katie around your house that are just going to slam their hips into stuff that might knock it off, this does not tip. I mean, I've done the tests. It doesn't tip over. It's impossible to tip. It's just so fucking bottom solid. So it's dope for that. Whereas, like, just to give you an comparison, not exactly the most bottom heavy. But I mean, obviously it's lasted me a year. I think it's because I didn't name it. But yeah, that's a cute little one. I wouldn't pile drive a glass thing. Good morning, Eliza. I'm gonna pack a bowl if you'd like to cheers with us, and we're gonna read a really disgusting story I found on Reddit. I'm stopping. I'm not gonna read chat anymore. I'm stopping now. I love my meat sleeve. I don't hate on my meat sleeve. I'm not like self-conscious of my ass. I literally like Twitch has been. They'll go after someone like me who's not doing something that requires short shorts, but like I don't know, I could wear a bikini if I waxed my legs or something. I don't know, it's very confusing. I don't really understand it. But because I'm not doing something that, like, I'm not working out, I could get come after, and it's stupid. I do a lot of squats and I run. I work on this ass. I'm very proud of it. Thank you, though. I'd smack the little one over so fast by accident. I know. That's the cool thing about them is that the big one's so, I mean, you can't. You would break your hand. Like, when this is full of water. Ow, it's not tipping over. I just spanked a bong for you. Who does that on stream? Huh? It's impossible. The dogs can't even knock it over. They've tried. They're like 85 pounds. It's usually my bedroom bong for that reason. Oprah. True. Oprah's the reason Dr. Oz exists, so I don't know how I feel about her. I wish someone would work on my ass. I would if you weren't, I mean, I don't think they've figured that out digitally yet. How was the crackdown? Hello, little sister. Good morning, Sarah. How are you? Sarah, I'm about to read a really filthy story off Reddit I found last night, but it's like disgusting funny. The visceral reaction I had was I closed my phone and threw it. So I saved it. I went and got my phone and said, I gotta save that for stream tomorrow. Cause I'm a dick. Ow. She gave us Dr. Phil? No shit, I didn't know that. Ew. At least, well, here's the thing with Dr. Oz. He's actually the Republican runner or running. What office? He's running for office in Pennsylvania, and he's actually like won his primary. I don't think Dr. Phil's trying to do that yet, but maybe. I don't think it's as bad as the coconut, but it's pretty bad. Let's do it. Yep, I'm reading. Okay. I'm stopping reading chat because I have to, otherwise I'll never read. So, this was found on Reddit. I'm a big Redditor. I have a really old Reddit account. I'm a psycho. Good morning, Alchemy. I go on Reddit every single morning. Every morning. It's like the first thing I've done on my phones for the past 10 years. It's a psycho thing, and this was on Today I Fucked Up, which is reddit.com/r/TIFU. For those of you who are interested in this subreddit, it's fabulous. It really does help you feel good about yourself sometimes. I got huckaloogie. Gross. All right. Today I fucked up by letting my boyfriend eat my ass. That's the title. You can see why I clicked it now, right? Yeah, okay. So small. It's okay, that's what she said. So my boyfriend kept telling me how excited he gets when thinking about eating my ass. I've always been against it, but his constant repetition got me wondering what it would feel like, so we decided to give it a go. During foreplay, he asked me again if he could eat my ass, and I said yes. It felt so weird. Got my abs tensing up. I don't know why your ass eating got your abs tensing up, but sure. While licking down there with a peach emote, I don't know why. Maybe that's supposed to be a butt in this person's language, but we all know peach is pussy, right? Like in the hieroglyphics of GIF, of emoticons, like fuck off. While licking down there, he decided to start fingering it too. I'm assuming her butthole. The saliva was working as lube, so it wasn't painful or anything, but I was feeling like I was gonna poop. I just ignored it and was just so lost pleasuring myself with my vibrator. When I orgasmed, I heard my boyfriend shout as if he was in pain. I'm trying so hard to read it with a straight face. I was super stressed at this point, scared I might have pooped or something. He took his face out of her ass, I assume, and stared at me. It was covered in brown, watery material, and he ended up throwing up on me. Yes, I got food poisoning or something, and ended up diarrhea blasting him. That's the point where I threw my phone, but then I retrieved it because I remembered there was more to read. We discussed it after he had a shower. I wanted to cheer him up, so I told him I enjoyed it except the poop part. It's like it's written by a 5-year-old. He just sat there in shock for a while and told me he doesn't want to eat my ass again for a while. That's the end. I didn't say it was as gross. I said it was funny. I think it's funny more than anything. It's kind of, I mean, diarrhea blasted in your mouth is pretty gross. I didn't want people eating while talking about diarrhea blasting. Come on now, be fair. Like, that's pretty, like, imagine you're just nomming on that back puss and suddenly a hot burst of liquid is in your eyes, nose, and mouth from an asshole. arguably pretty fucked up, fucking gross. However, I thought it was a lot more funny than gross. Just the conversation afterwards, like, did he need to say he didn't want to eat ass for a while after that? Like, I mean, I would have assumed maybe. Like, not even the Dragon Balls can bring it back. She killed his fetish. I don't think that man will eat ass ever again. I don't know. I don't know if I could eat ass after that. Cheers. Oh, Koshiro, was it terrible? I mean, did it affect you? I can eat through anything, but again, I've been seen some shit. And I immediately punched her in the pussy. Why would you punch the pussy? I guarantee that the only reason she ever slept deeply at night is the carbon monoxide poisoning due to your asshole in the bedroom. I mean, man. She had to have had a grumbly, bumbly, tumbly, right? Like, I never in my life have I not had a grumbly, bumbly, tumbly before vomiting out of any orifice. And at the moment that you got the grumbly tumblies, is that the moment that you're like, man, I sure wish my ass was being eaten? I wouldn't. But I don't like poop. Poop is so fucking gross, man. That is a nurse's job. I will take all the vomit and the spit and the mucus and the blood and all the rotten teeth. I'll take the upper half all day. But poop, man, I just can't. I can't with it. Hail nurses. They deal with a lot of shit, no pun intended. Cheers to all the nurses for all the shit. CNAs, nurses, etc. The shit team. Ugh. You think you've had bad shits? Oh man. Oh, the shit I've seen some people clean up in a hospital. I mean, no pun intended again, but also, ha 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 ha. Cheers. Ice Falcon, I'm just saying I would have punched you back. I would have been like, everybody farts. Bop! Right on your dickhead. But I'm feisty, so I tend not to attract feisty people. They're scared of me. David, gross story over. And honestly, the overwhelming opinion of chat was not as gross as I advertised. I personally think it's more funny than anything. But, you know, I don't like to throw stories on people like that without warning. That's not very nice. Which is worse, medically speaking, or like just out of fear? Shitting, like I'm asking you that, shitting blood or shitting black poop? Medically speaking, I'd be more worried about blood, but it depends on the form of blood. If it's old blood, i.e. curdled, like dark blood, you know, then it's probably not a huge worry. If it's bright fucking red and it's like enough to drip in the toilet, like not, you know, you're getting a little red on your toilet paper when you're wiping your butt, probably because of a broken hemorrhoid or something, or your shit was a little firm, eat some fucking fiber and drink water. But, you know, blood is pouring out your butt, like fresh red butt blood, then you need to go to a doctor. You might have an internal tear. Black poop, however, can be due to Pepto-Bismol, any antacid that you take. Fuck, the third one just skipped my mind. There's another medication you can take that'll do that. I think charcoal won't do it. It's not charcoal. Fuck. But also, if you have a diet high... Tums, thank you, it's Tums, yes. Tums or anything like that. Any of those little chewy, chalky pills can turn your shit black. And it's just the interaction of that medicine with your bile. It's the color it forms. Also, if you have a diet really, really high in organ meats or processed meats, so like bologna, salami, pepperoni, shit like that, those are processed meats, or organ meat, you know, liver and stuff like that, those will, because they are organs, organ meat tends to be very, very high in iron. Really, really high iron foods, if you have too much of it, will literally, you'll shit all the iron out. Because we don't, as humans, we don't need a ton of iron in our food, and it will turn your shit black. That can happen. Happens to dogs a lot. What if I poop and it's so big that I name it? Did you keep it, or did you name something just to send it on its way and murder it? No, it's nowhere near the coconut story, in my opinion. But maggots, man. Maggots are where I draw the line. Probably don't want to read Jolly Rancher story on Reddit if this one grossed you out. This one didn't. What's the Jolly Rancher story? Hold on. I might have read it. Is it old? And iron. I think too much iron, yes. Like that's the component in organ meat that's turning your shit black, yeah. But if it's curdly dark blood, it's probably an old micro tear. But if any semblance of blood is in your stool, you need fiber and water in your diet. You need to eat some fucking vegetables, my dude. You're an adult. That's for everybody. I'm not directing that at anyone in particular. Just saying, like, fucking A. Black metal poops. Well, that or no poops. And then you'll have what one of my patients had that my hospital got to coin, a pelvic ectomy, where if you're chronically constipated for a long enough period of time, what happens is when you digest things, right? So your stomach is just a holding tank to break everything down into the smallest molecule possible. And then the sphincter at the bottom of your stomach slowly releases food into your intestines, and your intestinal wall is actually where the nutrition is absorbed via, after the breaking down, the molecules are now small enough to go through the intestinal wall and be absorbed into your body. The problem is when you're constipated, we've already sucked all the nutrients out, but now that leftover shit, literal shit, is starting to rot in your intestines because it's hard and it's really dehydrated. And so that natural peristalsis, which is the smooth muscle movement of pushing poop down the intestinal tract, isn't working. Your body doesn't know the difference between nutrients and toxins. So your body just keeps leaching whatever's coming out of your shit the longer it sits inside of you. So your body starts, taking on toxins from this necrotizing shit in your colon, and then your colon starts to necrotize. And what can happen is if you're just chronically constipated all the time, you're not giving your body that refractionary period to heal itself. That necrotizing tissue will move on to other tissues in the body. And we had a 45-year-old patient come in, and literally everything from belly button down got scooped out of her, and she walked out of the hospital. Still baffling. I mean, she leaked shit out of a bag in her side now, but it's really best case scenario. It was incredible. It was incredible. It was pelvic ectomy. We scooped everything out of her pelvis because everything was necrotizing because she was just chronically constipated her whole life. Medical maggots. Oh my God, that and leech therapy. I hate them, but they're fascinating, but I hate them. Also consult a doctor if there's blood in stool because it could be an indication of colon cancer. So it's good to have someone peek. Absolutely. If there is anything questionable about your poop, go get it checked out, man. Go talk to a doctor. 100%. Like, doctors want to help. They get the only reason I've ever seen doctors get actually, like, personally frustrated at a patient is when the patient just let themselves get sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker and sicker at home. And they come in, on death's door. And nothing was stopping them. It's not like they had they didn't have health insurance. Nothing like that. It's just a lot of people are very stubborn. They'll just sit at home in pain and take painkillers and every over-the-counter medicine possible and think they can do something. Then by the time they come see the doctor, they want an immediate fix because they're in so much pain. The bucket of Advil a day isn't doing it anymore. And, like, what's the doctor supposed to do? Work some fucking post-6-month magic? By the way, painkillers slow down your peristalsis as well. Which is why, like, heroin, people on heroin and opiate addicts they get chronically constipated, and then when they do shit, they give birth to a football out their butthole. It's an actual football. It looks like an egg. They birth a rock out their ass. It's like an egg. Oh, it's about this size, actually. Wow. That's a little too similar. I kind of hate that. Painkiller. Oh my God, Koshiro, I love you. on a sick wound, though I'd never get a wound. Yeah, that's the problem. The maggots, like, they're really cool, but you basically have to let a wound get real bad. And who the fuck's gonna do that, you know? It's like, the cool thing about maggots, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the maggot therapy, it's legit. Johns Hopkins does it, and leech therapy in my unit still, which is, I didn't like it in my unit because I don't like leeches. They freak me out, but sure. But maggots are amazing. They somehow know the difference between dead flesh and live flesh. So you can dump some maggots on a big rotting wound on someone's leg. Say they were like lost in the woods for weeks, cut their leg, and it's just festering, you know, lots of rotten tissue and it's infected. And the maggots will eat all the dead tissue down to the point of live tissue and not fucking touch it. They do exactly 0 damage to live tissue. And the amazing part about that is that necrotizing, i.e., dying tissue, it spreads like wildfire. It's insane how it happens. Like I said, like if you get necrotizing tissue in your bowel, it can start spreading to your internal organs all over the place. It is necrotizing fasciitis, i.e., many different bacteria can do this. It can spread to all the different systems of your body super, super fast. And so we can't do anything. We can debride wounds. That's what we call it when we're removing the dead tissue as much as we can. But I don't have some internal mechanism telling me where the dead tissue ends. Like, we can't see that. Like, we can see the black tissue on top, but there could still be dead tissue that's just, you know, transparent under the live or on top of the live tissue. Maggots, no. They can just do it. I mean, they literally do nothing bad to humans. It's weird. The only reason, theoretically, that we are so creeped out by maggots is because they feed on the dead, and we inherently are afraid to be fed on when we're dead. That's it. They only eat dead tissue. It's incredible. So you can put them on a wound like that, and they will eat all that necrotizing tissue, and you're going to have a much higher likelihood of success with that person not having more, you know, necrotizing tissues. It's wild. It's so cool. I love that hospitals are integrating a lot more Eastern and Western medicine together, for lack of better terms. I don't really like those terms, but you know what I mean? Like, it's not like you can either get a massage and acupuncture or you can come to me and get Vicodin. Now it's like, let's work together. Like, all these hospitals and clinics, they're all getting on the same computer system called Epic, which is really helpful. So, you know, your acupuncturist can look at what your doctor's putting in his notes, and your doctor can likewise look at what your, you know, I'm saying acupuncturist, whatever your more non-traditional therapy is. They can speak to each other through notes and stuff like that in a system, and it's not like they're just relying on the patient to relay information that patient doesn't understand, because that's neither of those areas are that person's specialty. You know, it's like relying on your kid to translate for you in another country. It's like, they can translate for you, but they don't know what the fuck they're saying, and they might fuck up a lot. Oh, I hate flies so much. It's one of the bugs I really don't feel bad murdering. A lot of, Hopkins is a huge hospital, and they are incorporating, for a while there, they stopped doing it because the state steps in and goes, you can't have bugs in a hospital. This is filth. And, like, you know, people that don't know anything about science or anything about animals or anything about anything do these things. And then, you know, we got some control back, and they're starting to integrate these therapies again. But they're amazing. I mean, it's such a natural way to go about helping someone naturally heal, you know what I mean? As opposed to overriding your amazing system that every moment of every millisecond of every day is striving to keep you from rotting. It's powerful, bitch. We just gotta, like, work with it, you know? We need a timer for stream to keep track of how long it takes us to inevitably land on a subject of rotting human flesh. Oh my god. We haven't even got to the balls yet. I know. Is that bad? These are my thoughts. It's either that or what if your dick's above your butt, you know? Like, those are my thoughts all day. I shouldn't be left alone in silence, probably. My mind's a dangerous place. A pelvic infection for 20 years? Oh my god, they thought he had an autoimmune disorder? How did they find out it was an infection? Thank fuck. Big Pharma, man. No one has to explain Big Pharma. They own the world. It's the reason I didn't go further in chemistry, was because the only way you go is Big Pharma. We do talk about it a lot. It encompassed so much of my life for so long. I feel like there's a part of my brain that will never stop thinking about necrotizing flesh. Is that sick? Am I broken? Scary fact number 67. There is a France. I don't know why this reminded me of this. Did you guys see that Boris Johnson like had a vote of non-confidence? He basically was almost impeached. I didn't even know you guys could do that. He didn't. He's fine. He's still there. He still has a job. But it kind of blew me. I was baffled that happened. I didn't know you guys could do that. I thought the queen had to step in and be like, "Schmack, schmack, get out of here." I'm glad it's interesting. I mean, I find it very interesting. I find the way that our bodies heal is fucking incredible. Like your body is such a powerhouse, and we kind of treat them like shit. I'm not sure she's been in and out of hospital for the last 3 years. I think she just finally landed a professional who was like, "But what if?" Fuck yes, thank God. That happened. You know, that happened to my sister. My sister Sarah has this thing. It's called non-essential tremors. I think there's another name for it, but it's basically like, you know, the majority of the day for no reason, anytime she goes to do something, like go to get a pencil, her hands would shake like she had Parkinson's, but only then. You know, if she was trying to do like fine motor detail stuff. If she was at rest, they didn't shake, obviously. And no one in my family has Parkinson's. Like we barely have any genetic diseases. Everybody just kills themselves via alcohol. And so my whole family was baffled. Like I shake sometimes when I do fine motor stuff, but that's anxiety. I know what that is. Whereas my sister doesn't have that near as bad as I do. And she went to multiple doctors, and she was told by so many doctors that she's just anxious. It's your female parts. Oh God, I couldn't even tell you all the fucking. I mean, one doctor made her cry, made her think it's because she was obese, which she's not. My sister is my size. You guys have seen me. We are tall bitches with fat asses. That's it. But literally, like, was like, well, your obesity might be attributing, and she was. I mean, she just. My sister doesn't burst into tears like I do. She's not the crier. She's a fucking lawyer. She keeps shit together, and she cry. I mean, I would cry. I would probably black out and accidentally kill the doctor. I don't even know. But it's finally the only reason we found out it was non-essential tremors is a dude that my mom works with, a respiratory therapist. Actually, it's an employee of hers. We were just talking, my mom and I were talking about it at work, and he overheard us, and he was like, "Oh, I know exactly what that is. That's non-essential tremors." And my mom was like, "I'm sorry, what?" Because my sister, she was getting like weekly B12 shots and shit, like all this stuff. We were doing all sorts. She was going through the fucking ringer because this is weird. You know, no one wants that when they're in their early 20s. And we Googled it, found a specialist. Boom. She takes like, I think, a milligram of metoprolol a day, and that cured it immediately. But just, I mean, years of just being told you're crazy, you're just being hysterical, basically, is mind-bending. Oh, no shit. Does he tremor like that? See, I never even noticed it when my sister, like, it wasn't, her whole body didn't like do it. Never her neck, never her head. Just her hands, but I shake sometimes too, and it's just like anxiety, like pent up shit. So I think I just was like, oh, she's my sis. Like we're the only two siblings out of the 8 that are from the same 2 biological parents. So I was like, oh fuck, she just got what I got. She does not. Totally different. I mean, it's like I've seen it both ways, Mishy. I'd love to say it's just women, but I'd see doctors, you know, with dudes in the hospital, it's more like, oh, he's not in that much pain, he's fine. Men are babies, they're pussies, he's fine. Like, you see that a lot. And the nurses have to stand up for their patients a lot because I mean, the number one thing, I mean, I think it's like day one when you actually get into nursing school, you learn about pain scales and this sheer like rule, law, period, end of story. You cannot compare a pain scale. Period. Like, you cannot say, what's your pain scale of 1 to 10? They say an 8, and you go, no, it's not. I've been through this. I know it's only a 6. That's impossible. Everybody's pain is pain is personal. It's individual. It's completely like no one has any fucking idea what pain feels like to you except you. And if you say it's an 8, that nurse trusts it's a fucking 8, and she's going to treat you like it's an 8. But that stigma happens all the time. All the fucking time. Ugh. All the time. And it's usually, I hate to say it, it's usually old docs. Old docs, they tend to have a stick up their ass of like, I'm a king, everything I say is fucking God's law, and blah, blah, blah. And they have these weird, like, notions from, I think, the 80s or something, because you see a lot of fat phobic doctors as well, older doctors who, anytime a patient comes in who's remotely has a little bingo wing, I mean, I'm not talking obese, we're talking a little remote, it's because they're fat. They'll literally call them a fatty. And, I mean, I've seen nurses, like, double take and be like, excuse me? I'm not often actually directly talking to the doctor. I just overhear these conversations a lot. I don't like to talk to them. And normally I don't have to. Because they're kind of the ones we had to work with. Anyways, we're not the smartest. Non-binary pride flag. Who's selling it? Is it a good place? Or is it like this? Black women face more scrutiny. No shit. I didn't know that. That's gross. Dude, my shakiness has never affected my gaming. It's only when my hands are like in the air holding something, like trying to paint a fine line on a wall or something. Any fine motor skill with my hands, that's when my hands will start to shake. And I'm like, why now? Oh my God, sales. Stop it. I didn't look at it long enough. Wait a minute. That's not real. Oh, go fuck yourself. I didn't even look at the models. Go fuck yourself. That's not real. Is that real? Who? Stop it. I don't know what to say here. You know what I mean? Like, what? Who? I mean, we could go back and forth, like... Let's talk about this one real quick. Burger King's Austrian stores will be serving a Pride Whopper, which comes with either 2 top buns or 2 bottom buns to promote equal love and equal rights. What the fuck? It is hilarious. Oh, David, it's just, I mean, it's like moments like these are what solidify in me that we are absolutely evolved from primates, because primates show their teeth nervously when they're anxious or scared, or they're presented with something new and they inherently have a bad feeling about it. Apes do this, which we turned into smiling and laughter. You think this person still has a job? That's one thing I would like to be non-gendered, is clothes. I'm so tired of clothes being gendered. It is, you guys know, I'm not going to be a broken record today. I am tall, and finding clothes has left me in tears in many dressing rooms in my life. Stop gendering the shit. Like, just make fucking clothes of all types, and we can just pick from all of it. For fuck's sake. We're not that different shaped. You know what I'm saying? There was a bunch of literally self-proclaimed Christian fascists wielding that flag, attacking parents bringing their children to a drag show. Wait, what? Wait, they were wielding the non-binary flag? To protest a drag show? I know I'm just repeating it, but is that real? Yeah, Sarah, 100%. I mean, why did we sex stuff? I used to wear cologne when I was younger, like a specific cologne because it smelled so good. No one ever knew it was a cologne. It just smelled really good on me. Yeah, the gendered shit, like, I just don't, it doesn't make finding clothes easier at all. There's some part of this story that apparently doesn't translate into sanity. Word on that. Cocky, my love.
Cheers, you silly slut. I love you, bitch. Thank you for the biddies. I was just gonna hydrate, but then I'm gonna cheers.
Do you want to see something horrifically tone deaf? Which one should we show? This one? The non-binary with a men's and a women's? Or the Pride Whopper? Cause I just don't I don't know anymore. I mean, how long have we now been cognizant of the marketing pride shit? We've all been like making memes about it for quite some time now, like years. How are companies not catching on? It's kind of like, did you guys see that Sony re-released Morbius and it made on average $80 per night it was re-released because they thought Morbin time or getting Morbin or whatever the fuck that is was real? Like, what universe are you in? How can you be so I don't amazing. Odious. Fuck purses. You're right, but fuck them. I don't wear a purse anymore, man. I gave up. That shit is, they're bad for your back. Like, remember when you're in school and everyone was like, you can't wear one strap with your backpack. You can't lean. You're going to destroy your back. You're all going to get scoliosis. But here's a purse for the rest of your life. What do I put in it? Garbage. Everyone else is garbage. Nah, I'll wear a backpack. No spider. Should have looked first. Like, I have to buy men's flannels because they fit like a flannel should rather than skin tight. Why are we fit? I mean, Sarah, 100%. I ordered a flannel online just because they're fucking warm. Like, if you've never worn true flannel, they're really warm. But it was women's and it was fitted. Like a button-up fucking loggers. Legit flannel. Fitted. So you couldn't move because flannel doesn't stretch. So you were like, and that was the extent. I mean, I returned it. I just didn't. It was a fitted Canadian tuxedo, literally. Why would you do such a thing? This is not how this style works. No, this is function over form, bitch. It's cold. Same. I can't do a purse. I mean, for years I struggled. Sarah, no, my little sister, my mom and my sister used to make fun of me. They thought I had like a purse fetish. But honestly, it was just like I would get a purse and it would break my back. And I'd try to find some other style of purse. It would break my back. I'd try to, because I just didn't know what the fuck to do. I finally got this tiny backpack at Disneyland and I'll never go back. Ever. I love them. Yeah, I got it at Disneyland. Disney World, actually. Suck it. I'm a child. Cheers. David. God damn it. David said, for those just listening, sorry, I'm dying. It's very funny. They should have called it the Gentle Top Whopper and the Power Bottom Whopper. Wait, Gentle Top Whopper is my new porn name. So many innuendos in that. So many. ClassyKatie, the Gentle Top Whopper. Whoopach. Yeah, I think Canadian tuxedo is an all denim outfit, isn't it? That's what I've been led to understand. All denim. But flannel is kind of Pacific Northwest. So if you're from Canada on the west side, you probably assume it's also part of the Canadian tuxedo, but it's definitely a Pacific. Like, if you live in Oregon or Washington and you don't have flannel, like you're not local. Something's wrong. It's cold and wet here. Stop doing this to yourself. It's actually functional if you get the real shit. I think I still have my grandpa's flannels and my mom has my biological dad's red and black flannel. I'm trying to find a non-right-wing article about it. It's a family-friendly drag show in Dallas at a gay bar. A bunch of these white guys showed up, got really aggressive with the parents and children, and flew the non-binary flag. Like, none of that makes sense. That's so dumb. I mean, just like, there's no other word. That's just super dumb. Oh, funny personal story. Hold up. Let me pull it up on this one. That was a big hit. My bad. When I was in my early 20s, I had a pretty erratic diet. Way too much junk food, but my metabolism is ridiculous. Lucky you. I lived on lettuce in high school. One morning, I woke up to go take a shit, and to my horror, I saw bright red in the toilet. I head to the ER, and the doc tells me he's gonna have to do a rectal exam. So I'm on my side in the fetal position while this dude lubes up my butthole. I have a sudden oh god, oh no. I have a sudden remembrance that my dinner last night was a whole bag of flaming hot Cheetos. Wait, so are they not flaming hot coming out? I've never had them. Not a big chip eater. Nah, dude, I'm just curious. Cal, I mean, the protest alone is stupid. I mean, protesting drag. Drag's been around for quite some time. Can we leave the drag queens alone, please? But, I mean, that'd just be adding, the cherry of dumb to the dumb. The Christian fascist self-identifying group? Who is that? Is that the people that were doing this? Lots of red food dye. Oh, that's amazing. Dude, okay, I have a similar story, but it didn't happen to me personally. It was a friend of mine that I worked with at Hopkins. So one day she comes into work and she's like, guys, this morning I thought I was dying. And I was like, okay, please go on. So she proceeds to tell me that last night she went out, drank heavily. Everybody I worked with was binge drinking. Like, it was insane. No one in the hospital isn't drinking. It's crazy. I know I don't drink, so I like have a weird scale of it. But every day, like, they just fucking get blackout hammered. It's wild. And she got blackout hammered, came home, woke up fine and safe in her bed, but she woke up, ran to the toilet, and just threw up like chunky, clotted blood. Like, what she explained was like a gallon of it into the toilet. So she thought she like had, the alcohol had eaten a hole through her stomach and she was fucking hemorrhaging out or some shit like that. She crawls back to her bed and like poking out from under her bed is a giant, like literally the biggest mixing, like stainless steel mixing bowl for a restaurant you can possibly get with just a mound of cherry seeds in the middle. And she had just got home from the bars and decided to eat 5 pounds of cherries to herself, like those the black cherries, the really dark red ones. And then next morning, because she had binge drank, just fucking all the cherries up. I can't even fathom having a scary moment like that. I'm sad it happened to both of you, but she didn't go to the I mean, she was going to work. That's the one pro to working at a hospital is like, if you're like, should I go to the hospital? Like, you work there, just like go to work. And then if something weird happens, like go see a doctor. It's fine. So she came to work anyways, but I mean, it was hilarious. I've never had something like that happen to me. I wish. Drag gender bending clothing is present in literally every civilization we have detailed information and histories of. 100%. Like, farther back than most religions date. So, fuck off with that shit. I mean, fuck off with all your shit. Transgender men are men, transgender women are women. Period. End of story.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Very Witches of Eastwick. Very much so. I doubt it was full of as clear. I love that movie so much. I know way too much. Remember how like clear and juicy all the fluid was? I did, Sarah. I told him first thing this morning. I was like, it's my mom's birthday. She turns 69. Might.
Not only is my mom turning 69, it's the nice number. Nice. Might still sub for 9 months. It's her child. Tonight we shall feast on fetus. Short pig, if you will.
I shit blood today, but maybe that's the baby I ate yesterday. I mean, that's still an internal problem because your stomach should be doing something to that blood, is what I'm saying. I think she must have gone and bought them. Like, literally in the middle of the night, gone to a bodega downtown Baltimore and bought a 5-pound bag of black cherries. I never went out with my coworkers because I don't go out. Like, I've never been into bars and shit. It's purely selfish. I just don't enjoy my time there. I like to go play pool or darts or something, but just binge drinking with bad music playing, not my jam. So I didn't like witness these people. I think I went out one time just to see it, and it was horrible, and I didn't want to ever see it again. So much drunk, so much puke, so much dumb, man. So much dumb. Might still thank you for that 9 months. Love, I appreciate you. No shit, Viata. Oh my god, Viata said, speaking of mom, we found a magic ratio of CBD and THC to wipe out all my mom's back pain. All my mom's pain. I said back pain because my back hurts and it's subconscious. That's amazing, and I'm happy for you. I've told you guys a million times, like, my mom had 2 knee replacements, and the second one was way more painful. And she was taking Percocets, but they weren't really doing anything about the pain. They just make her sleepy. And we started getting her, like, high fucking dose CBD THC cream from the weed store, and it was the only thing that helped because it helps get that swelling. The swelling is where the pain is, and not very many things do anything to the swelling, you know? But she couldn't even sleep. Like, she said she would wake up once the painkillers wore off in like 3 to 4 hours. She'd just wake up screeching because her body would try to roll, and her knee was, you know. If you've ever seen a knee replacement, I don't need to go into it. It's fucking sick. That's some drunk logic, all right. I'm just picturing the fucking mission that had to take place to make the 5 pounds happen. Same. And I guarantee there was definitely like Bop Pizza involved, which is also red and adds to a nice like kind of some white chunks to it that you might be like, stomach lining. Oh no, I'm dying. I guarantee there was some Bop Pizza involved. Multiple beverages of different alcohol types. Oh yeah. Witches of Eastwick is George Miller, so Mad Max, Witches of Eastwick, and Babe and Happy Feet. Stop it. That's the same. Well, you know, Babe kind of makes sense. Babe is dark. I don't know the last time you watched it, David, but there's some like really dark scenes in that movie, like with butchering and shit while the animals are just watching. I can kind of see that one. But Happy Feet, though? Sure. I mean, they're good movies, but wow. What a range, though. Yeah, seriously. Like, that's a fucking range. I love Witches of Eastwick, though. I love anything Jack Nicholson is in, to be honest. I love him. I know I got to call my mom tonight. I'm excited. She hates her birthday, though. She's kind of like me. But my mom, she hates it because she hates the idea of aging anymore. Which is so weird because I personally think she's aging quite well. We instead went to Katie's house and ate a lot of dumplings and watched Harry Potter. Fuck yes, because that's better. 100%. Like, I've never understood, like, the bar. Unless you have a group of friends and you're there with a group of friends. So you don't really notice or participate with the rest. But even then, I don't know. I just want to go home. Oh my god, cute. Iron Chestnut, have fun with the puppy. Oh my god. I'm jealous. Ooh, I went to get an MRI last night. Oh, Katie. I went and got an MRI last month. I knew my back was bad, but I had no idea how bad. Protrusions, bulges. Oh god, degenerative arthritis. Is it in a certain part of your back, October? Or is it like your whole spine? Just curious. Was the hydromophone? Oh god. I don't know what that is. She was on evil amounts of opiates, and we've thankfully been weaning her off. Thank fuck. See, that's... Oh, she uses CBD oil. No shit. She uses CBD oil now to help ease off her pain still. Her knee pain. Still has drop foot from getting her knee replaced, though. That's amazing. I mean, It's so infuriating that our country has classified weed as dangerous still, like heroin or something, because we can't research CBD and all these wonderful things, all the other terpenes, or what do you call them? All the other aspects, all the other cannabinoids in the actual plant. There are so many that have so many different medical applications that have nothing to do with getting high. Like they have zero, like CBD will give you zero cerebral effect. Zero. You're not going to feel anything, but it's great for helping easing swelling down and stuff like that. It's incredible. I miss Baltimore too. I can't actually think about it too much, Sarah, because I get really sad and like start to freak out about how I'm going to be stuck in Denver forever. It's weird, but I do too. I never thought would, but I do. If you ever want to move there, I will be your roommate. Let's go. Her doctor retired in the last year, and that one that took on all the patients decided that after 15 years of pain med prescription that she should just take Advil. Wait, did they cold cut your mom? That's horrible. I mean, that's horrible for your body, not just ethically, but like that can be so. And what happened? I'm assuming your mom is okay because you guys are helping her now with the CBD and THC mix and stuff like that. But like, what the fuck? I'm only gonna say this because she's alive. I'm surprised she survived that. Honestly, I've seen a lot of people get cold cut and just because they're years of being on something, your body is reliant on it. You have to wean yourself off. You have to wean yourself off if you're on it for a month, let alone years. Jesus fuck. It's so dumb. Yeah, I don't know what that is either. All I know is my cousin's a farm tech, and when she heard she was on it, she was like, "You got to get your mom off that shit. The dose is enough to kill a horse." I want to look it up. I've never heard of it, but it might. They're coming out with new meds all the time, and like I've said, you guys know this. I'm not a nurse. I'm a respiratory therapist. We're similar, but nurses are farm. I mean, they know medicine. Like that's their science. They know it by. It's crazy listening to nurses like just list off meds and shit, and they know what every single one does and how they interact and shit. That is their jam. So I pick up stuff working with nurses for years, but I'm not the specialist, so I definitely resort to the interwebs. But I bet we can find it if we Googles it. The fuck? Hydropomorphone. Hydropomor. Oh, that is how you spell it, I guess. It's a narcotic. So the brand is Exalgo ER. It's a controlled substance, high risk for addiction, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. I want to read about the other stuff. Oh, it's Dilaudid. You should I mean, yeah, I'd get her off it. Some serious shit. It's like the most serious shit. There is no up from there. You know what I'm saying? Up from there is not conscious. Aren't they nice, Mike? You know, I get CBD lotion for when I get cramps during my period, and I fucking massage like my womb area with them, and they do it helps. I swear to fuck. When I run out of it, I make sure I have it. It helps. Mom was saying the other day how much she misses going to the East Coast to visit you. We should all just take a trip over there someday. Dude, I wouldn't get back on the plane. I seriously, like, I don't think you'd be able to get me back on a plane. Oops. Oh, no shit. On morphine? Oh. I mean, ghetto, it's better for you. I mean, I have like Excedrin and stuff for when I get headaches because I've been to the doctor. I've had many brain scans and all sorts of shit. Like, headaches are, as far as doctors can tell you, unexplainable. And we treat them as we can so you can function every day without killing your liver. But when things about my body hurt, I'd much rather try to figure out why it's hurting and assess that, like my neck and back pain. Like, I'm not taking painkillers every day when my neck hurts. I refuse to. I want to feel it when it hurts so I'm not fucking it up all day, you know? I think a lot of the times we can overdo it on painkillers and then you're going to be, causing more additional injury or like injuring something else because you don't feel it. I think that's really dangerous. I'm only 34. Like, I'm not young, but I still got to be around here for quite some time. I want to be able to walk and shit. Hydromorphone. Oh, yeah, it's Dilaudid, right? We literally tried to not use that unless absolutely needed. I don't know if you've ever heard me tell this story, Alk. We had a patient on Dilaudid, and her sister was, I believe it was her sister. I don't remember. A family member was in the room chilling with her in the middle of the night. And all of a sudden, I see a bunch of nurses run to the room. So I'm like, oh shit, my patient coded. And I run. No, the family member is on the ground. Like, she took the Dilaudid bottle off the IV pole and sipped it because she had a headache. I don't know why I said she. I honestly don't remember. Not that it matters. The family member. We also try not to use it. I mean, it's literally like like Dilaudid is what we give you when you're a step away from comfort care. Morphine drips, you know? I love Alk say it out loud. This is why Alk and I got along from moment one. I'm getting to an age where I accept that some medications will become necessary, but I go for lifestyle changes and addressing the cause. 100% me too. I'm a firm believer also that water can solve a lot of issues. Like just sipping water. A lot of the time we're just fucking dehydrated. Sarah, tell her I will be calling her and I love her. I'd call her on stream, but I know she doesn't like that. So for her birthday, that's my gift to her. I won't do that. Just kidding. I made my mom something. Don't worry. That's not my actual gift to my mother on her 69th birthday. Jesus Christ. Dude, Odious, I mean, like, yeah, you don't. It's crazy. And what the nuts part is most of the IV stuff does not say Dilaudid on it. It's not like it says, I'm a big painkiller. Most of the time it's got a fucking barcode. We scan everything now. Because we have to like triple scan meds and stuff. It like that's our safety net. You know, we look at it when we get it out of the Pyxis machine or whatever your pharmacy machiney thing is. Or if you actually have a human still, good for you. You look, that's the first check, and then you scan the computer, scan the patient, scan the bag, scan the patient, scan the bag. Like there's so much scanning of barcodes to make sure you're not fucking up and not giving the patient the wrong med, because the computer won't let you. Like if you scan the patient's wrist, scan a med, and it is not the right med, you can't do it. I mean, you literally cannot. The computer will go, meh, meh. Nope, you don't get to get that. She said she'd be such an awkward turtle. I know. She hates that attention. I respect it. I get it. I don't force that on people. I don't like being on it. I wouldn't like it on in person. On stage freaks me out. But this, for some reason, I feel comfortable. I've gotten Dilaudid after the surgery. It was lovely. I mean, it's great when you need it. Like, it's seriously, and that's the beauty of having a drug like that. But when we're giving it to someone who's, like, not at post-surgery, like, there's nowhere to go from there. And that's why I'd worry about it with anyone's mom who's just like an elderly person who has chronic pain. There's no up. Like you don't go the only place to go from Dilaudid is not conscious, i.e. they're going to start giving her stuff that's just knocking her out all day. So she can't feel things because she's in dreamland. That's the next step. And you don't want a vegetable mom. I mean, especially if she's actually still with it. Like that's not fair to her either. Caffeine, 100%. I mean, that's honestly, I get the, there's a lot of different Excedrins out there these days, which is kind of cool. I'm an Excedrin stan because it has caffeine in it. I know. A lot of the times, you'll get little headaches, little aches and pains because you don't realize you haven't been hydrating or have you had your normal caffeine consumption for the day. But the thing about Excedrin is the original one, it was literally like the highest dose of Tylenol, the highest dose of naproxen, and some caffeine possible, and that was Excedrin across the table. Now they've kind of I don't know why they did it because they probably make more. Probably they make more money marketing them, but they actually have different ingredients. And if you get the one that's for tension headaches, it has the lowest dose of. I can't remember if it's the if it's the acetic. Oh, it's either the acetic. I can't remember which one it is. It's the naproxen or the Tylenol, but it's the lowest of all of the Excedrins, so you're not attacking your kidneys as hard, and your liver. So if you're a migrainer and you don't want your other organs to die as well as your brain. The purple bottle, not an ad, but that stuff, it just helps so much sometimes. Does it even work when drinking it? I mean, no. not an IV. It's not designed to cross the stomach barrier. So I'm trying to think of how to say it without going on one of my fucking tangents that doesn't make any sense. So drugs in general, the way that they are formulated by chemists is we formulate them for what we need them for, like a painkiller or boner pill or whatever. Video.
You're like a mega pint awesome, though. Thanks for the resub, love. I appreciate you. That's a lot of months. It's 33 months. Oh my god, that's my favorite. Thank you, Gilded Anglord lover.
Drugs. So beyond what they're used for, chemists have to look at the molecular structure of the vessels surrounding your brain. Your brain does not have any blood actually touching it at all. There's no blood like in your skull area. You know what I mean? It's just a bunch of cerebrospinal fluid. But your brain is covered in little arteries and vessels feeding it oxygen because it doesn't need it. And in order for a drug to affect your brain, it has to be very carefully structured, like the actual chemical like formula structure in space, the 3D structure of it has to be the perfect shape to breach what we call the blood-brain barrier, which is a very special mechanism that we have evolved to protect us from drugs and things that shouldn't get into our brain when we're eating. Toxins in some plants and stuff that might kill other animals but doesn't kill us. Other things like that. So in order for anything to get to your brain, it has to breach that blood-brain barrier. So Dilaudid in an IV is being fed directly into a vein or artery or whatever. I'm not a nurse. I don't do these things. Usually a vein via an IV pole. So it's going straight into your blood, straight to your brain. So the only thing it's been constructed to do is breach your blood-brain barrier, right? So if now you've taken this very, very strong drug that is only meant to ever interact with your blood, and now you swallow it and it goes into your stomach where stomach acid and bile and food and bacteria and enzymes and all this stuff are going to start interacting with it in an environment that it was never perceived to experience, the results are unpredictable. This woman literally seized out, and I think she ended up maybe a little brain dead because she had an anoxic injury from it. She stopped breathing, like swallowed her tongue. But I don't think that's an across-the-board reaction. Like, we would never. Like, there are other modes to consume Dilaudid when patients are at home. I think they have patches now. I know they have fentanyl patches. They have tinctures, pill forms, all that. You can even do aerosolized fentanyl now for people that have like chronic throat pain for some reason because they have like esophageal cancer. Like, you can do all sorts of modes of transportation. Fentanyl can also be an IV. Like, it can be, but it has to be like chemically formulated to breach wherever it's exactly going. It's not like you can just put it anywhere. You know what I mean? I hope that made sense. I was trying not to sound too pretentious. I went to a doctor for fibro-type pain. After 6 months of going back and just asking, can we make this pain go away? I didn't realize that I had made myself a vegetable for 4 years. It's taken me 16 months to get off of all the different pain meds. Holy shit, you're off of all of them, though? And you're not, like, you're not suffering, right? You're not killing yourself for this. That's fucking impressive. That's not an easy task for one to undertake on their own. Seriously. I say that in all fucking seriousness. Thankfully, I've never been addicted, like chemically addicted to anything that I'm aware of. Coffee, probably caffeine. I love me some M&Ms. If they're chemically addicting, I'm addicted to your love. But I've watched so much. I mean, it's just the most horrible thing. Anybody that shames someone addicted to something deserves to be punched in the throat. You just have no scope of life. It must be pleasant living that glorious existence you have. Excuse me. I love that spelling of hoe. I think I did that one day because I wanted it to be in the title of my stream, but you can't put like HOE because Twitch is like, oh my god, you're offensive. And if you do ho ho ho, it's like Christmas. I think it's, what is it? Haute couture. Haute couture. Is that French? It might be. I don't know anything about Frenchness. Never been to France, actually. I don't think. I've been to Alsace, but not France. My thumb smells like anus. Was it in your anus? Though? You should clean it. You can get E. coli poisoning from your butthole. I mean, Tiny Bull, like, honestly, and again, this is coming from perspective of not having years of being on painkillers, but I don't think there's a perfect. I think that's the only reason we keep going is because there's the potential of something better that keeps us striving for more. But I think we can be moderately happy. But satisfied, I don't know. I think we're satisfied when we die when we're satisfied. Like you just become a tree or something. Dude, Kel, isn't it weird? It's fucking insulin's crazy. Oh man, the science of insulin and shit, dude. There's someone in our community whose like literal specialty is the endocrine system. They just told me this and I can't remember who it was now. Oh my god. But they would know way more about it than I would. Like how it actually gets into, because I know like your liver produces insulin, right? Or did your pancreas? I can't remember either one. One of them produces insulin, one of them receives it and metabolizes sugar with the insulin and all that shit. And there's like receptors and spitters. It's been years though. Literally, I learned that when I was like 20. Pancreas. It's pancreas, thank you. Yeah. They're both involved. I mean, it's a crazy system. But I mean, it is kind of interesting how like most medicines, go into a vein or something, but like insulin you can just into your ass. I'd be interested to know that too, to be honest. So an individual would be a huh, and multiple would be huh. Yeah, allegedly. I can't, that sound I'm really bad at. I can't hear it very well. Also, all the back of the like, huh, those words, the huh and the, yeah, it's almost like they stopped talking. I think I've lost the little hairs in my ears to hear those sounds now, and I'm a little sad about it. Cockatoos? I'm sorry. Coke Katos. You've never taken a medicine in your life? Good. Although, I'd be very cautious ever taking one, because you could have one of those really rare allergies that makes you burn from the inside out until you just die. That's the one risk with, like, never touching aspirin, is that, on your 25th birthday, when you finally go drink for the first time, because I'm assuming if you never touch aspirin, you probably aren't a big drinker, you burn from the inside out for a few years, and then you die. It's fucked up, dude. I've watched it. All I know is that you're supposed to inject into the fatty areas of your body, and it works. Yeah, me too. That's literally me too. I've heard it. Why is it the fatty areas? Is it just because it hurts in muscle? I feel like it would hurt in solid muscly tissue more. I can't. I have a needle phobia, and now everything's crawling on my body. Nope. I don't want to know. I'm going to stop thinking about it before I vomit. I have that's a legit phobia. I faint. It's so weird. Oh, the ketosis effect, yeah. Also, your fat, I was just thinking about it, like, this might have to do with it. Fat cells do have, like, a ton of water. They're very hydrophilic. So fat cells, when you hydrate, that's why when we eat really, really salty foods, the next day sometimes, like, your fingers are really swollen and you can't get your rings off, because the fat cells swell up with water to compensate for all the salt you consumed the night before. And I wonder if that has something to do with transport. Dude, there's this crazy rare allergy. I mean, it's like 1 in a million, where I believe it's aspirin, like acetaminophen, which is Tylenol, right? Again, I don't see, nurses know this shit way better than I can keep you alive on a ventilator and unplug you when your family doesn't want that anymore. But drugs are hard. I don't know how nurses do it. Acetaminophen is aspirin, right? I think it's Tylenol. I believe it's Tylenol is the one that has the crazy rare reaction to it. but it causes a severe allergic reaction where it starts in your esophagus and lungs, and your tissues react as if they're on fire slowly until it reaches the outside of your body and you can't breathe or do anything anymore and you die. And it's literally like 1 in a billion. I don't even know. I don't know the real statistic. It's super rare, but I have seen it twice, which is scary. And both times it was like graduates out of college who went and got drunk and got a hangover, took some aspirin, and life over. Can you see why I left this field of study? It's a little depressing. Just a little. Is Tylenol American paracetamol? That's what I thought. Thank you so much. I just haven't thought of them in a very long time. Thank you. So Tylenol, yeah. Tylenol is acetaminophen / paracetamol. America, we have a million different names for it because people can privately own drugs, which is crazy. And then naproxen or NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs is what NSAID stands for. That's like Aleve. That one is, I believe, not. I haven't seen a weird reaction to that one. However, those in any country other than America, you cannot buy over the counter because they are so bad for your kidneys and liver. Aleve. Anything that says NSAID, they can be horrible for your kidneys. Like if you go to the UK, you can't buy those over the counter. You got to go to a doctor. I tried. I had cramps. They're the best for cramps. Unfortunately. I can't. I mean, if it's someone with a needle in their arm, I would block them and be like, yo, I love you, but I don't want to vomit at my computer. And I have a legit, like, when I got my vax, I fainted. I faint when I get shots. I can't help it. It's a real phobia I have. I cry and then faint. Don't fuck with me. If you're allergic to it, yes. These are all the allergy. Like, this is just, it only affects you if you're this 1 in a million who has this insanely rare allergy. I mean, it is so fucking rare. Then it does it. And usually what happens is, you know, your baby gets a cold and you give your baby aspirin or something and your baby dies, so I don't see that happen. The ones that I see is like, you know, the 22-year-old who had this clean, like, Amish life or something and finally took aspirin right before they start their adult life. Their sprunga, whatever it's called. Do you find if you don't look at it, it's easier? Because I just stare at the wall or off into space and I find needles. No. Mm-mm. And it's very specific because I can give shots, draw blood, cut people open. Like, I've done lots of surgical things. I've held a heart in my hand and massaged it. Didn't freak me out in any way, shape, or form. It is so fucking highly specific. It is a needle, a long shot needle going into a muscle and injecting. That's what freaks me out. It's just that. End of story. Like, that's it. Shots for, like, the dentist, they don't freak me out. They're different. There's something about it. I don't know what it is. But it just gets me, and I just... But I warn them. I always tell them, I'm like, I just need you to know. Like, I'm not freaking out here. I know I have this phobia. I got it when I was a kid. A horse stepped on my face. Please don't judge me. Just stab me and go on your way. And they do. Tattoos are different. I mean, it's not even... The needles are so short with tattoos, you can't even see them. That's what I mean. It's very, very specific. It is a long syringe-gauged needle injecting into a muscle that freaks me the fuck out. And that's usually what shots are. I can't, like, if it happens on a show or TV, I look away. I have to. And I'll plug my ears because I start to get all hot and sweaty like I'm going to faint. I can't, I mean, I'm not doing exposure therapy by getting shots all day. It's not going to happen. Respiratory therapist. We're very similar, actually. One does transport, one works in a hospital, but I think both can intubate and all that stuff. I think paramedics can do pretty much everything I can do. They're kind of a mix of me and nursing because they can do drugs and stuff too, which I would never touch an IV pole unless a nurse was holding my hand, you know? Rumspringa, that's the thing. No, it's actually legit. It's I don't think it's like as wild as, you know, Letterkenny and shit make it. I think it's what Rumspringa is a chance for Mennonite kids to go experience what the world is with electricity for like a few months, and then they can decide whether or not they want to stay in their Amish community or Mennonite community or whatever. I don't think they like usually just become slutty sluts. I don't know though. I was raised a little Amish, but not all the way. Is Rumspringa actually a band? That's amazing. I just stare at the needles that go into me. I find it fascinating. I can do that if it's taking blood. Doesn't freak me out at all. That's what I mean. It's so fucking ultra specific. I can, like, when they do, you know, the wiggly needle with the tube to draw, like, vials they put in your inner elbow. I can watch that all day. Doesn't freak me out at all. It's the big one into a fucking muscle, and I just... I've learned... That's me, Viata. Like, I won't look, but even though I just know it's gonna happen, so I just tell everyone. I'm like, I don't want you to freak out, but I might pass out. Like, 90% of the time, I'm gonna pass out. It's fine. Oh, I think Zach's on a break. I can hear my dogs flipping the fuck out. Welcome back, Lizzie. I think I need to pack a bowl, but we also need to take a break. Oh my god, it's been a while. We should definitely take a break. Oh, I don't need to pack a bowl, though. I will cheers. Can I post cheers you? I had doctors tell me, look away, I'm about to poke you. I don't care. Let's go! I warned them first, because I'm already so... Like, I think doctors probably assume I'm a crackhead when I come into the office for a shot of any kind, because by the time I've already sat in the waiting room for the, you know, required 45 to 50 minutes, I am so sweaty everywhere. Like, it's pouring off of every part of me. Like, my palms are just gathering fluid like it's a magical power. So by the time I get in their office, I'm just like, I'm just going to say this really quick before it happens, but I might faint. So if you could just poke me and get it over with, it's not a problem. I'm going to sit down, and then that's it. Like, I just know it's going to happen. It's weird. And I didn't, for years, my mom used to make fun of me and say it was like, you know, you're a baby, just do it. I don't know why you're so scared of needles. Nothing ever happened to you, except when you were 3 years old, 9 nurses pinned you down to a stretcher so that a doctor could give you stitches in your mouth without any numbing agent. By the way, fun fact about phobias, you can't be born with them. They must be formed by a traumatic event that rewrites the way the neurons in your brain fires, i.e., you get a shot and you pass out for no reason at all. Super fun. Hate it. All right, let's break. Every couple of hours, I take a break and stand up and stretch my legs and go pee, and I wash my piss mittens and take my dogs outside. And I highly suggest you do the same because sitting is not great for us. Also, it can lead to chronic fatigue and all sorts of things. Butt tumors. Oh my god, did I ever tell you about my friend in 4th grade? Her mother had to have 7 little pee tumors removed from her butt cheeks because she sat too much. And the lack of blood flow caused scar tissue to build up in her butt, so she just had like butt pearls in the cheeks. Incredible. Stand up, stretch your legs, get some water. I'll be back in a few. I have to pull. Sorry, I had up that fucking cheeseburger. Goddamn. Who did it? Burger King? Goddamn Burger King. All right. I don't like dough. 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 It was about to go into DMC unfriendly territory. Sorry. All right. Break. I love you guys. Stretch your dicks and stuff. My neck hurts. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome back. Back. It's fine. I have allergies. I'm a mucus monster. Welcome to my channel. Any hoozles. Oh, Lord. No. Ugh. Gotta relax, man. If only I could figure out how to do that. Jackie Queen, how you doing, honey bean? Found out my dad was one of several men that stormed the beaches in Normandy. No shit. Oh, stop it. Unfortunately, the year was not 1963, and the vacationers were not amused. Just imagine one dude in like a Tommy Bahama shirt fucking storming a beach. That'd be great. I'd watch that movie. I rolled on my cord. No. Fucking leave. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Cool. And pretty good. Fuck yeah, Maz. I try to pick chill. Like, I honestly, I try to pick music I like. I always turn my speaker on when I take breaks, just in case you guys get weird. I can hear it when I'm out in the yard with the dogs. But, I mean, it's just background beats, you know? It's just like keeps my brain awake. You totally had me. Oh, you 100% did. Yep. I'm a gullible bitch, man. I'm not used to people like being clever. I'm kidding. There's some clever people. No, for real. Like people IRL, like all I do is small talk. You know, like my entire life is small talk with people, just strangers. They aren't clever. No one's funny. Like I really throw people off when I crack jokes in public. It's weird, and I can't help it. I go into skits like at the pet store. It's an issue. It's like a tick. So I just assume it's all real at this point. Also, the world is fucked up. Like, what is not real at this point? The press conference with Matthew McConaughey just, oh no, he had a press conference at the White House. I know he spoke because he went to Uvalde. I pronounced it very, very wrong the first day. It's Uvalde, I believe is how you say the word. That was his school. Yeah, he went to that school. I saw he did a little talk like in Uvalde, but I didn't know. Oh man, if you have a link, oh shit, is it long? Can we watch this? Is it gonna make me cry? I already have chills. I already have goosebumps. I literally have goosebumps thinking about it. Apparently, the latest Q conspiracy is that the Uvalde kids were killed, quote unquote, for human trafficking, quote, the cabal. I don't have words for that. Let's watch this clip of Matthew McConaughey. He did a very good talk, and I like Matthew McConaughey because when he did the first talk he did right after the shooting. If you guys have no idea what we're talking about the school shooting that happened very recently at Uvalde Elementary School in Texas. He isn't an extremist. He isn't like take every gun ever and, no weapon for any person, which it's not that that's not a great idea, but that doesn't win over anybody. Like you just no extreme on any side will win will even sound logical in an argument, let alone convince someone. You know what I'm saying? He's very much realistic, the regulation, fucking background checks. Like maybe 18-year-olds shouldn't be allowed to buy semi-automatics. Like shit like that that's nobody can disagree on, It's not overboard, and so I'm let's watch this. I'm excited. The other Q one, oh, there's another, is that it was fake and the kids were actors. Stop it. Well, there's a dude who's still being something. He's been indicted a million times because he went out and said that Sandy Hook was fake and like wrote a book and did a press tour about how Sandy Hook was fake and it was not. And I can't remember what's actually happening to him. Alex Jones, thank you, Khajiit. That fucking waste of oxygen. Alex Jones. And I don't know, is he in prison yet? Because he was getting like sued $10,000 a day or something crazy like that. No shit. Is he getting fucked? Good. I hope it's dry. I don't wish ill will on most people, but I don't know how dark of a heart you have to be to. I mean, do I even need to say what? I mean, I don't even want to say it. It hurts me. Yeah, love faking kids' murder on the weekend. What a fun side acting gig. God's attempt to answer the question, did humans evolve from monkeys? And the answer is, well, not all of them. A fucking man. I mean, what an ill... I don't know the words. Evil person. I mean... That's all I got. I got nothing. Someone donated $8 million to Alex Jones. All right, there's maybe someone worse than Alex Jones. That's gross. Sorry, I'm chewing on a cough drop. I know it's gross. My allergies are so bad. Let us cheers and watch this clip of Matthew McConaughey throwing down. Can I make this bigger? Oh, yes, I can. That's what she said. Fucking heartbreaking.
Historians have wondered, and sometimes on this
Stop! Fuck.
Hi, gay.
That breaks my heart in so many pieces. That's hard to watch. Yeah. I mean, there's no words. Like, how do you do nothing? How do you do nothing? I don't know. Not crispy. It's important to watch and see. And honestly, I'd rather watch it with you guys than on my own. That shit's... Whew. Not that it makes it, like, less significant, but, you know, having someone to talk about it with helps. As opposed to, you know, just, like, watching it on your own. And just sitting there haunted by those. I mean, I'm haunted by the fact that a 4th grader smeared blood on their face to hide under a dead body. Like, that's gonna haunt me for a long time. When I was in 4th grade, like, I was collecting bugs. You know? It's just, super fucked. But it's shit you gotta be aware of, and, I mean, if you want change to happen, you can't turn away from it. Or forget about it, or ignore it, like Sandy Hook, or any of the multitudes of other shootings that have happened, where anyone dies, let alone children. But I mean, the fact that our government can do makes the active choice to do nothing in response to babies being gunned down is super fucked up and really hard for me to emotionally comprehend at all. I just cannot. There's no amount of money that makes that make sense. You know? I don't have kids. Like, you don't have to have kids to be empathetic to that shit. It's just, man, I don't know, like, what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Or why murder is, like, the step. I've unplugged a lot of people, let me tell you, none of it made me feel better about anything. I don't, like, I just... Oh, I know, Envy. I've been watching a lot of the court stuff about the police. There's actually, if you guys want to watch a video, I have one. Sales gave us some eye bleach. And I had some eye bleach prepared because I kind of figured this was going to be a hard one for us. So we have 2 eye bleaches, and by that I mean things to cleanse our soul momentarily. But Legal Eagle did an amazingly scary video in regards to the police who responded to the Uvalde, I think I keep saying it wrong, Uvalde shooting. And this, I mean, too long didn't read. Cops have zero responsibility to protect individual people at all. That's the moral of the story. But if you'd like to watch it, it's very informative and horrible and tragic. I mean, it's scary to learn that stuff. He's amazing the way he outlines stuff like that. Did you watch it? It's very well done. But I mean, in the United States of America, police officers they're like funded by the government and shit, have not one modicum of need to protect an individual person. They are there to protect the people, but not an individual. So they can respond, not respond. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They are not there to protect us in any way, shape, or form, and they're not required to. So what are they for? I'd love to know. Yeah, cops have no compelling interest in protecting people. That was the wordage, yeah. No accountability, no duty to respond. They exist to screw with people. It just, yeah. They're there to apprehend lawbreakers. I mean, yeah, that's it. But they don't, like, have to. Which is weird, to, like, keep your job but not do your job. All the jobs I've had, you, like, get replaced when you don't do your job at your job. Not a surprise considering what police officers hail from: slave catchers. They're there to protect people in power and enforce property rights to keep capitalism rolling. Yeah. I hate to agree. I would love to be able to argue that. That'd be nice. Shoot a black kid with a toy gun, but can't stop a guy with an automatic. If you guys haven't watched Last Week Tonight with John Oliver's special on guns, it's on YouTube. On guns, on shootings and stuff. They interview some people that in the past were, like, you know, taken to jail from 4th grade for doing a science project. Like, you know, putting a Mentos in a Coke bottle with their teacher. But they were the one black student in class, so they got arrested and they had a felony put on them. Like, it's crazy. It's an insane. I watched it this morning. It's just fucking foul. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, exactly what Mishy said. Yeah, Katie Cat. I was literally just gonna say the same. It's because most of the NRA money goes to the politicians. Like, the NRA funds these politicians. That's where I think there's a point where you turn your soul off for money. You have to. There is no amount of dollars in this world that can make me say I'm okay with a quota of shot kids. I can say that. Like, you could offer me billions and I could turn it down very clearly and very, like, honestly, and I would not regret the decision. But something happens in their brain. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's sociopathy. I don't know. It's not sociopathy because we read about that last week. Wait, I took a CPR class and I can be fined if I refuse to use that to save a person. I don't think so. However, if you have a medical license, like myself, and say I'm driving on the freeway and I witness an accident where there are no responders, like literally I've seen the accident happen, or I see an accident that has clearly just happened and there are no responders, the Hippocratic oath makes it so I need to stop and assess the situation until paramedics arrive. any place I have an active license in, I have to do that. Any state that I have an active respiratory license in, if I just kept going past an accident where there were no responders and people were like bleeding out and dying, and someone witnessed that, I could get my license pulled because that's unethical, you know, blah, blah, blah. All this stuff. Because I have skills. I got the skills. I got them skills to save your bitch ass. And I chose not to, you know? Really, Brittany? What do you mean? The police union released info on how many cops die on the job. Average is about 200 a year, except during COVID when it doubled. Oh my God. To 400. Yeah, you guessed it. The doubling was from COVID. On normal years, most cops die on the job from heart attacks and car accidents. Very few from shootings. Really hate the thin blue line bullshit. I just don't understand it. I mean, you don't have to, like, go very deep reading articles to notice that ratio's off a bit. I hate getting dark on you guys, but you guys know I worked in Baltimore. I pulled bullets out of kids every day, but they're black, so you don't hear about that in the news. But little kids are being shot by cops every fucking day. But if the cop had, you know, what is it called? Suspicion of something, they just get to leave. They just walk away and go on their job. They literally get back in the car and continue on with their shift while we try to save Junior in the ER. It's all the time. Constant. Probable cause. Thank you. That's the term. Shocker. I don't know police language very well. I've only been arrested once and I was 14. It's a line. It's thin and it's blue. I know, right? And they like it. It's fun hearing politicians talk about how we need God while they're clearly committing several deadly sins. Interesting, isn't it? Here, I have an obligation to intervene because I took a class for 4 hours. No shit. Doesn't make sense the police don't have any obligation, any legal obligation. Oh, I 100% agree. But honestly, I would kind of prefer it that way. And that's simply because in recent years, since a lot of this shit has, you know, heated up, for lack of a better term, we have learned in the U.S. that most states in the United States of America, police officers require less training than your hairstylist to have a license to carry a gun, drive, and shoot you. Which is kind of, so like, I don't want them to try to protect me because chances are they're not going to be very good at it. Like, you can just go. I can kick pretty high. Carry on your way, little cop. There's a donut shop down the road. You know what I mean? Like, I've never felt a cop was going to keep me safer, ever. Reasonable suspicion, that's another one. Yep, exactly. I prefer thin white lines up the nose. Amen. Booger sugar. Amen to that. I take that over the alternative any fucking day. The Second Amendment is so fucking weird to me. The whole, like, Constitution Amendment worship. Like, it's cool as a historical artifact, but it was written by a bunch of people young, under the age of 20, like, white dudes who were probably drunk and had syphilis. And definitely owned slaves. And were highly racist and thought, you know, black people weren't humans and all of these other things that were antiquated that are, you know, were truly held beliefs. Still are by some people today, but were widely held back in the day. And we, like, sit there and we're like, oh, these amendments, though. Look up the definition of amendment. It's literally to change. You know what I'm saying, though? I don't know. These are the things that haunt me at night. I'm as white as they come, and based on my knowledge, I wouldn't call the cops in America unless I had no choice. No, I've never called a cop before in my life. Ever. I've been in a lot of questionable situations, never. I've never felt like, Oh, that would make this situation safer? Ever. Good morning again, Jackie. How are you, love? Did you sleep? Police officer used, it's coming right for us, an unarmed kid. I'm not even, I mean, you guys have seen the police. There was, when was it? It was like 3 years ago. It was when I still lived in Baltimore. There was a kid who was walking down the street with his brother wearing a backpack, and they were 8 and 9 respectively, and a cop just gunned him down from his car because he thought they were like smuggling drugs or something. They were just walking home from school. None of that makes sense. And it's happening constantly, and it's like the only time that anyone pushes for action is when it gets into the media. So I hate it in the media, but if that's what it takes for famous people to go to the Capitol and talk about it, I suppose that's what it takes. Fuck yes. I know you were here very first thing, but when you said good morning again, I was like, oh my God, did you like nap for that long? You never know. You might have had 2 mornings. I've had those before. Those are beautiful. We have to understand that the Second Amendment was not interpreted as an individual right to carry a gun until the Heller decision in 2008. 100%, that's true. Someone quoted it up here. It was Zoe, yeah. Oh, so this is the exact Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia, being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's it. And our country has interpreted that as my freedoms. But only if you have a penis and are white. Am I missing anything? Ooh, money. Rich, probably. Know what I'm saying? It's just, what? Okay. But little kids, like 4th grade, you're 9/10 years old. Like you've literally existed on the planet for 9/10 years when you're in 4th grade. 4th graders are smearing their bodies in their classmates' blood and hiding under dead bodies to protect themselves from a shooter. It's time we fucking do something. Wake up! Go put on a little makeup. I'm not going to say the rest because DMCA scares me. Shit. All the shit on my screen. I brought up brain bleach, and then we have another one from sales.
Hi, gay. Happy Pride Month. We are sashaying away with deals. This month at the Butter Shop, we're running a special deal. If you can prove that you're queer, you get 3 pints off your choice of creamed, chucked, or drowned butter. And if you do mouth stuff, you get 4. We love gay, and it's awesome. So come visit. And we also...
I didn't realize you've never seen this. Oh my God. Let me start it less casually. Nope.
Hi, gay. Yeah, we wouldn't. In the bedroom or just hanging out.
I'd like to introduce you all to Hi, gay. Allow me to pop your cherries. It's fabulous. Welcome.
Hi, gay. Happy Pride Month. We are sashaying away with deals. This month at the Butter Shop, we're running a special deal. If you can prove that you're queer, you get 3 pints off your choice of creamed, chucked, or drowned butter. And if you do mouth stuff, you get 4. We love gay, and it's awesome. So come visit. And we also make candles now. Wouldn't a candle be nice for gay stuff? In the bedroom or just hanging out. Yeah, we wouldn't. Wouldn't your partner want butter from the original old maid's home? We've been making butter since 1945, and we've been accepting all people since the last 4 months. So yeah, we're gagging for you to come take a taste of Cecily's Butter Shop at Cecily's Butter Shop. My friend's mom, I think is gay, so we think it's cool. Turn it off, Willard. I forgot how good it is. Can we do it again? Oh, my eyes are sweating. Sales just gifted a sub to David. Sales, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Boyfruit. I'm crying. I can't see. I worship her. She made a new one for this year. I don't have the link, but after this, if you guys want, I'll find it. It's not as good, but it's still fucking great. This is just, oh God, it's just. Mishy, do you have a link? I haven't, I've seen it, but I didn't save it. If you have one, just throw it in chat and I'll grab it while we watch it. It's just so good. I need to take a hit real quick because I can't do it while she's speaking. She's too funny. I think she just got turned into high gay. She's a comedian. She has a YouTube and everything. Meg Stalter. That's actually her name. Stop it. Stop it. Oh my God, shut it. The second one's literally in the feed. Wait, no, wasn't it? Didn't I just see it? Damn it. It's not. Fuck. But her name's Meg Stalter. She's a comedian. She's fucking hilarious. And last year, I think this was her first one. And this year she did another one because it was just such a hit. We just call her high gay. I have no idea. She's high gay. Also, what is an old maid's home and why are they making butter? That's where we send everyone who just can't stop lactating. I'll give you a link before I forget. Before I forget this. Alright. Shit. Was a born DMCA scares me. But Slipknot's a good band. Check them out if you've never heard of that one. There you go. There we are. I have 0 words. Lilith. Just Lilith. Brunch Club porn cakes. Oh my God, what don't they have? I'm interested that porn came before cakes. No. Can you see what's on? You probably can't see it because of the lighting. So I got up for break and I went and opened the back door and Trick followed me out, but Lilith wasn't under my desk. I just assumed she was with Zach. But normally every time I get up and move, like they hear it no matter what I do and they come running at me, like sprinting because they think I'm going to open a door or something because I'm twitchy and move a lot. And she didn't. And so I was like, oh no, where's Bill? And I went to Zach's office and she wasn't in Zach's office. I checked my bedroom. She wasn't in my bedroom. She had locked herself in the bathroom. Locked. Did I say glocked? She locked herself in the toy. I don't know why or how she did this, but somehow she like went into the bathroom and shut the door on herself. And she was so excited, she jumped onto my face and clawed down my eyeball and down my face. I posted it on Twitter because I literally look like Scar right now. She's so tall, though. I forget that her hands that are dumb and big, Muppet paws, reach my face. But I rescued my dog. So. Ouch.
It's a little burny. I'm gonna be real with you. I said the same thing, Odious. I was like, at least she had delicious toilet water available. Ew. But ew. Yeah, it's just a welt. I have one on my leg too. She got me a couple times. She was just so excited. She came bounding out. She did not mean to do like I mean, obviously she didn't mean to lock herself in there, but I felt really bad, so I had to extra long break. I apologize. I had to let her go outside and she had to take a huge dump. She was like so anxious. My poor girl. I'm not mad at her. I just am mad that my face is a little burny. Ooh, 50 shelf brackets? Holy shit. Finally gonna put stuff up on the walls like shelves and paintings. Oh, hell yes. Dude, I got some really cool shelves. Let me show you them. I got them from the Container Store because they were on sale. I only got one box of them, but I ordered another one because they work really well. Guys, hold. They're behind me. I don't want my butt out. Katie Cat, thank you for the biddies. Dude, Katie Cat, we actually helped Sarah, a brother of the past, with a fundraiser just to get her classroom like separate utensils. And this was at the very beginning, like when kids were just starting to go back to school. Like we were starting to trust kids going back to school, so it was still very dangerous. Her school didn't fund shit, nothing. She literally was encouraged to run Kickstarters or something. All the teachers are. It's disgusting. And my chat, because it hurt us, we demolished it quickly. I love it and hate it at the same time. Is this an MC Escher? No, it's a Siren. Damn it, Siren, you hurt my head a lot. That hurts me. I like it, but I hate it at the same time. Poor Bill. These guys. They're invisible. They're called, they're by a brand called Umbra. Conceal invisible bookshelf. I don't fucking know why. I guess because they're invisible. But let me see if there's a picture of it. It's just a bracket that it holds up to 50 pounds and you can put anything on it and it kind of hides the bracket. So you can like stack books like that. But each box comes with 3 of them. And I think I got them for like $5 a piece. The box at the Container Store. I don't know. They were on sale for some reason. But I got them for tarantula cages because I thought it'd be really cool to put them on the wall. And they work so well. The only thing I'd suggest is putting a little bit of that tacky blue stuff on it. So whatever you set on the shelf, because there's no edges, like stays. But they look really nice. I haven't put them all up yet. I've just been testing one to see if it's actually as strong as it says. Because you never know. Marketing is stupid. It was a really good deal. That's why I thought I'd try them out. I'd never, like, they seem to me kind of gimmicky. So I was like, I don't really know. We all know how those, like, oh God, what are they called? They claim they're picture hooks and they have like double-sided foam tape and they're supposed to stick to your wall and hold up to 50-pound pictures. But that double-sided foam tape on them is a sad joke. Like a Marjorie Taylor Greene level sad joke. We all know how the gimmicks go. So I was questionable, but they was so cheap. I was like, why not try it? And I have 3 of them on the wall right now, all with something on them just to see like how it works. And they've held up. Like they actually do work really well. Rod's Cummies are magic, just so you know. Wait, how do we know they're magic? What have they done that was magical? Wait, is that how we got faux? The amount of times I was approached by people asking what air right containers would be good for keeping their weed in so it couldn't smell. Oh, that's hilarious. Was there one that worked that well? Just curious. Who looks after your critters when you're in the UK? So I have very few critters that actually need any attention more than once a week, thankfully. So like all the spiders, I can just feed and water before I leave and they'll be fine. They like to not be touched or like fucked with, which is good. No, he's actually not going to be here. He's going to Montana for the weekend. So I'm going to ask Scott. He's done it for me before. But the geckos, they just need to be misted once a day. That's it. Because they live in like, like rainforesty islands. Yeah, so they're super easy. Like that's literally when I acquire an animal, a big part of it is like how much daily attention does this thing need? Because I assume the world will somewhat go back, to pre-COVID. Like I'll be traveling again, and I don't want to like have to leave like a fucking diatribe on how to feed an animal or something while I'm gone. No. He's going to Montana. He's going to like a birthday party or something up there. So he's going to take the dogs. I think he's taking them because everybody up there has dogs. It's good for them to like get socialized and shit. Airtight. Oh my god, odious. I just put together the odious and the odor. Stop it, Anubis. That's too much. It's too much. Stop it. Wait. What? At first, my OCD hurt and my anus went inside me, and then I was like, wait. Is it genius or is it madness? Oh, you passed the kidney stone? Oh shit, which is great, but I haven't been able to get in touch with my urologist on the next steps. Oh shit. Stop it. They denied it because it's not medically necessary to have it in a hospital. Wait, it's not medically necessary to have a CT scan in a hospital. That's what your insurance sent to you, Bolt. Is that like something they send home with people now, or did I miss a step? Because what the fuck? Little black dress, I don't really know. I kind of feel, oh my god, dogs. I kind of feel like people just don't care anymore. Like, there's just this population of people that's like, I'm gonna believe what I want to believe, and if I die, I die, and I don't care. So we're just they're just slowly pushing us to, nah, we're back, I guess. I don't know. It feels weird. I really don't know. I mean, my friend Neuro literally just got COVID. I think he's still positive. He might have tested negative recently. I can't remember if I saw that tweet or if I dreamed it. So you guys have CT scans in your houses? We just got ours installed last week. I mean, maybe I'm behind the times. Does everybody else have a CT scanner in their home these days? He's negative now? Fuck yes. But he did get positive and he did feel shitty. Yeah. I mean, and this is my boy who is a neurosurgeon. I worked with him at Johns Hopkins. He now works with the CDC. Like, he is a professional who still wears a double mask every fucking day. And he just got it and felt like shit. He didn't die, didn't go to the hospital because he's vaxxed. But that doesn't mean it's not still horrible and feels like shit. Who the fuck? I got swine flu. Did it kill me? No. Do I ever want that shit again? Fuck no. I hallucinated that tea was coming out of my watch like a waterfall. So I had a panic attack. I mean, that's just one thing that happened. And like what? I just don't know. It's crazy. These people just never have been sick before in their life. Bolt, are they doing all right? I hope they are. Oh, no shit, Pendragon. Fuck yes. That's awesome. Did you have people like battling? Was there a battle? Oh, me too, little black dress. Like I don't care if I faint or not. Like, I'm gonna get the boosters. Like, I'm not gonna be responsible for someone dying. Oh shit. It kind of felt like that this morning. We're getting warnings on our phone for severe thunderstorm watch, so that should be fun. Let's see if my phone got it. Living in the mountains is like living in a hellscape. It's so crazy. Shouldn't say hellscape. That implies bad. It's more like a menopausal woman, like in being inside of one. You just have no fucking idea when they're gonna rip their shirt and bra off in traffic. It's fun though, sometimes. Zach did. My phone's updating. My Wi-Fi out here is terrible. It was so weird, Bull. Like, that was just one of the weirdest things I hallucinated. I hallucinated a lot because my fever was so bad that it was cooking my head. Facts don't care about my feelings, but I make it care about my personal truth that I'm living, and I say COVID's fake and a deadly government-created virus at the same time. I did my own research. Yuck. Hi, gay. Did that hurt you to type it as much as it hurt me to go along to add to it? Me too. Did you have swine flu, Lizzie? Oh my god, I didn't know you had it. It gave a life chronic illness, which is what people are saying about long COVID. Long COVID is bad. I mean, even before long COVID happened, we knew it would be bad because the people that were dying at the very beginning from COVID, 100% of the bodies, every single major organ system was littered with blood clots. That doesn't happen after you die. And so, I mean, we knew shit was going to go fucking bad when people got this. And even if they survived it, like, your body is going to be so damaged on the inside that we don't even know what to do about it. Like, we knew something would happen. I mean, it doesn't shock me. It's horrible. It doesn't make it okay or anything. It's just tragic. No shit, Scooter, you got him too? I wonder if they're coming down from you guys. Go to the weather page, you dumb phone. I have no warnings on my phone. I don't know. We'll see. Should be fun. Mega trolling of. Wait, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Am I out on an inside joke? Help me. I don't get it. I'm gonna be straight up. Oh my god, Katie Cat. One of the late night hosts made a joke about that recently. Oh god, who was it? Was it Trevor Noah? He said that the vast majority of the non-vax were college kids, and this is what he said. He was like, it makes sense because, I mean, if you look at the projected future of America, our only option really is to catch COVID and spread it to our boss, hope to get his job. Because we'll probably survive. They said it funnier because they're comedians, but I laughed. Do you really? Ooh, I'm excited. I mean, as long as it doesn't start fires. It's been pretty wet, though, around here. We've been getting a lot of rain. St. Jude, stop emailing 3 things at once. Jesus Christ. I knew COVID was bad when I was due to fly out to see my ex in CZ and got a voluntary refund by Ryanair. For those in the US unfamiliar, it's like getting a voluntary refund from Comcast. I've heard horrible things about Ryanair. Ryanair is like the equivalent of Spirit, right? Oh, see, where the fuck is all that information, Rod? All I got is the name wheel is spoken. Despite Nolan Fixes Teeth declaring a don't, the name wheel said do. Chris, under oath, it's yours. Did you send me the wrong link? I don't get it. Is there a wheel in the theater? Anus. Thank you. Dude, I accidentally matched my shorts. Let me try to show you without. I know you don't know how to do internet. You need to slow down and breathe. Because whatever the fuck you sent me was very confusing. Why would someone do that? What a fucking psycho. How even? So did Spirit Air. I'm not even shitting you, sales. They literally proposed that like 3 years ago. Spirit Air. It was almost worse. It was like not standing. It was like seats, but they were up like at this horrible like this angle. So like you could kind of like lean up and buckle yourself into it. I mean, it was a joke. I don't think they actually did it. But the Spirit did the same thing. That's crazy. So they literally are the Spirit of the UK. Yeah, that makes sense. It was felt like you were flying in a tin can. Was it like a major airplane, like a commercial flight? Jesus, nah. Hold on, I gotta look at this. That was exactly what Spirit was going to do. And everybody made fun of them so much they didn't. Unlike Sony, who re-released Morbius thinking that we all liked it and made $80 per theater per night on average. I don't know why I find that just fucking funny. Maybe I want to see companies fail. Who knows? And charge you extra for the glass? What the fuck? You know, there's a lot of places in America that will do that. They'll offer you wine, but you have to pay them to uncork the bottle as well as the glass of wine. It's very strange. Not just bringing your own wine. Like, yes, there are places where you can bring your own wine and they charge you an uncorking fee, but I've seen places who literally they will charge you an uncorking fee to uncork their own bottle of wine. Thankfully, I don't drink. It's just wild to look at. Good job, Rod. Oh, were you guys playing? I didn't even see it happen. I flew Frontier to Denver once. I've heard Frontier is not great either, yeah. I've only, like, both the places I've lived the most in, Washington and Baltimore, Virginia area. Baltimore, Virginia area is, like, overtaken by Southwest. Like, almost every flight is Southwest, which is great. I mean, I don't mind Southwest at all. Seattle, it's Alaska. So I've really never, I think I've been on a United flight one time when I was a kid. But when you're a kid, you don't know things. I like flat earth. I like fake titties. We all make weird choices in life. But non-alcoholic wine, wait, isn't that just grape juice? JetBlue. JetBlue's pretty good. I've always had a good experience on JetBlue, to be honest. I've flown JetBlue a lot. That's another one that serves the Pacific Northwest. Ignore that. No, Alaska. I've always had a good time with Alaska. I mean, every airplane is uncomfortable, I believe, if you're over 5'9", right? Tell me I'm wrong. Prepped for delivery in the same month? Holy shit. The flight was from DCA and they had one gate. What the hell? That's so weird. Yeah, I definitely pulled a lighter out of my boobs. Don't worry about it. It's the pocket I was given by the fat on my modified sweat glands on my chest. The pocket that no clothing brand deems me worthy of. Fuck you, fashion. Ew, is it really bad? Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, oh no. I feel like I'm gonna vomit for you. Like, I don't even know what it's gonna, like, it's just the worst, right, Lizzie? Like, it doesn't matter what plane. No, you can't cater to my legs unless you're gonna give me an exit row on a plane. It's impossible. I hate it. I've accepted boob money. As long as it's not, like, dripping in sweat, I'm down. UK flights are being canceled? No shit, why? Like, going into UK, leaving UK? Is there a theme to it, or I mean, is it just, like, willy-nilly? Cheers. I was gonna cheers. I don't remember why. Do I owe one? My eye is a little burny. Is it still red? Yeah. Dude, it looks like the most perfect tear run down my face. It's just a welt, though. Ours drips. I mean, I think the newer dollars, they're made with something that makes them so they don't absorb liquid, but they still get wet. I mean, it's gross. It's not like Canadian or any other country's money. That's our Iron Chestnut. I mean, I don't know if you've heard about the UK or the US. We have such a pilot shortage that they're lowering the qualifications to be a pilot. I can speak to be a pilot. So I feel hella safe, these days. I'm stoked. Absolute crimson. That was the cool thing about Southwest is if you could get on early enough and there wasn't some dickhead 5-foot person in front of you that deemed themselves worthy of an exit row, I would get that extra inch. My favorite part of the exit row, to be honest, if I can't get the exit row, I'll take the row behind the exit row because the people in front of the exit row and the exit row can't recline. They just can't. It's impossible. It's not built into their seats for safety reasons. So that's my biggest thing. Because before the inevitable cunt in front of me reclines their fucking airline seat into my kneecaps, it's already in my kneecaps. Like, it's already going to cause some bruising and swelling. And then they just... I flew from Thailand to Singapore, and the bitch in front of me broke one of my kneecaps with her seat because she refused to stop jerking it back because it wouldn't go back all the way because it was on my knee. Cunts! I'm telling you, why do you have to recline? It doesn't go that far. It's pointless and everybody hates you. Stop it. Sorry if you're one of those people, but for real, I secretly despise you. Vissy! How are you, love? We just cheers. I'm literally still suffering it. Cheers, lover. Oh, Lizzie, go for literally the row directly behind exit row. It's the next best option. I've flown a lot. You're very welcome to take my ideas and keep it with you. It's the only way, because otherwise you're gonna end up with broken kneecaps. They're not made for people with legs. It's just crazy. I don't know how anyone. They're always like, "Can you put your backpack under the seat in front of you?" I'm like, my legs are there. Where do you suggest I put the legs? I don't ever do this because stewards are just trying to do their fucking job, and they're not even being paid until the goddamn door of the plane's shut, which is crazy. I always try to do what they say, but for real, I can't fit my legs and my backpack under there, and I don't know what to do because the bitch next to me has a 7-foot duffel bag in the overhead bin. Help. Stop pretending we're this small. Like, they keep being like, oh, it's the obesity of America. Bitch, no, it's not. My kneecaps have nothing to do with weight. I'm 6'4". I'm gonna get in that row. Word. I'm gonna do my best. Like, I've paid the Southwest to, like, on Southwest. So basically what Southwest is the sooner you buy your ticket, you're in, like, the earlier seating groups, but you get to choose whatever seat you want. You just get in line, give them your ticket, and it's first come, first pick. But if you get to the ticketing counter soon, I shouldn't tell you guys this because you're all gonna fuck me now. You can pay like $20 sometimes to get in this first 5 people that get on the plane, so you're guaranteed that exit row, and it's very much worth it if you have long legs. Source, I have long legs. I'm a spider human. Anybody watching Stranger Things, by the way? No spoilers. They are? Thank fuck, Theory. I mean, I guarantee it's only because we all found out about it. Because they do so much work. Like, jamming people's stupid suitcases in that overhead bin and breaking their arms and backs. Holy shit. Begging people to get out of the bathroom so we can take off. Things of that nature. Duct taping people to seats. I don't know. There's a lot of fucked up shit. But I'm glad. I mean, they deserve that. 100%. Bissy, I feel that. I mean, I cried on stream today. We watched, I don't know if you've seen, you probably don't need this on your plate, so I'm not going to give you the link. But Matthew McConaughey went to the address at the Capitol and spoke on the Uvalde, I hope I'm saying that right. I feel like every time I say it, it's wrong. The Uvalde shooting, and I couldn't take it. I didn't realize it was going to be a part 1 and part 2. Otherwise, I would have done the same, Odious. For real. I had no idea. I watched the last episode of part 1 last night, and I was like, when the credits rolled, I screamed, "What the fuck," very loudly. And Zach goes, "Oh no, this is a 2-part." And I was like, oh. Sick. I didn't know. Ducky! Welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream, and thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name's ClassyKatie. How the fuck are you today, and how do you feel about Kate Bush being in the top 20 pop list right now? Is Kate Bush still alive? I think so. It's wild, but amazing. What a good song to feature in that show. I haven't started Obi-Wan. Me neither, because I'm waiting for all the episodes. I'm the same. And it's not that I binge them all at the same time, but like, I don't want to wait for an episode. You know, I might watch 2 at a time, might watch 1, but I ain't gonna wait. I'm spoiled. I'm the Netflix people. Stop it. Somebody suggested that MM was shown the victim photos, which is why he was so incensed. I would not want to see those. Me neither. Ugh. No, thank you. No, thank you. Hell to the fucking no. It was. I felt the last episode. I mean, I don't want to spoil anything. How long has it been out? I usually give a month. A month for a Netflix something. Because I mean, if you don't fucking watch it in a month, you don't care that much, right? Unless something happened to you. Yeah, I can't. No spoilers yet, but I felt very unsatisfied by the last episode of part 1. So I guess it's not the last episode at all. I just felt kind of fizzled out, like, like edging an orgasm that just never happens. I don't know. It was a little. There were some sick ass reveals, but I'd already guessed them. I'm terrible that way. Like, I do it every time. I sit there and I guess in my head what's happening and who's who. My original guess was wrong, but I had a second guess that I like obliterated with my first guess later on, and it was right. Partially. But badass. I mean, yeah, no spoilers. Watch it. It's decent. It's like I like most of Stranger Things. I understand why it's hard to get into for a lot of people. It's hard for me because it's hard for me to really get absorbed into it. I'm not like a diehard, like not like Game of Thrones. Like Game of Thrones, I would tell anyone. I would tell my nana to fuck off so I could stay home on a Sunday night. I never had to, but I would have. Not really. I would have never. She'd slap me in the face. I would never do such a thing. Hello, how are you? Welcome, everybody. But I feel like I've crossed that threshold of adulthood where I don't want to watch teenagers make out anymore. Like, they look like babies now kissing, and it creeps me out. So, most of the human interactions in the world, I tune out and start reading a book. But the moment there's an alien or a demigorgon or any of the Upside Down or 11, I'm on again. Like, I'm tuned in again real fast. You don't really need to pay attention to any of that shit to get the show over with and get the gist of it. It's just like drama. But like teen. Yeah, Odious, exact same. It's really hard for me to find anime because it's either like creepy teenager, like fan service anime, or there's lolly shit in it. And I don't want to watch it. Like, I have a really hard time. I can't. Like, a lot of people are like, there's a little lolly stuff, but like, watch the show. The show's really good. I'm like, I can't get over it. Someone's trying to fuck a 10-year-old who's apparently a 10,000-year-old dragon princess on the inside, but looks 10. I can't with it. And that's this show. There's a lot of shows that have come out that are apparently really good, but they try to like emulate just any old drama, with adults or something, but with children. And I don't. Do they have pubes yet? Like, I don't even know. It's weird. It doesn't creep me out. It's just not entertaining. I don't want to see it. I'm uninterested. You know what I'm saying? The age of consent in Japan is 13. I mean, they're doing better than Tennessee, where the age of consent is asterisk mark. So, at least they have one. It's fine. She's 3,000 years old. It's called a lolly, if you're ever wondering. If you ever hear that term, that's the term in anime for, there's like a super hot adult dude who falls in love with an ancient dragon, vampire, goddess, princess, whatever, trapped in the body of an 8-year-old girl. But she's like 12 billion years old, don't worry. So it's totally cool. It's basically the flip of like Twilight. It's like he's 117, but he looks 18. So it's totally chill if he fucks a 16-year-old. But he's 118. It's just the flip. It's creepy. I don't like it. It's weird when people like that shit. Like, stop it. I'm the first to crush an age gap. What's the word? Prejudice. I've dated guys 12 years older than me, 8 years, 10 years. None of that matters. 117 versus a 16-year-old, however, or an adult man fucking an 8-year-old body of a 4,000-year-old whatever princess. We're sliding here. We're skirting some lines. I don't like it. I don't like being tricked into it. I've been tricked into a lot. Like, not tricked by anybody particularly, but like sucked into an anime and then I like it and then suddenly there's a lolly. Or the character that was the main character was a lolly all along. You just had no idea. They really didn't play it up. And it's just like, why did you do this? Though. I understand you worship youth, but is that the way? Is to pork it with your mushroom cap? I don't think so. Katie Cat, Tennessee just eliminated the age of consent. They literally just did it in the past couple weeks. Just happened. Like, confirmed. I don't know how, why, or what the reasoning was, but they did it, and it's fucking creepy. Like, is there any logical reason to eliminate the age of consent for marriage other than wanting to fuck a child? You pedophilic nightmare creature. Whoever did that. Right, Bubblish, same. I just can't believe that that happened. And I just don't. My brain can't wrap around it. There's so much crazy shit going on. I just don't know anymore. Age is just a number once you're like 27 and up. I mean, legally 18, but in my opinion, much like emotionally about 27. Oh, I hope the federal law crushes it down. I know that Tennessee passed it, but I hope to fuck you're right because how? I mean, you heard about Ohio like trying to do a genital monitoring check for any girl that wants to play sports to make sure they're not trans. I don't know if you've ever seen World War Z, but you remember that pile of bodies against a fence? That's what would occur in a town where I resided with my child if my child came home from school and said that someone looked at their genitals so they could play soccer. I would black out and then there would just be that pile. I don't know what would happen. I am not saying that it would be me, but it would be there. There is no human in the world who should be looking at an underage person's genitals other than a doctor with parent present consent. Period. Also, if any of you are wondering, the age of having medical privacy in the hospital is 13 or when you get your first period. So the moment you get your first period, if you're like 8, we don't have to tell your parents anything if you don't want us to. If don't tell me your age if you're that young, though. Please don't be here. This is a bad place for you. I'm a bad influence. Run away. Run away. Seriously. Kendo, we said the same. We were talking about this earlier, and like, chat's overwhelming response was like, who the fuck's applying for those jobs? Is this how we're corralling the pedophiles? Like, who else would apply? Because what the fuck? Kendo just gifted 5 subs in the chat. Kendo, you silly fuck. I appreciate you. Thank you for gifting 5 people not only some of the coolest emotes on the interwebs, but the ability to enjoy a stream without any ads interrupting anything, which is dope. I appreciate you, and thank you very much for that generosity towards the stream. Beer Chug, Captain Curlclops, Kuda, Evil Grins, and FF Chen. Welcome to my channel, welcome to my stream. Enjoy your emotes and refresh the channel to not suffer ads. And say thank you if you're here. Because manners are easy. I respect them. I also have sex with them. Standardized pedophilia, that's basically what they're... I just can't come up with any conscious reason other than that. And the fact that it's only girls. I mean, the law is literally the one in... is it Ohio? I don't want to trash the wrong state, although I know a lot of these states just suck. Most states suck. Most of the government sucks, let's be honest. they're the one doing the genital checking shit. It's only girls. So they only care about assigned male at birth children who choose to be a transgender woman playing a sport. That's all they're literally saying that. They're victimizing and targeting young girls. It's disgusting. Like, what the fuck? I have no answer for the what the fuck. I just ask that a lot in my mind. Like, what is crazier that could happen in the world that's gonna shock me anymore? I don't think there is anything that can shock me anymore. I think I'm unshockable. It's all been done. I don't know. We're old as fuck. We are aged witches and vampires. It's truth. Is that their reasoning, Katie Cat? Is that what they're saying? They're like, we want to go back to the old ways? I mean, here's the thing. Someone said it recently. I can't remember which late night host because I watch all of them in the morning when I'm very tired and groggy and I'm just trying to wake up. But one of them said it like, we've already tried the old way. We did it. That's why it's the old way. And we've turned out this way. So maybe let's try something new. Like not fucking children. Also, way back, hundreds of years ago, it made sense because the longest, like the average lifespan was 35. So you had a very finite amount of time to like breed, give birth, and raise your kids before you fucking kicked it from the common cold. That is not the case anymore. We live so fucking long because of medicine. But people trying to pass these laws are not knowledgeable of medicine or anything. I think they just want to touch little kids, to be honest. I don't know what else would excuse any of it. Troph, that's a big birthday, to be honest. Ooh, careful of the language, choose to be a transgender woman. They are rather than choose. Well, that's true. I should say, like, because it's a child and, like, the moment I maybe realize. Because I feel like me with, like, being bi or pansexual or whatever you want to label it, I don't really know. I'm a weird, I'd fuck anything. Like, if you don't have the language for it, but you just feel in the wrong body. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know the language for transgender or trans or any of that until I was, like, in college. So had I been trans, I wouldn't have even had it. So maybe discover. Do you think discover, or... I mean, they are trans. They're assigned a gender at birth, but there's a moment when they kind of have that, like, conscious realization of themselves as a human. Like, I get to choose this because I was not given the right body. I don't know. Trans loves in chat. Help a non-trans out, an ignorant white bitch. I would love to be taught up by the knowers. I am not. I am open to the education though. I seriously I don't want to I don't want to use the wrong verbiage. Lizzie's right though. Like, choose is not the right word. Yeah, no, Lizzie, I'm serious. I'm like, because that was a big thing for me as a kid. Like, I was afraid of women because I had an attraction to them, but I did not have any vocabulary for it. I was like, I must be ill or sick or broken. So I ignored it, dampened it, just like, had I was the lots of dude friends girl because I was scared. I just didn't know what that was. I had no word or no translation for it. And I assume for young transgender children who grow up similar to me, close-minded small town people. Fucking Zoe grew up down the street from the Westboro Baptist Church, people. I'm not even shitting you. And survived. Like, mentally. Wow, that's a life achievement, my dudes. I cannot even fathom. I don't think my neighbors knew what politics were, let alone had a TV, radio, or running water growing up. Like, I was in the sticks. More like, wait, I can just be a girl was my realization. Oh, I love that. Maybe it's the realization that you can just be who you want to be. And it has nothing to do with, like, they are trans. Even without the vocabulary. But there's that moment where you're like, I can be that. There's nothing limiting that. I like that. Ooh, am trans, discover or realize is fine by me. Oh, I like realize, because, or discover. It's just better than choose, because choose is the word that a lot of right-sided, well, they're going to groom our children to choose to be gay and transgender. Like it's a choice when it's not a choice. Like you can choose to, mask it and hide, but you are what you are. I mean, wouldn't you guys agree? You are what you are, no matter how you choose to present yourself to society. There's probably a lot of trans people who are very hateful politicians who are so scared to be themselves, they just hate the world and look like a turtle. Not that I'm pointing anyone out. Choose implies right and wrong. Yeah, it does. Or like that there's another option, but from what I've, grown to understand from all of my trans friends is that you are trans. Like you've felt it from birth, even if you didn't have a word from it, you just felt wrong. Like having the wrong size pants on all day. Or putting your shoes on backwards, but way more uncomfortable, and everyone else is implying it as well and telling you you're crazy if you think otherwise. Like, your shoes aren't on backwards, stop limping. But they clearly are. Like, that's the feeling I've been told is kind of... And then when you finally, like, realize there's this world beyond, what your genitals say. I groom every day, but that's just for hygiene, not necessarily for the gay agenda. I mean, I groom every day for hygiene, but also maybe for the gay agenda. And by that, I mean, I want ladies to think I'm pretty, so maybe we can make out one day. Is that gay agenda? Maybe. I don't want to, like, do it to straight girls. That doesn't sound very fun. I think, I don't know. The trans terrorist shit. Who said, wasn't that Marjorie Taylor Greene? I can't. Oh, I can't. The biggest threat to America is the terrorist transgenders. What the fuck kind of shit are you smoking? Dirt? Literal shit? What are you on? She's insane. She is cracked. I'm from SC and I have a senator that resembles that remark. I mean, I think, what does Boebert do other than just scream obscenities and act like a child? She's Colorado. I live in Colorado. I feel you. I did not vote for her. I did not live here, I don't think, when she got voted in. Would not vote for her. Waste of air. But I get it. Forterra, my love, how are you doing?
Hail Satan.
How are you, lover? Is it North Georgia? So probably meth? All right, it's meth. Yep, like dirty meth. It's like got Drano in it or some shit. Because I've known meth heads, and they're not... They get a little like, but they don't get, that. She likes to model with a lot of her semi-automatic rifles that sit up behind her in her office. I thought the gay agenda was mostly brunch and Broadway shows. Me too. And makeup. Or the severe lack thereof and protest of. It's like one or the other. It's like completely embracing or like get that clown shit out of here. I've never seen a show on Broadway. I've been to an awards show near Broadway. There's no one in the fucking district she ran for. Boebert is out in the middle of nowhere, just past the mountains. No shit. Well, that's, Cocky and Crispy were telling me that because they're from Georgia. So if I ever skip up and say she's just Georgia, I have to correct myself. She is northwest Georgia, right? Like the northwest Georgia corner of Nowheresville, where like 3 people vote, and they do they play with a bop it to decide what to vote for. The gay agenda is to dry unicorns and like butts. Amen. I'm into that. I love you, Bolvie. Are you taking off? Have a beautiful day if you're taking off, but I love you back, regardless. The wrong body narrative is reinforcing biological essentialism. Ugh. Imagine being non-binary, like being a child without that verbiage, but you and your soul know something's wrong. Like, not something's wrong, but that you feel like what you're being labeled as is not correct. And you try to buy clothes, and it's like, there's the men's or the women's department. Guess I'll just buy socks. I can't even fathom. I try to put my feet in your shoes, and my heart breaks, and I cry a lot, and my sympathy, and this is why I will be. I mean, I try to be the strongest ally I possibly can while also being hella gay. Really? I hope so, Kate. I mean, she's nuts. There's no denying it at this point. No one can say this is the woman, for those of you who don't live in the US and aren't, fully entranced in the bullshit that's surrounding us. This is the woman who said Jewish space lasers on the moon were causing forest fires in America, not global warming or global change or anything environmental caused by humans. Jewish space lasers on the moon. She makes 6-figure salary paid by my taxes. I just like to throw that out there. And I'm Jewish. Genetically. Whatever that is. Ashkenazi. So that's a nutter. Like, I'm all about delving into conspiracy theories for funsies, but I don't go on TV as a public official and try to get my constituents to believe in it, nor did I involve myself in a coup of the Capitol called the Green Bay Plan. What did they call it? The Green Bay something plan? I cannot. What the fucking fuck? It does sound like a terrible game. She just like drew little things out of a hat. She had elementary school people, children write down. Pretty sure MTG thinks Spaceballs is a historical document. Oh my fuck. Of course we are, Hawk. I mean, because like a lot of people feel really terrible. Like citizens of states will be like, I'm so sorry for so and so, or a lot of my communities from Georgia and otherwise, and Marjorie Taylor Greene's down there, Florida exists, and I'm like, we all have someone terrible. I think every state has got someone that we can be like, nah, that came from here, and I'm sorry, didn't vote for it, but there was enough, not fun crazy to vote for it, voted in. We've all got it. Like, fucking Boris. He almost got, like, the UK impeached this weekend, which is wild. That is really sad because I have bigger pockets. Maybe that's why women don't do well, because we don't have pockets at all. Oh my god, Troph. South Park and Idiocracy. It hurts. The biggest difference between now and Idiocracy is that they had a president that cares. Like, President Camacho gives a fuck. He's just too dumb to figure it out, whereas we can't figure out how to get someone in that cares about humans more than money, reputation, or getting voted again. Right, is it re-election? Getting re-elected? And now the Jews are making laser weapons to shoot down rockets and no accusations whatsoever. What are you gonna do? U.S. House districts have to have close to the same number of people. I say nothing about how many can vote. It says nothing about how many can vote? Seriously? Interesting. I'm be surprised if she's not already a flat earther, to be fair. Katie, can you show us your space laser? Sure can. Yep. Okay, I can't show it to you right now because it turned on. I want to get you the dissent pin that has the Jewish Space Laser Association symbol and it says Mazel Tov. Stop it. Is it spelt like that, though? Like Mazel Tov? Stop it. Please tell me it is. That is genius, nasty genius. I know. Troph, I feel you. Texas, man. I just want to collectively hug all the Texans in our community. Like, it's just got to be, you're living in like a micro hellscape, like a condensed version of the bigger picture, I don't think Dr. Oz will get voted in. That other dude, I can't remember his name, but he is so fucking popular. He got weed legalized like single-handedly in that country, in Pennsylvania. I don't know, man. People really love him. I really hope Dr. Oz doesn't win, simply because I mean, what is his name? Fuck. Fetterman. Fucking Fetterman. He is like for the people. He's so hardcore for the people. He feels for the people more so than. I mean, Dr. Oz doesn't even live there. Or hasn't in the past like 9 years or something. He was mayor of Braddock. And didn't he like get like he not only like single-handedly helped get recreational marijuana passed, but he helped, oh god, it has something to do with ex-convicts, like people getting out of prison, giving them jobs in the weed industry. I watched a whole documentary on him. He's a pretty fucking cool person. And he seems very, very popular. He had a stroke. No, that's so sad. Oz is a fucking psychopath. I wonder if Oprah like repents for her transgressions. Ian, isn't that fucking... My friend Sean tagged me in it, and I was just like, oh no. That's absolutely gonna be in butts. That's gonna be in butts. But like, in pieces in butts. Rest in pieces. Please don't stick things up your anus, not meant for your anus. Daily reminder. Who did that, Viana? Who did that? I want a giant rocket shaped like it that's able to come light emissions amplified by simulated emission of radiation. Oh my god, can you imagine if you could just like stroke the furry walls on the inside and it would like quake and just come light beams? I'd never stop. He's crazy. I don't know how he ever got on TV. I mean, my mom used to watch him. She really liked his show. And I would just catch her watching it sometimes if I was at her house and I was like, you realize this is fucking psychotic. Right? Like, my mom's a medical professional and she bought into it. She fucking tried those green caffeine diet pills. She's making, oh god. Oh, it's real. Oh my fucking fuck. What even? This is art. Troph, you know, I've asked my chat that and Twitter a few times because I still can't figure out if it's like the money does it or if you inherently have a personality type or some sort of, you know, neurodivergence that allows you to do the things necessary to gain asinine amounts of wealth. You know what I mean? Does that make... Sorry, my brain's hard to getting those words out. My brain is hard. Jesus fuck. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they weren't fully a psychopath when they were younger, but they had these inherent traits that, like, they can stomp over people and not give a fuck, and that just gets fed. Like a negative, like a positive feedback loop almost of just being a shithead. I just wonder. I really don't know. Because, I mean, they all seem to just be not nice people. There's people that like upside down pineapples. Oh my fuck. Can you imagine pulling that out? Stop it. I didn't know Fetterman did a gun thing. That's sad. Well, I take it back. I'll have to research that. I haven't heard about anything in the news involving him, I mean, until like this election. So I didn't know. But y'all know how I feel about that shit. Not good. Is Dr. Oz better? Oh god. Pennsylvania, start over. Get some water, some nice flares for the office, and maybe start over. Cause this was a fail sauce. Big time. Thanks, Kendo. I tried. My brain goes faster than my mouth can move sometimes. So it's a hard. And the biggest complaint my entire life when public speaking in any form is that I speak too fucking fast. Every time. All the time. Anybody. Patience. Did she say words? Hello, my name is Katie, and I am your respiratory therapist. Today, how can I help you? You know, I try, but when I slow down, I start stuttering and stumbling all over my shit, and I don't know what I'm saying anymore. It's terrible. Thank you, Tare. I appreciate that. I had one of those mornings where like you just can't stop dropping things, kicking things, knocking your head on things. I don't know why those happen, but this morning was one of those mornings. So I took a very long, very hot shower and boiled it off of myself. I forgot I turned those down. Thank you for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings. Go forth and be consensual in every way, because nothing in this world is sexier than pure, sober consent and not chasing people down with a gun. I'm sad he did that. I didn't know. I appreciate you guys telling me, though. Even though I'm sad, like, don't feel bad. I'd rather know than sit here and fucking jerk off Fetterman douche. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you. I mean, I feel like he's better than Oz, but again, it's like choosing a shart or a fart. A cum fart. A cart. A thumb. A thumart? I don't know. Cum fart. You know what I'm saying? Ian, thank you so much for gifting her Ducky a sub in the channel. Ducky, you know what the fuck is up. Ducky knows what the fuck is up. Consensuality. Awesomeness. Kindness. The world is chaos. It's the least we can do. Thank you very much for your generosity, love. I appreciate you. He is better than Oz. I mean, it's like... It's really sad how that it's not as far of a gap as better than Oz than I'd like him to be. But, I mean, it's... Dr. Oz is he's not a politician. He's a psychopath. He just is... It's like a popularity contest to someone like that, you know? Just a narcissist. Like, how many people can I get to write down they like me? In every ism, scum rises to the top. Ultimate power and success will come to those who lie with the most sincerity and confidence. Ugh. Being a sub-moron is also a definite plus. I mean, I think those kind of go hand in hand. Like, you have to kind of be sub-moron to just move on after you've stomped over people and shit. Like, there's no way to become as nauseatingly rich as some of these people do without walking over people, you know, lying, cheating, taking promotions, whatever. I don't know what the fuck happens. I worked in a hospital where people just die all day. I have no idea. But I assume it's dirty shit. Thank you. I have fun. I've never had a bad stream other than that one time someone jumped into Discord and said the N-word out loud. That made me really uncomfortable. No one knows who it was. It was a creative stream. It was very weird. Other than that, I fucking love my community and I love spending my days with them. No, regardless what we do, we always have a fucking good time, and it always comes back to like cum farts or something. Do you think with enough pelvic control you could blow a bubble with gum? Yes, I've seen it happen. It's in Thailand. If you are not adverse to seeing some stuff, check out the ping pong shows in Bangkok or Chiang Mai or anywhere, Phuket. They're everywhere. I think they just call them ping pong shows. They're called a ping pong show because one of the main acts is when they play ping pong by pushing them out their poontanners. They serve the ping pong with their nana and smoke a cigarette and take a beer bottle cap off and blow bub. I don't know how. I have no idea. One of them stuck an egg inside herself, cracked it. I don't know. You solve it. I don't want to know. I got in for free. It's just a nightmare to me now. Stop it. Like, she had no idea. Like, oh, that poor woman. Oh, that's depressing. It's on the inside. I've thought about that many times. Like, the moment we left, I think my first comment was, does she just have some fucking thumb-like callus going on inside there that she can latch anything onto? She lit and smoked a cigarette with her poon. I mean, there was many beautiful women on the stage. They had names I can't pronounce. Let's put it that way. I don't know. They all had a talent. Light a cigarette, inhale it, and poot with your poot. It was, I mean, yeah. There has to be some sort of callus in there. That's all I'm saying. If you've ever felt any semblance of the inside of an anus or a vagina or a mouth, they're very soft. Mucous membranes are very like soft and squishy and malleable for reasons that don't involve sharp edges or beer bottles. You can post a link because you subbed. For real though, subs get to post links because I assume racist bigot shitholes won't sub to me to post a link of crap. It hasn't happened yet, knock on wood. I mean, it's possible, Tare. People are built differently. I don't know. I watched a stripper grab cash out of a friend's mouth with her kitty. Stop it. Like, or was it like a sticky? Like a, you know those sticky hands on a string that you used to play with when you were a kid? Did she like use her labs like a sticky hand? Because how? I mean, theoretically, there's bones and stuff inside of me that I could latch a beer bottle onto, but it would hurt, right? We've all, I can't even open a twist off. It hurts my hands. I'm a gamer, my dudes. Like, ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I hate it. Oh, nope. So are there gay male versions of the show where they open beer bottles with their ass? No, I have no idea. I've never heard of one. I mean, so I'm sure you're probably aware that like there's a huge, wonderful population of transgender Thai people. It's kind of I don't know the details of the history of it, but for a large period of their history, they worshipped people who were born with both sets of genitals or like an interesting combination of genitals or otherwise, you know. And they thought, you know, you had both spirits in your body and that you got to live in a temple and all this stuff. And apparently it was also like basically just a prostitute house where they sold you to curious people. I don't know. I don't know if it was a positive thing or not, but they, to this day, have a huge, they call them lady boys. That's like a very common term there. And I mean, they're gorgeous. They're absolutely beautiful. If I wasn't afraid of foreign genital diseases, would have fucked. But I'm scared of those things. And shots, so bad combination. Tare, don't do that, though. Don't do that. I played it on a nerd stream, and I'm a former streamer on here in Mixer, so don't worry. I know not to play with someone's stream where someone could get in trouble. Dude, you'd be surprised. I mean, probably not. If you've streamed, you know what the fuck's up. I mean, there's just a level of 12e that is unrelatable. I want to know if it was a stickum hand. Burrito only if the man is hard. Is that plausible? Wait, what do you mean burrito only? Wait. Did I miss something? Wait. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, I don't even know. Oh, God. That's what happens when you, like, don't put bars on a conversation. It's kind of beautiful where it can go. I played it on Nerd Stream. Oh, that's where my chat doubled. I'm trying to get it to correct itself. I apologize. It does this every once in a while on both my computers. I have no idea why. Ooh, a shot in the stomach? Oh my god, of what? Is it hormones? Or is some does it freak you out? It's probably worth it, huh? There's probably a level of need where like your fear of a shot just gets overcome with like I need the body I was supposed to have. I get that. I could feel that. I mean, I don't. I obviously can't put my, Dude, they're just gaming Kate. They're stunning. And they line the streets because they work a lot of they own and work the massage parlor, like legit massage parlors. Not every massage parlor jerks you off. I know everybody thinks that. They have very special massage parlors that jerk you off. But there is such thing as the Thai massage, which is they walk on your back and beat the fuck out of you, and it is worth it. Do it. Do it. Oh my God. And I had mine done by a lovely lady boy who was like 6'4" and had the legs of Giselle Mission, whatever her name is. I mean, just like I complimented. I was like, your legs were sculpted, goddess. She was super awesome. But I think I had 3 Thai massages while I was in Thailand. Just because getting over the hurdle of letting strangers touch me is like a big thing for me. Otherwise, I would have had them every day, but I love getting the shit beat out of my back. Holy God, it felt good. Gamey Kate, I mean, I kind of get it because the world has kind of imposed that, like, you have to try harder mentality on them. So they probably did. Because as kids, you don't know to fight that and be like, fuck you, I can be whoever I want to be. But it's like, how dare you be trans if I can't even figure it out? Shave your fucking face. Like, how many times have we heard that shit? Now, raise your hand if you were born with a vagina and have strange facial hair that sprouts. Shut the fuck up, ignorant sluts. Not you guys. The other one in the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just constant shit. And so I feel like they probably, like, as children, put in that extra, like, ugh! And now as adults, they probably know better, but they're just fucking way more skilled than you and I. Just by doing it earlier. Whereas, like, born with a pussy, like, I just got it by default. I wasn't told by society, like, prove to me you have a vagina, bitch. I mean, kind of, but not near to that level of just these poor kids, for fuck's sake. The land of smiles. Everybody's very happy there. I did notice that. I mean, genuinely, like, people love to laugh. Everybody would laugh with me in Thailand. Like, I love to talk to people, especially if there's definitely a language barrier. It's fun. And they love to laugh. It was very fun. I like to laugh. Even if I don't know what the fuck I'm laughing at, I'll laugh. I'll laugh with other people. Oh, it's a weight loss drug. It did take me like 2 weeks to work up the courage to do it, but it was really simple. Really? Oh, good. Is it a short? Usually the ones I think you poke in your belly, the needles are really tiny, aren't they? Punk rocker. Suck cocker. No. I actually don't like punk. Don't hate me. Lizzie, I don't know a born with a vagina human over the age of 30 who doesn't have at least one strange witch hair starting to sprout out their chin. It's just facts of life. I mean, we've gendered so much bullshit on human bodies. We can all agree to that. There is no body that's a female body. There's no body that's a male body. They don't exist. Bodies are bodies are bodies are bodies are bodies. It's just society's ideal at that moment in time that we push. Who won Eurovision a few years ago was a man who was a lady but had a beard and she was stunning. And even with a beard, it was like, wow, dude. I mean, I think anything is all about confidence. You know what I mean, Kate? Like, if you fucking rock your beard, you fucking rock your beard. What was the, oh God. I watched a show where there was a bearded lady and she was hot because she fucking rocked it and it was just a show, but damn. Conchita Wurst. Okay, hold up. Let me copy. The weight loss drugs that go in your stomach are smaller than a pinhead needle, right? That's what I thought. Thank you, Eliza. That's what I thought. Those itty bitty tiny. those don't freak me out. My phobia weird shit is very specifically long needles. I don't know why. I think I'm gonna die. Hi, Drew. How are you, love? I now grow more hair out of my ears and nose than I do my head. It's like my hair migrated. I feel like a lot of dudes feel that way. Or it's like falling down your back. I think vaginas, we just get hair. I mean, born with a vagina, the hormone, whatever. I don't know how to say that. I hate gendered shit. We just get hairier. Like, we just start getting weird chin hairs that are like coarse and strange. But it's not like a beard. It's just like two that you just have to be conscious are going to sprout at any time so you can get rid of them. So people aren't like, let me get that thing off your. Oh, that's a tat. Oh. It's just not something you want to talk about in public, you know? Or have people pulling at. Oh my God, Drew! I'm so excited for you. Is it soon? 2 times? I've known a lot of people, their hair grows so fast. 2 times a day is pretty legit. Or I've known people that have had like those those like electric shaver heads that morph to your face and are kind of soft. They have them in their desk and they just touch up all day because their facial hair grows so fast. It's wild. I mean, I have thick hair, but damn, I don't even know. Like, what is that? Why? Why do some people just have insanely fast growing facial hair? It's crazy. Stop it. There's a Canadian sports broadcaster who recently publicly asked her Twitter following if she could keep her, quote, playoff mustache as good luck for her local team's playoff run in hockey. I fucking love that. That's beautiful. I mean, I don't care if people want to remove body hair, but pretending it doesn't exist is just like, it's like indirectly putting shame on everybody else because it's literally on everybody. Like, you're pretty hard pressed to not get strange things happening to your body all over the place as you grow older. But pretending it's not happening, like, is just making, everybody it's happening to feel like, well, why is it happening to me? And then they feel like they maybe have to pretend. I don't know. It leads to bad mentality. Like, we should just be open about shit. Your body's getting weird. We got some prime years where it's not as weird, but no matter what, buttholes look strange. It's facts. And everyone's seen yours. Merman, right? I think my bio dad was like that. My mom told me that. He had he had black hair, really tan skin, and he would, I mean, by noon have like that shadow on his face. It's crazy. I don't know who that is, Tobias. She was a winner? No shit. Fuck yes. July 20th. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I get to see my sister at the beginning of July. I'm very excited. I haven't seen her in too long. I hate this COVID bullshit. Dude, hell yeah. I mean, even if she didn't win, more power to her. My partner has coarse hair by her sideburns, and she refuses to get her hair styled because she sees, oh, she's uncomfy unless a straight razor off before she goes, and it makes me sad. I feel that 100%. I didn't wear shorts. Like, I did not own a pair of shorts until I was about 25 years old because I was so self-conscious of my legs. Like, painfully self-conscious of my legs. I would go to Disneyland in August and be wearing jeans. And I would just suffer as opposed to, letting anyone suffer in the presence of my long legs and fat thighs. It's psychotic what we do to ourselves. I am the first one to admit I do it to myself. And it's so hard to catch. And just overcome. Like, I get it. Like, we get some fucking neuroses, man. And I don't think anyone ever said anything about my legs. I think because they're just so long and I got so tall so fast, I was like, freaky things, like cover the antennas, cover the wings, like cover the weird thing. It's just interesting. Ooh, Lizzie, I don't know if you can get these in the UK, but I get it off Amazon. And they're only like $12, $13. These Kozo grinders, you can't see it because it's all burned up. Kozo. I have 3 of these. I have one for like every room of my house. Psycho. But it eliminates the possibility of me walking through the house with a full grinder and dropping it and having weed go everywhere. But they're really nice because they've got all these ridges, so they're like really easy to, spin. You're not hurting yourself. And it's not held together by threads, it's held together by magnets. So the top comes off super easily. It just magnets, fucking miracles on the top. The middle part screws off. But it's just a really good size. You can grind up a good amount of weed so you're not sitting there grinding weed constantly. Because the more often you open your weed bag, weed jar, whatever your weed's in, the more often you're introducing sunlight and oxygen, which is degrading the THC. So if you can grind up a little bit and you're not like opening those buds all the time, it's better for your weed anyways. Not sponsored, not an ad, but I have had a lot of friends get these and they like them too. They hold up. They look nice. They have the rainbow. I'm not sponsored again. I know I hate that I have to say that, but literally we are required to say that if I talk about anything. Because if I don't, someone could assume it was an ad and try to sue me or something. It's so weird. Myron, you're welcome. I'm sponsored by so few things, but I just like to share cool products with my friends that I trust because it's hard to find good stuff. You know? Or like half that shit on Amazon, if you go look at like the top skincare products on Amazon, the top 5 products are all scams. Every single review is by the same like 5 people and it's just the same thing over and over, but no one on Amazon's caught it, removed it, done anything. Like it's hard to find just quality because you can pay people to fake it. I chatted the thing. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll it back. I hate that it does that. Ear hair? I don't know if I'm self-conscious anymore. I think I've given up. I think I'm too anxious in public to be self-conscious. I don't know. Cheers. Do I have a bowl? Sure do. It is. Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. I only talk about a Trove if people ask because people tend to freak out. And I don't want you guys to freak out. However, low quality grinders, what can happen is if it's not surgical steel or is it titanium is the other one they make grinders out of? There's 2 different main steels I've seen. And the reason they're made out of those steels and they're a little bit expensive and kind of hefty is because those types of metals will not shave off micro shreds into your weeds, so you're smoking metal shards. So like if you open your grinder and you look at the teeth and they're rounding, like I can still literally cut myself. I've had this grinder so fucking long. It's kind of gnarly that this is still cuttable. I can catch my finger on the blade still. They're still the teeth are still razor sharp. I can look at the edges. None of the pink is wearing off anywhere, which means it's been treated. You know, it's I don't know how they do that. It's some oxidization of the metal that causes the color change. So it's not like a paint that's gonna rub off into my weed. Again, microscopic metal shards scraping off of the grinder into your weed that you're smoking. Like, we don't want to be smoking those things. I don't need to say that, but I'm gonna, just in case. We don't want to do that. And these are not gonna, I've had both of mine for a very, very long time now. Like, they burned. They're rode hard and put away wet, and there's no wear on them. Like, the most wear is the screen is indenting in the middle because I have been shoving things into it for a very long time. That's it. They're pretty dope. I'm impressed. I literally looked at Amazon reviews, got it on a whim, and I've just been telling all my friends about it because they are legit and I don't want you smoking metal shards. Really? Lizzie. Don't worry about it. I'm writing a note that has nothing to do with this on my notepad. Nothing to do with this. Nothing at all. I feel your eyes, bitch. Nothing at all. Aluminium. Do they make them out of aluminum? I would think aluminum would shred. Ooh. I don't know. Would it? I don't know. It's so lightweight, but maybe it's not. They do? Yeah, I would not want that. That would scare me. I've accidentally smoked bong cleaner one time. I've told you guys the story. I hallucinated during a podcast I was invited to be a guest on. It was a terrible time. I mean, it wasn't. It was kind of a trip, but it was because I didn't rinse the bong cleaner out enough. I'm very scared of smoking things I shouldn't be smoking. Like, weed is it. That's all I want in that bowl. You know what I'm saying? It's called a space grinder. Is it really? No shit. I wonder why. I have a pink one and a green one. My green one's in my bedroom. But I've had a lot of grinders before. Like ones I bought in head shops just to prove nothing's wearing off. It's obviously old and used, and there's no silver at all showing through, which that's impressive. I've had grinders that start to wear apart, and I didn't even think anything of it. I didn't think, oh, maybe I'm smoking what's wearing off of it, because I was a fucking idiot. You're not a fucking idiot. I am. It's fine. Thank you for the follow, Spicy. I appreciate you. 3 times smoking weed, once in Florida, and I hallucinated Dancing Queen by ABBA. Hey, on repeat softly, I'm kind of into that, to be honest. It's high quality aluminum. Okay, so it doesn't. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I've definitely had grinders that are a lot lighter than this one. But I'm not a metallurgist. Metallurgist? Is that a word? I don't know. I just try them out, and I don't want you guys to die, so I'm not going to tell you about a grinder that is shredding shrapnel into my weed. This one's held up, though. Bitch is nasty, but she has not broken down whatsoever. A lot of, I need to take, like, a toothpick to the, I don't know if you can see all the keef built up in the threads. I could probably get a good hit of keef out of that, to be honest. I need to clean this bitch. Oh, no shit. Oh, does he just, like, take a fucking tree bud, sit it in the middle, and, like, ugh! Special place in hell for those bitches, right there. Special place. That's not what we do. It's not how this goes. Oh, man. He probably, like, does he roast the whole top of the bowl, too? Back in the day when we didn't fear we were gonna die from sharing things? Was he like a, here you go, man. Fuck that guy. Jesus God. Cheers. Ugh. They give a guarantee. Oh, that's nice, though. I tried to find, like, some sort of affiliate code or something with Kozo grinders ages ago, and I literally can't find the source of them. Like, they're only sold on Amazon. I don't know. But they last forever, so, you know. Maybe they don't make a lot of money, because, like, you buy one $12 grinder and you're done. I don't know. I really don't know. My brother, I mean, you gotta, what a noob. How do you teach someone to, like, respect a grinder? For price and bang for buck, if they're willing to do that, generally they have confidence in the product. Yep, I agree. I mean, if they're willing to send you a new one because one didn't, like, appease you or something, they theoretically have to throw that other one away. I think that's a pretty good standing. When you find out, let me know. You know, Eliza, like, eCook in chat, Cookie, she is my only IRL stoner friend I've had in my life. Ever. I've never been, like, a social stoner, other than, like, in high school smoking weed at lunch or something. I've always smoked solo. So, like, the niceties and intricacies of the weed smoking world, I just kind of learned through watching rappers a lot on MTV. And I've never been around people that, like, fuck shit up. I usually I'm like the guru of the weed, so people just let me take over. I don't do it on purpose. I would totally let someone else do it. I don't give a fuck. But people are like, Katie smokes a lot. You do it. I'm like, okay, let's go. I don't mind. But I'm all about, like, getting the efficiency out of your weed. Weed's expensive no matter where you are. Like, it's a luxury product and it's pretty expensive. And I don't want to waste weed. And when you just, like, drop a nug, a giant ass tree nug into that middle part where that giant part is, you have to sit there and, like, crush that bud over that into the rest of the tines, which is gonna ruin your grinder, bend the tines, ruin the weed. Stop it. It's gonna gunk up your grinder. I mean, come on. How many times have you done it and you've never thought to yourself, there must be a better way? Maybe I think too much for my own good. Is that what it is? I mean, Lizzie, true. But it's decent. I wouldn't lie to you guys. If something happened, I would tell you guys. I'd be like, oh, the grinder did so-and-so after 9 years. We're done now. But, I mean, you can set the thing on fire, obviously, and nothing happens. I know, right? Here's the thing. I've known a lot of stoners in my life, but I'm not better than them. But most people smoke weed at night to relax. I smoke weed to not be an anxious, like, mess all day. Like, it just takes the edge off my shit. So, most people that smoke just sit around and, like, fall asleep, eat food, and watch a movie, and I want to go for a hike or something. So it's just like our smoking styles clash. I hate sitting still. It's physically painful for me to like extend it. Why? She's rolling. For like to sit still for an extended period of time, it hurts. I hate it. I run myself till my battery's dead at the end of the day. Like that's it. And that's just most people who smoke weed because most people don't have the luxury of a lifestyle that I have where I can smoke all day. And I realize that and I will not take that for granted. Totally get it. But I mean, I'm a very high functioning stoner. Like I take little hits, go do cool shit. I don't want to get stoned and just like be a slug. I don't ever want to be a slug. What's the opposite of a slug? It's me. Probably a squirrel. I hate squirrels. No, dude. I don't advise this. But alleged high runs are fantastic. Me too, ghetto. And I smoke to stay awake. Like at nighttime, if I'm getting sleepy, smoke a bowl. Wakes me right up. Like my brain turns back on. And it's because I'm not actually tired. It's the fatigue of my like ADHD, just that constant circular like tornado of thoughts. And the weed like just fuzzes that out just enough that I can stop wasting so much energy on it and focus on like reading a book or something. Oh, Florida heat, you poor devil. Unless it's indica, then I want a book. Oh yeah. I mean, reading high is great, but it's never made me sleepy. Like I have to already be pretty fucking dead tired to get sleepy. I'm just petting my dog. Yeah, I do have 2 dogs. I have 2 standard poodles, Lilith and Trick. And earlier today, that's Trick down there, the void right here that wobbles every once in a while. Earlier today, Lilith locked herself in our bathroom. And I have no idea how long she was stuck in there, but I got it for my break and I couldn't find her. And I found her locked in there and she was so fucking excited to get out. She clawed the fuck out of my eyeball. And so I'm just giving her some extra affection because I feel very bad. She locked herself in our bathroom. I don't know how she did it, but she was stuck and that's traumatizing. But this is Bill. Oh, she's way too low. Come on. There's a Bill. That's my girl. Look at those haunted Victorian eyes. Stuck in a bathroom like a silly dooble. I think they like to go in there because there's a floor vent that like blows cool air. So they lay on the floor, but if the door has the door jamb that's a kind of a magnet, gets the door to stay open because we don't want our dogs getting stuck in there. And I think she might have knocked it or something. She was all alone. My poor girl. You're a little fucked up from that, huh? Yeah. Dude, fuck yeah. You got to meet a band because you were high reading a book? Hell yes. I don't think I've ever met a band that I love. I don't know how to meet people, like famous people. I tend to run away when I see them. I'm like, ooh, there's someone I idolize, and then I just disappear forever. Hi, Bill. There's Trickster. What's up? Oh, well, yeah, and that's like our state. You can't buy more than an ounce at a time, but you can go to different dispensaries and buy 1,000,000 ounces if you wanted to. Go to a small venue and read a book in a corner and they'll see you. I mean, during the concert, did they come talk to you because they thought you were bored? Oh, if you have a medical card, you can buy more than an ounce. Why? I wonder. That's interesting. Maybe because they assume like you can't get there as often or something. Did you fart? You smell horrible. Again. She has the most horrific farts. You can chew on them. They're terrible. Go to a small wait. Fucking Chad did it again. Oh. Hi, Bill. More or less, the drummer came over and was like, "You're reading Forgotten Realms?" Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, so you had the book in common. Fuck yes. That's a way better situation. I thought they'd come over and be like, "Are you bored, bitch?" That's pretty dope. It's so rare to find people my age that read. I don't know what happened to my like age group, but something about our education destroyed the want to read for fun. It makes me sad because I love reading, but I was raised kind of, Little House on the Prairie style with electricity. Just because we were in the middle of nowhere, we didn't have TV, so that was all I had. And my mom loves reading, and my dad loved reading, and so I think reading was introduced to me in a good way, as opposed to most kids are introduced to reading by being forced to read something as a project in school, and it's usually something horrifically boring. Ooh, Kate, what are you reading? Me too. I have books. I usually am reading like 3 books at a time. I'm a little weird about it, but it's just because sometimes I don't think I get bored with a book, but I think I start getting impatient and I can feel myself skipping sentences. Like I'll start skipping paragraphs with my eyes. Skimming is a horrible skill I learned in college. And I'll stop myself and shut the book and be like, "Nah, bitch," and go to another one because then I stop skimming again. It's very weird. I don't know why my brain does it. Kendo, thank you for gifting 5 subs in the chat, you silly fuck. I appreciate your generosity. All 5 of you now have butt wizard wings and the responsibility to be consensual in all areas of life because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent, and that's just facts. But also, you have some dank emotes, and you don't have to watch ads in my channel, which is also pretty fucking dope. Thank you, Kendo, for that. I appreciate that generosity and that gift. You're quite kind. Bill is being so weird. Now she's on this side, just like sticking her face up in the air. She's so weird. Babe, stop. You're gonna rip my cord out. No. Nope. I do it enough. We're gonna break this. I love you. Hold up. I gotta welcome them. Mr. Bayless, Insane Aesthetic, Schmishmail, Gaming Kate, and Swentways. Swentes? Centways. Swentways. It's the same both ways, and I like it a lot, but pronouncing it hurts my mouth. Or it's almost the same both ways. Damn it. It was so close. Swentes? Swentways. I'm an ignorant American, can't speak anything but American English, and it's my handicap. Hate it. Hate it. What up, Machina? How are you doing? Ooh. Ooh. Wait. It's about a surgeon that has to kill her patient to save her child. Ooh. Creepy. I'm reading a book. It's called The Sanatorium. I know, that sounds crazy. It's literally spelled that way. I don't know why. But it's about a hotel, or it's about a hotel that was converted into a hotel from a insane asylum, but one of the icky ones where they kind of were given free reign to just test shit on people families didn't want anymore. And it's very creepy so far. No spoilers, but I like it. It's very gross. Have you read it? Should I keep going? Is it good? Oh, it's good so far. You haven't read it? Oh, it's good. It was immediately a page turner, which is always an immediate like win for me. I can read anything. I like the horror gothic genre, but I can pretty much read anything if it's a page turner. Sweaties! Fuck yeah. Call you Susu Sudi. Stop it. That's beautiful. I mean, there's a lovely member of our community whose name is Ines, and I call them Anus. CME sugar, cum sugar. I always ask permission, but I like making them dirty. It's a thing. It's a reason to say the dirties. Why not? They're funny words. Ooh, fuck yeah. Illustrating a few more hours. Ooh. Are you coloring or are you drawing right now? Also, thank you for saying thank you. Manners are super underrated these days, and they're so easy. Just an easy way to show that you're human and you recognize another human as human is saying thank you and please. It's crazy. Really? Oh, sick. Mine's fucking digital. I bought it though. I'm not against digital books. I just have a fetish for physical books. But during COVID, I kind of stocked up my digital library with the free Kindle, like I can't remember what they're called. They're free books. You sign up for it and you get like Kindle Unlimited things, and you get like a bunch of books every month. And I just loaded it with them. So I haven't, but that's because everything was closed and I can't stop reading. Like just because bookstores stop closing doesn't mean Katie doesn't need her fucking fix. But I love me some book. I love old books too. Old book, new book. Give me that musty paper smell. L's to the Twitch makes you feel pathetic? Why? Twitch is where I've met 99.999 repeating % of the most important people in my life. If that's pathetic, call me queen. I'm here for it. Spent a lot of my time in my youth very alone and very sad. And I don't have to be that way anymore because now I have this stretch of like the globe via the internet. That's pretty fucking dope. Thanks for that, guys. New book smell. I mean, all the book smells. I even huff my old books. It's weird. I have some like first editions that I've hunted. They're not in perfect condition, by the way. I mean, obviously, I can't afford. I'm not that lavish of a lifestyle liver, but I love me an old book, and they just smell so nasty. I love it. Are we bored? Yeah, maybe. Thank you, Chimera. I washed it today. I desperately need a haircut, but I just have so little trust in hairstylists. It's a horrible, horrible ailment. I don't like other people to touch my hair, but I can't cut my own hair. Like, I don't know what the fuck to do. Write a well-loved book that's still in, like, good condition. I love used bookstores, man. I mean, even if they, like, penciled in something on a page, it kind of, like, gives me this weird organic sense of you and I, we shared this book, this story. Like, there's two people in the world, at least, who, like, experienced this story, and that's a little proof of it. I don't know. Kind of gives me a little tingle in my dingle, you know what I'm saying? Hi, Morty. How are you, love? Dude, purple fades the fastest on me of all colors ever, and I don't know why. I love doing purple, like doing a nice blurple, but it fades to like this shitty gray color within a week. And that's like, I don't wash my hair every day. I rinse it because I work out, but that's it. And it fades. I mean, my hair just doesn't hold purple. I don't get it. But blue, it's here till I die. No, I'm down for a good dangle tangle. Like, I'm not against it. As long as it's not like overwhelming. Soap and water, let's go. I know. Ugh. TikToks of people fucking up people's hair. Oh god. Really? No. I can't watch that. That would give me nightmares. I'll trim my own hair just to get rid of this like mullet thing because this is grow out from a very like the shortest pixie cut you can get and still call it a pixie cut. I think. Any shorter and you're a GQ grow out. You know what I'm saying? So I've the grow out from that has turned into like either the skater boy or this mullet shit. This bull fucking faggle back here. Bull faggle? Bull flaggle. Faggle's not a word and is really close to fag, and I don't like that word either. Let's not with those. Fuck yeah, happy pride, motherfuckers. Be gay, be proud, and be loving. The world is chaos. Yeah, exactly, Kate. Exactly. No, 100%. Look at this. You're going to love this. Hold up. I got to show it to you now because the book's like within reaching distance of me. Oh, God. Maybe not with headphones on. One of these books has like an ownership thing in it. It's pretty cool. I don't believe it's this one though. I like to buy old first editions for people for gifts too. And then sometimes I just keep them. It's not this one. Let me grab the other one. Magnissimo, hello, love. How are you? Fraggle Rock was everything. Fraggle, if you guys missed out, I'm a huge Jim Henson slut, for lack of a better word. I love Jim Henson stuff, puppets. All that artwork behind that puppetry just astounds me. Ever since I was a kid, Fraggle Rock was incredible. And the storyteller. Eureka's Castle. We could go on. Sesame Street. The Dark Crystal. Labyrinth. Jim Henson is everything. Fucking Muppet Babies. Stop it. Star Wars. That's right. I said Star Wars. This is the other one. I hope it's one of these that has it because it's cool. Is Jim Henson actually doing Lore Olympus? I followed Lore Olympus on Instagram for a really long time because the comic was really cute, but I've heard that like it's got a very obsessive youth following that's a little creepy. So it's not it's a I don't know. I guess this is like maybe a sale sticker from many moons ago. But this is a second edition Grimm's Fairy Tales that I snaggled because it's not in great condition and moths definitely got to it. I'm double checking if it's a second edition. I think it is. I just looked at this the other day on stream with you guys. Oh my god, is this the one that doesn't have a fucking copyright? One of my books doesn't. I have no idea. It was printed in the US, so it's definitely not first. It's either second or third. Who cares? It's very cool and it has all the original illustrated pages in it, which is my favorite part. But at one point, this book that's now worth like almost $3,000 was $1, and it's got the sticker in it, and I don't know why I'd like it. I leave it. And it says where it came from right there. It's not going to focus because this camera doesn't have a focus feature. It's a great investment on my part. But that's the back. But obviously, it's not in perfect condition, which is why I get them in good. But I don't need them to be in perfect condition to appreciate it. Honestly, as long as all the content's there, it just was well loved in my opinion. Oh, no shit. Old photos and old letter. That's so cool. I think I found an old letter one time. Or it was like a recipe or something. It was pretty dope. But little things like that, I agree with you 100%. It shows that like another human being loved it. I don't know. Makes me feel connected to people of the past in a way that's kind of unique. Because that person might be dead. Like, I don't know. Oh, this one just has pencil sketches in it. Like someone was checkmarking off stories. This is I don't know, an old Winnie the Pooh. I don't know. It is a third edition? Yeah, 1949. July 1949. So it's a third edition Winnie the Pooh. The house at Pooh Corner. But it's got all the original sketches and shit in it. It's really cool. Look, it's just like old. It's cool. It's fragile. It's crispy. And it fucking smells so good. Oh, yeah. That was a hit. That was a good hit. For real, though. Oh, God. That musty fucking, like, going through your Nana's attic smell and finding historical things from your family. I don't know. I love it. I love old shit like this. I actually got that one for a fucking steal. I found it in the children's section of a used bookstore where it was just on the floor, like, almost mangled in half. And the guy, when I brought it to the counter to buy it, the dude at the counter, like, just silently took it to the back and disappeared for a very long time. And I was like, oh, God, I'm in trouble. They think I stole it. They think I'm, like, lying as to where I found it. And he comes back and he's like, that wasn't where it should be, but we'll honor the price. Oops. Not my fault it was in the children's section, motherfucker. Me too. Oh, my God. Have you ever seen candles that say, like, old library and you smell them and you're just, like, horrifically disappointed that in no way do they smell like a library? Or the dusty, musty smell of a library? They're like, it's rich mahogany, but it just smells like flowers or some shit. I don't even know. That shit's so weird. Smells baffle me. Oh my God, Duck. I mean, I was just talking about how much I fetishize books and how it was kind of destroyed by the COVID shutdown-ish time. You know, now we can go to bookstores again. But during COVID, because everything was shut down and or everyone was sick as fuck, or there were Karens just like licking produce, all the bookstores were closed. And so my digital library grew quite significantly. But I'm always gonna, it's like holding hands versus fucking. You know what I mean? Like, I'm down to hold hands, but who wants to hold hands once you fucked? You know what I'm saying? Fucking being the musty library old book, and holding hands being the iPad that you do this on. You know what I'm saying? Great, equally, but, like, not equally at all. Candles? The candles are for all the gay stuff I do with my mouth. I love her so much. She's so fucking funny. Aw, I wanna hold your hand. I'm actually really bad at holding hands for an extended period of time. I hate having my hands taken up by things. It's half the reason I don't carry a purse and I carry a backpack instead. It's weird. I hate that women's clothing doesn't have pockets. Give me a fucking pocket. I'm not one of those neurotic people that has to, like, have my phone against my palm 24/7. Otherwise, I'm not complete as a human. Help me. Stuff it somewhere that's not my vagina or tit crack. Fashion. It's just a joke. I like to hold hands. Like, I'm down, like in a movie theater or something, but it's hard for me to do it for an extended period of time because I just get fidgety. I'm weird like that. I can't sit still. But I like any physical touch, really. Intimacy, right? No one hates it if you're like, if it's consensual, obviously. If it's not consensual, that's not a fun time. Ugh. I would, Duck, 100%. Aw. Thank you. I don't think I could stop being that if I wanted to. I'm like past the point of unapologetically me. I'm like accidentally me. I don't know what that means, but if that made sense to anyone, you get it. I don't apologize for it. It just is. And then when it's commented on, I'm like, what? I've just been in a coma. I don't know. It's just me now. I think I smothered myself for too many years. At this point, I can't do it anymore. You know, it like had it's like when you use too much Afrin, it just has like the adverse effect. No, Mandel, fuck yeah, dude. What spurred that on? Just like cold turkey? Accidentally me always rocking. I mean, I try. Well, I don't though. That's what I mean by accidentally. I don't put much effort into many things. I just kind of tend to do the things that I'm good at and get the cheap thrill out of it. I'm lazy. Oh, we were just talking about that. You know, I literally, I forgot where the cheese cave was. If you remember the cave, it's like part of a mission. You go under a bridge, kind of, where it's like it's the tea shipping place. And there's a mystical shelf in there covered in like 25 pound, not even like 200 pounds of cheese wheels, but it's kind of secret. You got to look for it. We were talking about that the other day. It's been a while since I played an Elder Scrolls game. Starting to Jones a bit. That's what we were talking about, Lizzie. I'm not even kidding you. I was like telling Chad, I was like, I had a bed that from the top of the bed to the ceiling of my little apartment in Whiterun was just cheese wheels. I never ate them. Just saved them. I convinced some people in my chat it was a birth control method in Skyrim. Why? Couldn't tell you. Don't remember. No shit, Mandel. I feel that. I mean, COPD is wild. It's such a slow progressing disease. It's hard for people to imagine it, you know? But it's not a trick. That makes it sound like it's a lie. It's not a lie. But one mechanism to help people further understand COPD is to help them breathe like a COPDer. And one way you can do this is take the deepest breath you can possibly take and hold it. Now breathe on top of it. Never exhaling that breath. That's what it feels 24/7 to have emphysema and/or /COPD. And do that for 15 minutes and tell me that feels good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that usually is what helps a lot of people kind of realize, like, it's not just dying one day. It's a long-term suffocation. Like, super long-term. And not everybody gets COPD. I mean, you can't guarantee anything. Like, you have to have the genes for it, whatever. Some people get COPD and they've never smoked a cigarette in their life. Life sucks. Be kind. But that's what it feels like to have end stage. And that's why when I talk about extubating people, one of the hardest patients to extubate is someone who has emphysema or COPD, because their body has already been breathing like that for years. Like, God knows how many fucking years they've been breathing on top of that. And that feeling is for many biological reasons we can go into on a different day. If you guys want me to talk about lungs all day, it's a lot of shit that goes into what's happening. But they're exhausted, and when the ventilator takes over, unlike you and I, who, I mean, I'm assuming we got like mostly healthy lungs and a healthy nervous system, our body's going to do what we call in the medical field, buck the ventilator. So when the ventilator wants to give you an inhale, but your body wants to take an exhale, the ventilator's just going to buck. It's going to do nothing. Neither of you is going to get what you want, and it's going to alarm and wait for me to come in. It's very annoying. And literally most of a respiratory therapist's job and training is sitting there with whatever model of ventilator you have. You don't know. Every hospital has different ones, and usually a couple models, which is fun to learn. Not at all. You get to sit there and turn all these strange little knobs and shit and watch your patient who is intubated and cannot tell you, that feels great. They can just stop crying or cry, which is horrible. And you have to sit there and hope to fuck you can sync up this machine to their natural breathing patterns, which is theoretically impossible because there's only one machine on the market that has a built-in mechanism to sense a sigh, which is something we all do very naturally. You actually do sigh a lot without even noticing it. You'll just be sitting there playing a video game and take one big breath out of nowhere and then for a while not do it. You can't, the ventilator will stop you. 99% of the ventilators out there right now will buck you if you tried to sigh. It's a miserable experience. But for a person who has been exhausted just by existing with emphysema, that ventilator is like a fucking Hawaiian vacation with a cabana boy feeding you drinks and grapes and things. And getting them to want to breathe on their own again is, I mean, I imagine it's akin to potty training a kid who really likes shitting on the ground. Like, it's just so much easier their way. You convince them that your way is better. I dare you. I mean, it's so miserably hard. It's horrible. And a lot of the times when people are young with emphysema, and young meaning under 70, that's considered medically young because we live forever these days. Human beings do. We will do, if you, like, so what happens is if you end up on a ventilator because of whatever reason and you've got emphysema, or you don't. If we think you are at the point where we can extubate you and you can breathe on your own, we have certain tests we do. Like, I'm not going to go through them. We have a couple tests we do. And they're literally just proving to me that you have the muscle control, you have the cognizance to listen, you will breathe without this machine in this tube. With these COPDers, we do something called a pull and pray because they refuse to cooperate. They don't want off. They will go against my instructions just to never come off that ventilator because it's the most peace they've had in 10 years. Like, it's the most relaxed. They've never slept before this moment. And so if, like, the nurse and the doctor is like, everything besides these little breathing tests is medically perfect, we just pull it and hope to fuck we were wrong. Or we're right. Wrong, whatever, however you look at it. Hope the tests were just you fucking with me. I've never been wrong on that, actually. I've never fucked up that. But we've done it because it's, as much as it feels great, it's really bad for you. Like, the ventilator causes immense barotrauma and the wear down of the parenchyma of the lungs and blah, 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 blah. Nerd shit. Morty, fuck yeah. I'm a survivor of the almost giving up. I'm going to be honest, I'm very happy I failed at it. And I encourage other people to not try because failing shouldn't feel good. We all like you here. 100%. Dude, sighing's totally normal. It's an absolutely normal mechanism, and most human beings do it up to 10 times a minute. And it's just, you have a lung volume, right? Mismo. Bitch, with the 32.
Hail the Dank Lord. Thank you for the resub, Mismo. How are you, love?
I appreciate your support. Continue your consensuality and being awesome. Thank you. Oh, Black, I'm sorry. I mean, honestly, that caused a big breakup for me. I dated a guy whose dad was intubated and died on a ventilator, and that was my job, like, every day, 24/7. And if I can't, like, vent to my significant other at the end of the day without them stomping off, pissed off because I didn't remember they were sensitive about ventilators, like, it wasn't going to work out, and it didn't. And I apologize, however. It doesn't make it right. I just apologize. It's sensitive shit. But, like, for a large portion of medical staff, it's their whole fucking world. It's horrible. That's why I like doing this now, and I really appreciate you guys helping me out with that. I don't have to do that anymore. And that's really nice. Although I still get job offers every day, which is very weird. Duck, I love you. Hail the Dank Lord. Hail yourself. Wash your hands, brush your teeth, and have a beautiful night. I hope it's restful. I know, but that doesn't give me any right to be insensitive. Still, it sucks. It sucks no matter what. For real. I've talked about that. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to fuck you up with more stories of ventilators. But a big portion of why I felt I needed to exit the medical industry was as a respiratory therapist in, a critical care ICU surgical unit, blah, blah, blah. The vast majority of what I personally was involved in was death. And for every reason, every rhyme, like healthy young people, not healthy old people, healthy old, like everything, all the time. And a lot of the patients were people you'd like get to know for months, years. Like they literally would be in my ICU for over a year. I would be taking care of the same patient. I knew their grandchildren's names. I knew their children's names. I know their siblings. Like, you get to know these families and they die. And as a respiratory therapist who is mature and realizes I'm on the clock and I have a job to do, I don't get to mourn that person. I don't get to do shit. I have to go from room 10 to 11, maybe do the exact same thing over again, or move to a happy story. And I can't, like, carry any of that, but I don't think it's possible for humans not to carry that. Like, you might be ignoring it for the time being, but it was, like, building up onto me, in me, to this point of, like, just I felt like I was, like, overgrown and with weeds. It was weird. It was like living in a fog all the time, just trying to dampen your own senses constantly. And I'm not saying RTs have the worst of it, but we see a lot of it. Like, we're the only one legally allowed to touch life support in a hospital. So whether it's for good or bad, it's an RT. And that sucks. It's a hard fucking job. And kudos to everybody who can do it for life. That being said, every single RT I knew who did it for life was a miserable human being. Oh, so fucking miserable. Miserable to be around. They would tell you about how miserable they were in every way, shape, or form. Like, it was just like misery. And I'd rather work until my dying day than work a miserable job until my knees give out and retire to nothing. I don't know. It's hard. It was really hard to give up on that career track, but I think it was healthier for my brain overall and like my longevity of just being mentally stable, like on a functioning level, which we're already teetering. So that's a delicate place. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. It's the worst, man. The only comfort that I get in any of this is that, like, I'm not immortal. Like, you're not immortal. Nobody's immortal. So we all go through it eventually. So it's like I don't have guilt about it. It's just like they beat me to the punch, I guess. But we all inevitably go through one form or another of dying. So I'll be there. Hopefully in a good way, but you never know. No shit, Mandel. I mean, I'm still in therapy. I don't think I'll ever get out of I don't want to not be in therapy, to be honest. Not that I feel like even if nothing is immediately going like wrong or being perceived in my mind as wrong in my life, it's good preventative as opposed to waiting for the mental crash and then crawling on my hands and knees into a therapist's office. And that's just me personally because I tend to bottle it up and shove it down and keep it until it's like boiling out my eyeballs. I think preventative, like it's a form of like preventative healthcare for your brain. If you feel, I feel like definitely I don't have like a constant stable mode. I'm even medicated and I'm going to therapy, like that keeps me constant and stable. But without those things, like there's so many ups and downs to life, especially nowadays. I don't even know, man. If I wasn't on meds, I don't know what this week would have done to me personally. And I'm not even a victim personally of any of it. Just the fact that it's happening is fucking killing me. Oh my God, Lizzie. Fuck yes. Dude, that's a fucking win. I've never incurred any of that, to be completely honest. But one of the leading symptoms of psychopathy and sociopathy are kind of a spectrum at this point. We don't really have a separation of them. One of the key things is that they don't feel empathy. And they kind of have to mimic those things. And there are some situations in a hospital, I don't know though, because I don't think I'm sociopathic. I would find it very hard to mimic an emotion for what's going on. I mean, I'm not going to detail shit. There's shit you can't imagine worse than horror movies. Like, you think Tarantino knows blood splatter. You have no idea. In no way am I flexing. I'm just saying, like, this shit haunts me. There's some things that will never leave my visual scape of the inside of my head or my eyelids ever again. I don't know if you could fake it through that. I think at a certain point, they, like, get pushed out of the system because of other facets of their personality. Not because of that, like, that sociopathic thing. You know what I mean? Like, I think in my experience, I don't have a ton of experience with I did a lot of research in schizophrenia, but they have the lack of empathy, and the other symptoms of this spectrum of sociopathy, psychopathy, is that they can mimic, but they don't care what you think. So they'll only mimic if it's getting them somewhere. Does that make sense? Looking good to looking sad to a family or other nurses isn't going to get you anywhere financially, in your career, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? I was trying really hard to word it because we just read about it. I have a DSM next to me. We just read about it last week. And that's a really big facet of that personality neurodivergence, whatever you want to call it, is that they literally don't give a fuck. So they can mimic, but the scale is, on the lower scale, meaning it's not as severe. Maybe you give a fuck, and that's why your mimicry is really good, and you mimic because you do want people around you to think you're normal. Whereas when you get on that high scale, they don't give a fuck. They mimic it's like a Why? American Psycho. What's his name? Bateman? Is it Bateman? No, not Bateman, is it? No. American Psycho is a really, really good example. Like, he can mask, but when he doesn't need to, in his mind, he doesn't. He doesn't give a fuck. Like, he just dies inside. It's camouflage, exactly. But you have to care to camouflage in a situation of healthcare. And I mean, I've definitely seen people who come off as soulless in healthcare. 100%. I had a doctor in the cardiac unit one Thanksgiving day, because working on the holidays gets you paid bank. Don't judge me. I don't have any family here. He had, like, that was the day he decided we were going to remove life support from every single person we assumed was brain dead. Called the families, told them that was the day it had to happen, da 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 da, and he was in there in like a fancy dinner suit with super pointy, shiny leather shoes, like slicked back, fucking greasy hair, texting the whole time that my team and I did brain death tests and unplugged family members in front of their husbands, wives, and children on Thanksgiving. So it is there, but I wouldn't say it's like overwhelmingly prevalent. And I think those people tend to get in positions where they're not working with anyone else. You know, like when you're a nurse, you may be in charge of 3 patients, but like all those nurses on the floor are like one big team and they all help each other and they're very in tune to what each other's doing all the time. They tend to want to be in a position of authority like that where no one's questioning anything they're doing or watching because they're trusted or whatever. It's gross. But technically, if the patient's brain dead, you're not doing anything wrong to the patient on Thanksgiving Day. You're super fucking up their family, however. NVRT. Stop it. Dude, your heart is strong. Your heart's just a muscle, man. It's crazy. If you cut the right thing. Whew. I have a lot of stories like that, Mandel. There's so many stories that that are funny until you get the end when you're like, and then they died. So they're not funny. And in like, out of respect for the dead, I keep those ones to myself. They might be winners, but I ain't sitting here telling fucking funny stories about dead people. I do have a line. Everybody's got one. That's mine. The mental state of a doctor, it depends on a lot and where you work and what unit. Because in my personal experience across all the hospitals I've worked at, for the most part, doctors are usually there as your liability backup. So the nurse and myself, among many, many other people, are constantly in and out of the patient's room, running blood tests, running this, running that, playing with the ventilator. And when I see like, oh, the patient is like looking at me, they're waking up, they're looking really comfortable, they're writing on a board, they can communicate, maybe I should take those vent settings down and see if we can start getting on that road to extubation. I'll go to a doctor's office and be like, hey, can we extubate room 4 tomorrow morning? And he'll be like, yeah, why? Orders in. Do you need anything else? No, I'm cool. Did you want the patient's name? Do you need anything else? Like they write an order, a complete order. I have like $1 million of liability on my head. I don't know what the fuck doctors have. Bajillions. And that liability is in case someone makes a mistake. Which I haven't made, knock on wood. But that's it. I mean, they stand in the doorway with their hands in their pockets while you code a patient sometimes. If you've got a baby doc that super wants to be on hands-on, sometimes they'll get super involved, but usually like in the worst way possible. Like, man, confidence can be dangerous. Oh, TCF, that's fucked, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, yucky. Just sad, right? I mean, there's no words. One that gave me quite insight, didn't realize blood. Yeah. I mean, your heart has its own brain. It has a couple brains. They're called nodes. There's like an SA node and another node, and there's Purkinje fibers, and there's a whole like mechanism to the heart that's very unique that causes it to just function on its own, which is why when you're brain dead, i.e., you for some reason didn't get oxygen to your brain for a certain amount of time, so your brain's like, I'm done now. Your heart can keep your body going for quite some time. It's got its own shit. Like, it's pretty wild. But, it's strong as fuck. Source, I've had some squirts on my body of not cum. It's blood. It was blood. Yeah, I worked in healthcare for many years. Fortunately, thanks to my community and Twitch, I don't currently work in a hospital. I keep my license active just in case because backup plans are smart. But I worked in it for years and years and finally just got to a point where I was done watching people be dead. But I keep my license because you don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows. It's good to have a backup plan. I don't want to be fucked. You can basically do a Whipple now, right? Because I need one. Can you do my Whipple real quick? You could just like Whipple it out while fucking someone else, though, right? Sin? I could see it. Dude, I totally get why people like Grey's Anatomy. The only reason I can't is because I've got this fucking med chip on my shoulder where I'm like, that's not real, 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 that's not, what the fuck? That's not real, that's not real. Like, OR theaters, you want to know the last OR theater existed? Like 1902. Because they're unfucking sanitary. But, medical shows, yummy. They're my favorite. I'm having a great time. Scrubs is good. No shit, Luna. Fuck yes. CNAs are angels. CNAs, nurses. I would suck the dick of all the nurses. I have a big fucking like boner for nurses. They're just incredible. I'm so impressed by them. You just graduated nursing school? No fucking way. Where do you want to work? Like in the hospital, do you have a spot? Hell yeah. That's super exciting. Usually by the time, you're graduated and you've been working in the hospital, people have like an area they want to work in. I went straight ICU because the floors for an RT is just brain death. Here's your albuterol. Thank you for doing your albuterol. Here's your albuterol. Thank you for doing your albuterol. I'm gonna do an albuterol. Let's all do albuterol. Woo! Nope. I need to use my head. I'm very excited for you. That's hard. Nursing school is just so... I mean, the drugs, Your brain is a catalog at this time. Male nurse? Fuck yeah. Bump it. Seriously. I mean, I don't care what your genitals look like. All the nurses I worked with were dope except one. Only one. No, I'm a respiratory therapist. So, nurses and RTs, we go to all the same school up until like the last year-ish. And then we go, and RTs learn all about ventilators and nurses learn drugs. It's wild. Like, I feel like nursing, they know everything about everything. And I go like hyper focused, just like belly button up. Not better or worse, just different. I have a lot of responsibility for life support machines, and they have a lot of responsibility for the life. You know what I mean? Bless you, ghetto. Thank you. No shit, Morty. Fuck yes. What's their area of study? What do they want to specialize in? In the emergency department? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited for you. That's where I started. Correct me if I'm wrong, other med people in chat, but starting in the ER is like learning clarinet first of all instruments ever. Like, you just punished yourself, but don't worry, because you can do anything now. Like, if you can be a nurse in the ER, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like you could probably do fucking anything. Like, that is the sink or swim crash course of courses. I love the ER, but for an RT, it's different than a nurse. Like nurses, it's just like, you guys have known, you've heard my stories about patients just like mystically shitting pounds of black fluid everywhere. And the nurse is like, well, you want to check on my other 2 patients for me? And I'm like, you know what? I can. That happens a lot. It's chaos, but it's the teamwork in an ER is really, really cool. It's like watching an ant farm or like a beehive. It's super quick and it's so fast that unless you work in it, you have no idea how organized it actually is. It's kind of magic. Dude, I don't know if it cost me my mind, but definitely my sanity. That's gone now. A flight RT? I honestly don't know what I would do. I think I might be bored. Not just because there wouldn't be, I mean, there'd be like the insane variety, but I'm so used to taking care of like 100 patients at once. Like one vent, I'd just be like, I don't know what to do now. And not a flex. That's what I'm used to. Most hospitals abuse all the staff, not just RT. Like nurses should be 1-to-1, 1-to-2 in a cardiac unit. I've seen 1-to-5. I mean, it's pretty sick. It's everybody. But you get used to that and you kind of feed off of it. I have a theory that most people in medicine are ADHD of some spectrum level because you have to be. There's no fucking way you know the specific like medical details of that many patients. And it's a different patient every night. It's crazy. But you do it. Greetings from Slovakia. Hello, how are you? What up, Miller? Thank you for 2 years. I know that happened. My chat's been doing this doubling thing lately, and it's so annoying. Thank you so much for 24 months, lover. How are you? Dude, surgical, I like surgical. I prefer inpatient to ER simply because I personally learn more when I have more time with a patient. ER, I mean, there's a saying, what is it? Treat 'em and street 'em. It's get them out. Like, the turnover, you guys have seen ER, EDs in cities and shit. Imagine Baltimore. Like, half the people have a fucking bullet embedded in their collarbone. It's wild. So we're trying to get the people out that don't need to stay in the ER as fast as possible, but you're understaffed, and it's just crazy. It's chaos, like I said, but it's organized chaos, which is magic to watch. So they have this saying, treat them and street them. So you don't really get that time. Whereas if I have a patient in the surgical unit, like I work surgical rehab and shit, not the immediate, not the little cloaked area, but the ICU part. I'd have days with them sometimes. I could go and read about their diseases and learn about their life and about how things progressed in their disease from them. And it helped me grow as a respiratory therapist in my life, I think, as opposed to just like, for an RT anyways, the ER is mostly intubate, bag, intubate, bag, intubate, bag. Like, that's it. We don't do too much fun shit in the ER. Nothing that really extends a brain muscle, I guess. Does that sound cocky? I don't mean it to be. I love you, Machinea. Have a beautiful day, love. Also, if you don't treat him quick enough, you can get fined in the UK. No shit. Damn. We're doing it because we just want, the hospital wants money. ER is big money. Walking into the ED here is like $300 or something crazy like that. It's dumb amounts of money. Surgical ICU is stable from the ED. I like that. That's a good way to put it. We had 2 different surgical ICUs in my hospital, and I still don't know if it was really separated this way, but I worked in a building called Weinberg, but we called it the WICU, the Weinberg ICU, but everybody else called it the weird ICU because we got everyone whose dick rotted off, balls rotted off, you know, like got tongue cancer and now has a chunk of thigh sewn into their mouth, things like that. But it wasn't officially that. Like, no one would do that, right? But then I had more rotten dicks than anyone else in the hospital. I don't know. I'm just saying. Chances of that are slim. It's not an inevitability to see a lot of dick debreeding. Dude, so I'm not even shitting you. One of the first moments I knew that Zach was perfect was when we were still long distance. He sent me a picture of his nuts squeezed into the shape of a heart, and I still have it to this day because it is the perfect shape of a heart. I'm just saying, when you know, you know. Sexting. Oh, 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 oh. It isn't sex. It's the next best thing. You guys should all watch Bo Burnham. He's a genius. A literal genius. Oh my God. How many ICUs did Hopkins have? I don't even know anymore. We only had 2 surgical. They were like labeled. We literally had a SICU, and then the WICU was supposed to be overflow for the surgical unit, but I swear to God, we had more patients than them 90% of the time. But man, I don't know. That's too much thinking. How many ICUs? 2 surgical, neuro, cardiac. I'm just walking through Hopkins right now in my brain, just thinking of what's technically an ICU and a floor. There's another one. What am I missing? I might be too stoned to walk through Hopkins in my brain right now. I don't know. I have to think on that. NICU. Fuck, yes. NICU, PICU. So we had SICU, WICU. I know, it's crazy. They rhyme. It's all just ICU at the end of various words. WICU, SICU, PICU, NICU, the cardiac unit, and then neurosurgery unit. We had I don't know if it was, I wouldn't count it as a special unit. Our cardiac unit had like a special little offshoot, like a little taint area. And that's where all the lung transplant units went. But we just considered them cardiac patients. They didn't get a special RT. So I wouldn't consider that a new unit. But they were big. I mean, this is the biggest ICUs I've ever seen. I've been in some big hospitals. Like I went to the Gray's Anatomy Hospital in Seattle, Virginia Mason. And I've been in Evergreen and Hopkins, the Mayo Clinic. They're all huge, but those ICUs are just, I mean, like have you ever been in a hotel where the hallway seems like it's never going to end and you're really regretting getting that end unit not near the elevator? That's kind of what these ICUs feel like sometimes. Like you really get to sprint. They are wildly big. I don't know how many beds Hopkins has though, to be honest. No idea. I'm wearing, dude, Miller, look at this. I did this on accident. So I've got the Blackcraft hoodie. I mean, what is this? It's basically sun protection, but it says the unholy thing, and I accidentally wore the unholy shorts too. I don't want to roll over my dog. My butt cheeks. Matchy. Not sponsored by this company. That's definitely not clear, but I'm not. Would love to be, but I'm not. The classy part? I mean, I try. I think classy is a way of living. I've had that argument with many people. People are like, you're not classy. Classy people wouldn't say cunt or fart or talk about poop. And I'm like, or they would, because those are all normal bodily functions, and being classy is making everyone around you feel fucking high end. I don't know. Build up people might feel better. Not to you. I know you guys do that. I just feel that way. When people want to argue with me, I'm like, really? Okay, let's go, bitch. I read the Bible too. Come on. I know. It's this, I think, is this? I was either wearing this one or I have one other zip-up hoodie from them that has this same symbol, like the goat pentagram down the arm. And when I was in Montana, a random man who I swear to fuck looked like Colonel Sanders shaved, like a plantation owner, walked up to me and touched my arm without my permission, this fucking old creepy geezer, and asked me if I was part of Antifa. And I was just so anxious that a stranger touched me, I didn't know what to say. I just stared at him and he walked away eventually. Why do people want to talk to me all the time in public? And by that I mean twice in 10 years. Stop it. I mean, great logic. I am anti-fascist. I mean, who the fuck is pro-fascist besides fascists? You know? I'm not part of an organized group because they scare me and I'm still a recovering Catholic. Anything organized is nerve-wracking and I think they're going to cut off my foreskin. But what the fuck? And then get this. So we were at a bar, just like meeting up with one of Zach's old high school buddies. And he sat at the other end of the bar and just like digitally logged into some app that controlled the jukebox and overrode via extra money every song we tried to play with God Loves America or some fucking country song. The same song though, just on repeat forever. It was the strangest audio warfare I've ever experienced. I don't know, is it warfare if I wasn't in pain? I was just like confused. I don't hate country music. I was fucking raised on it, bitch. You can't kill me with that. You'd have better luck with mumble rap. Stop it. I dare you to test me, right though? Is it a maze like the medical complex in Houston? Kind of. If you have to go between the buildings, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, it's so weird. The way that it's probably similar to Houston, if I'm guessing right. The way the hospital's been built is by private money. Like, people will come in and be like, my princess needs a new kidney. Here is $1 bajillion. Do it now. And the hospital will be like, all right. And they'll literally immediately erect a tower in honor of this person with their name on the tower and whatever. So all the hospital towers are all different sizes and heights. They're all designed differently on the inside from the time period they were put up. And they're all connected by sky bridges on different levels. So like you'll take an elevator to level 5, walk down a hall, get back in another elevator, take it up to level 6, walk down a hall, get in this elevator that looks like it should be the exact same one you just got out of, but it's not. And then you can go all the way to the top. It's weird like that. It's definitely daunting at first. For sure. But most people don't really need to worry about that. RTs are kind of unique in that, like, if there's a code anywhere in the hospital, i.e., of any person in the hospital, if their heart stops, every single RT has a pager on their hip, and all the pagers start to vibrate immediately because we are the code specialist other than the doctor. Like, obviously, there's a huge team of people that do a ton of shit, but for some reason they call us the code specialist because they can't intubate or bag without an RT present. And airway is the number one factor when someone goes down. We don't, unless you're a child, we don't really worry about, we want your airway, we want compressions. Like, that's number one. So every single RT in the hospital will immediately start sprinting towards the same place. And once you get to the unit, you like squint and you look down and you're like, oh, there's 3 people with the same color scrubs as me. I'm good. And you turn around and you go the other direction. But if you're first one there, you fucking do it. You deal with it. Because you never know. Like, the person working that unit could be doing a code on their own. Like, you don't know. There's always chaos going on all the time. So it's always good to have extra hands. Oh, it's by definition not organized. Good to know. I didn't know. I mean, I don't, honestly. Like, I just have heard some crazy people on the news say they're Antifa. Probably the same person who was screaming HIPAA rights in a gas station. Erect penis jokes. On that note, it's really late and I need to fucking walk my dogs. I'm going to host you into a super weird person I found randomly. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Be fucking kind. The world is literal chaos. Babies are dying by sanctioned murder of the government, if you ask me. Be kind. Take your joy. Drink some water and brush your fucking teeth. Wash your piss mittens, and I will see you tomorrow. Meow.